in a private workout room of a villa in the Lingzhou district of Jiangnan Bay City. Tomorrow is the day of the awakening ceremony. According to the system, there is a high chance my physical fitness will meet the standard for the ghost hand tonight or tomorrow. Only then can I fuse with the Asura Template. I have to work even harder. After training in the workout room for an hour, Suye finally stopped to wipe the sweat from his cheeks. When his hand gently brushed against those eyes that could not open, a look of helplessness first appeared on his face. But immediately after, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, looking very excited. I have worked hard for so many years. The Asura Template. I wonder what effects it will have once fused. Will it grant me extraordinary power on par with awakened abilities? Filled with anticipation, Suye once again shouldered the barbell that weighed several times more than himself. 1 rep, 2 reps, he lifted it up and set it down again. That is right! Suye was actually a transmigrator. It had been 18 years since he traveled to this supernatural world infested with evil spirits. 100 years ago, mysterious realms of horror descended upon Earth, and countless evil creatures swarmed out from them. If not for the mysterious spirit mist that suddenly appeared on Earth, allowing humans to awaken special abilities to fight back, Earth would have likely been wiped out by those evil beings that only existed in myths. Therefore, awakening an ability represents everything in this world. Those with abilities stand above thousands, while those without can only live at the bottom of society forever. Suye originally thought that by coming to such a supernatural world, he would rise at light speed like the protagonists in novels and embark on a path of absolute dominance. But the reality was that in the first few years after his arrival, he lived worse than a dog and experienced far too much. At birth, he was diagnosed with congenital blindness and could not open his eyes, unable to even see what his biological parents looked like in this life. At the age of 4, during an attack by an evil spirit, both his parents lost their lives trying to protect him. Afterward, he was sent by the government to an orphanage in a poverty-stricken area. Due to his blindness and young age, being in a strange environment with no one to care for him made that period utterly desperate. Fortunately, he met his current elder sister, a fellow orphan. From the 2nd year at the orphanage, she has taken care of him until this day. Even when the orphanage closed when he was 10, this sister, who was only 12 at the time, gritted her teeth and survived while bringing him along. She would always give him the best food and toys first, saying stubborn yet gentle things like, "As long as Xiao Ye is here, I am not tired at all." The reason they could move from the slums to the Lingzhou district and even live in a detached villa was all because of this sister, simply because she awakened in this world where abilities are supreme. The God-tier SS grade ice ability, Nether Absolute Ice. She then entered the strongest university for awakened ones, Federal Saint University, and graduated early with extraordinary qualifications. She even joined the Night Watchers, an organization dedicated to fighting evil spirits. As her status rose, Suye, a blind man, was able to live a life without worrying about food or clothing. And currently, this sister's only wish is to cure his congenital blindness. You are pushing yourself like this again. As Suye was thinking, a cool female voice filled with deep concern suddenly came from behind him. At some point, a tall woman with a sharp temperament, wearing a black combat suit, had appeared behind him. Her black hair fluttered, and her curvaceous figure and long legs, encased in combat armor, were incredibly striking. Her skin was as white as jade, and on her delicate features, her crescent moon eyes seemed to carry a smile, capable of deeply attracting anyone who looked into them. Of course, Suye could not see such a beauty, but he was more than familiar with her voice. Mo Nangshao, the sister who had taken care of him for so many years, never looked down on him and grew up with him as his only family. This is not pushing myself. A bit of exercise is very beneficial for the body, Sister Ningxuang. Hearing the young man's defense, which he had used over 10,000 times, Mo Ningxuang's eyes suddenly widened. Oh, just a little exercise? You have been training like your life depends on it for over 10 years, training until you pass out every single time, right? Walking closer with her long legs, Mo Ningxuang was angry, but she still gently wiped the sweat from Suye's forehead. Xiao Ye, I will take care of you for the rest of your life, so it is okay if you do not awaken. Really. When she reached the word really, Mo Ningxuang hesitated, but thinking of Suye's eyes, she still forced the words out. Awakening an ability mostly depends on luck, but it also has a slight connection to physical strength and genetic quality. She was afraid that after Suye's years of hard training, if he actually did awaken an ability, but then could not follow the path of an awakened one because of his eyes, he would be crushed by the disappointment. She could not bear to let Suye experience the feeling of going from hell to heaven, and then falling back to the bottom in the next moment. Unless Suye could awaken a sensory-type ability, and specifically one that allowed him to precisely perceive his surroundings without needing eyes. but the odds of that were just too slim. In this world, 18 is the most suitable age for awakening, but the probability is less than 10%. In other words, out of 10 people, not even one might awaken. With such low odds, wanting to awaken a specific ability is like looking for a needle in a haystack. That is why Mo Ningxuang was trying to persuade Su Ye. Rather than have him crushed by such despair, she would rather have him live with a small regret. She would take care of him forever. This was what Mo Ningxuang thought, but she also knew Su Ye would not listen. Otherwise, he would not have been training so desperately until now. Smelling her fragrance, Su Ye indeed shook his head. "You know me, Sister Ningxuang," he said, with a cheeky grin appearing on his face. "Besides, I have a strong stomach. I am not meant for a free ride." Then, he added without blushing, "Well, even though I have lived off you for 14 years, that does not stop me from resisting it now." Always joking around. Mo Ningxuang burst into laughter and tapped the young man's nose, her eyes curved into enchanting crescents. If anyone who knew her saw this scene, their jaws would surely drop. Can the eternal iceberg actually melt? The one called the Ice Queen during her student days and hailed as a supernova and a god of death in the Night Watchers. Mo Ningxuang was actually showing such a stunning and charming smile. "All right, I have to go on my night patrol. You cannot train anymore after I leave, understood? If I come back and see you doing this, ehehe." With a meaningful trailing laugh, Mo Ningxuang quickly left the villa to begin her daily night patrol, patrolling and hunting the evil spirits and ghosts that prey on humans in the night. Once Mo Ningxuang left, Su Ye sighed helplessly. "Oh, Sister Ningxuang, it is impossible not to train. If I do not, how can I fuse with the Asura Template? If I do not fuse with it, will I not have to live off you forever? While that sounds nice, it is not the life I want." He had obtained his Asura Template the year he was born, which activated something called the strongest template system of the heavens. It allowed him to unlock templates of powerful characters from his previous life for his own use. During his first beginner draw, Su Ye obtained the template of Asura, one of the 4 ghost swordsmen from the game Dungeon and Fighter's Arid Continent. When he got this template, he was happy for a long time because it was a perfect fit for a blind person like him. But when the system notified him that his physical fitness had to reach a level capable of enduring the ghost hand before he could fuse, Su Ye was stunned. What could he do? He could only train like his life depended on it. Training and more training for over a decade. Even with Mo Ningxuang constantly stopping him, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Fortunately, hard work pays off. As long as he makes it through tonight, he, Su Ye, will be able to unlock the Asura Template. If he can truly master that power of the Asura, his blindness, and even becoming an awakened one, will no longer be an issue. Thinking of this, although Su Ye was extremely exhausted, he still reached out excitedly toward the other training equipment. If he could open his eyes right now, the light in his pupils would definitely not be exhaustion, but a brightness like never before. Su Ye's refusal to settle for a comfortable life under protection highlights a deep drive for agency. While society views his blindness as a tragic defect, it is actually the secret prerequisite for God-tier power. Tomorrow, pity turns into terror. While Mo Ningxuang views blindness as a tragic deficit, Su Ye is playing a high-stakes game of turning a physical limitation into a prerequisite. In this supernatural hierarchy, true power often requires sacrificing conventional senses to unlock something far more lethal.
Early the next morning, ding, the host's physical fitness has reached the standard, beginning to host the ghost hand. Ding, the host can choose to hide or reveal the appearance of the ghost hand. Please make your choice. It's here. In the minimalist room, Su Ye, who was lying on the bed, quickly sat up. Hearing the long-awaited system notification in his mind, he felt excited, but immediately made his choice: hide it. The ghost hand of a ghost slayer was too hideous. If a blood-red left hand like that suddenly appeared, Sister Ningxuang would definitely worry, and it would likely lead to a lot of trouble. Su Ye was a low-profile person. Since the system offered such a convenient choice, he would naturally hide it. Ding! Hosting of the ghost hand successful. It is currently in a hidden state. As the system notification faded, Su Ye felt his left hand suddenly become uncontrollable and extremely heavy. It felt as if a prehistoric beast imprisoned within his left hand was trying to break free, acting wild and violent. However, under Su Ye's willpower, the restlessness soon calmed down. Ding! Ghost hand perfectly hosted, beginning to integrate the Asura Template for the host. Integration progress, 1%. Integration progress, 2%. 18 long years, 18 years. Finally, the template is starting to integrate. Looking at the notification box in his mind, Su Ye felt emotional, but he no longer had those intense feelings from earlier. He appeared very calm, just quietly watching the progress bar. Integration progress, 3%. 10 minutes passed, and the progress had barely moved. It was agonizingly slow. Of course, Suye was in no hurry. He even got out of bed to go take a leak. After all, he had endured 18 years. What was a little more time? Leaving the system to load on its own, Suye began putting on the clothes Mo Ningxuang had prepared for him. Today was the day of the awakening ceremony. He needed to arrive early. Based on the integration speed, it should be finished by the time he reached the awakening square. While Suye was washing up, in the first floor hall of the villa, Mo Ningxuang had already changed into casual wear, a long purple dress, compared to her night watchman combat uniform. At this moment, she had a bit less of her valiant spirit and appeared more bright and charming, like a quiet violet, noble and elegant. Carrying 2 cups of tea, Mo Ningxuang smilingly handed them to a beautiful woman sitting on the sofa and the cute young girl beside her. Teacher, today is Ziyun's awakening day. Shouldn't you be with her at the provincial district for her ceremony? On the sofa, Tang Yun, dressed in a black robe with a deep, restrained aura and lingering charm, heard this. Her face darkened instantly. You have the nerve to say that. If I hadn't brought Ziyun here myself, were you not planning to invite us at all? As a top instructor at the Federal Saint University, she was considered a major figure in Jiangnan Bay City. Countless descendants of noble families who awakened and entered the university begged her to be their mentor. But Mo Ningxuang, after nearly 2 years as teacher and student, besides phone calls, she hadn't invited Tang Yun to her home more than 3 times. How filial of you. But there was nothing she could do. This girl was her prize student, so she had to swallow her pride and come uninvited. After all, not only was the girl beautiful, but she was also the most monstrous talent of her year at the Jiangnan Federal Saint University. And now, she was thriving even more. It gave her a lot of prestige as a mentor. Who wouldn't love a student like that? The cute girl with a bit of baby fat took the tea, pouting her cherry lips at Mo Ningxuang. Sister Ningxuang is so mean. Since you graduated from the Prodigy training camp and became a high-ranking member of the Night Watchman, we've barely seen each other. It breaks my heart. The girl was named Zhou Ziyun. She was not only Tang Yun's only daughter, but also an elite high school senior at a prestigious school in Jiangnan Bay City. With excellent physical fitness and parents who both possessed S-rank abilities, she was expected to awaken a high-level ability herself. Coming to Lingzhou district from the Jiangnan province, the mother and daughter weren't just there to catch up with Mo Ningxuang. They were also very worried about Suye's situation. That blind, stubborn boy who insisted on participating in the awakening ceremony was a real handful. Tang Yun took a sip of tea and said helplessly, "Is that kid still determined to take part in the awakening ceremony?" She naturally understood her student's family situation. Tang Yun had a good impression of Suye. He was a polite and persistent, handsome young man. With such character and perseverance, once he awakened a powerful ability, his future would be limitless. But given his current condition, if he didn't awaken an ability that suited him, the more powerful it was, the more cruel it would be. 40 years ago, there was a girl born blind who awakened an S-rank elemental ability. But in the end, due to her disability, her combat experience was nearly 0, and she couldn't unleash the ability's power at all. Over time, it led to a mental breakdown, and she was consumed by the backlash of her own ability from overexertion. That's why even Tang Yun, a top mentor at the university, sincerely hoped Suye would give up on the awakening ceremony. Glancing at the staircase to the 2nd floor, Mo Ningxuang bit her lip. You know Xiao Ye's stubbornness, teacher. Not even 10 bulls could pull him back. He said if he missed the awakening, he would rather. I would rather be born again. Just then, Suye's calm voice came from the stairs. His tall, slender figure appeared, feeling the railing as he slowly walked down. Outside the villa gate, after half an hour of fruitless persuasion, Tang Yun and Mo Ningxuang, with grim expressions, watched as Zhou Ziyun carefully helped Suye into the hovering spirit energy car. Let's go. If we don't let him do it, he'll never be at peace and might even do something reckless. Instead of having it backfire, we might as well let him take part without any regrets. As for the result, hearing her teacher's sigh, Mo Ningxuang could only nod helplessly. I'll do my best to comfort him. As she spoke, she prayed silently. Her only wish now was for Suye to awaken a sensory-type ability. Even if it was just the lowest F rank, as long as it was sensory, it would be the best ability for Suye. In the car, just as Suye sat down, Zhou Ziyun leaned her cute face close to him. Su, don't be nervous. Even if you don't awaken an ability or get one that's not great, it's no big deal. Not to mention my mom is a powerhouse at the peak of the Sun Realm. With Sister Ningxuang's incredible SS rank talent, and me here to accompany you, I'm bound to awaken at least an A rank or even an S rank talent. I can definitely cover for you, so don't worry. Su? Covering for me? Am I really being forced to rely on others? Hearing the girl's cute yet slightly fierce tone, Suye's lip twitched. Don't worry, Ziyun. I'm pretty open-minded. If I don't awaken an ability, then that's just my fate. But a person has to have some hope. I feel like I should be able to awaken something. With the Asura's power, it should at least be at a C rank or B rank level, right? As for a more powerful A rank or even S rank, Su-Ye didn't dare think about it before the template was fully integrated. Hearing Su-Ye's words, Mo Ningxuang and Tang Yun looked at each other and both breathed a quiet sigh of relief. The fact that Su-Ye could say this showed that no matter how stubborn he was, he had somewhat prepared himself mentally. His temperament was far more stable than most people his age. Whoosh! With everything ready, the luxury automatic hovering car sped toward the Awakening Square. However, after an hour of travel, just as they were about to arrive at the largest awakening site in Lingzhou district, the cold system notifications suddenly rang out in Su-Ye's mind ahead of time. Ding! Asura Template integration complete, beginning the inheritance of wave authority for the host.
In his seat, Su-Ye was sandwiched between two beauties, Mo Ningxuang and Zhou Ziyun, one mature and one youthful. Their fragrance was truly intoxicating. But at this moment, he had no time to enjoy it. Hearing the system's notification, he felt a secret surge of joy. The integration actually finished ahead of schedule. Based on the previous loading speed estimates, he figured it would take at least until sometime after the awakening ceremony started to complete the fusion. Host, the template's integration progress moves from slow to fast. Well, how about that? This system doesn't play by the rules. I love it. Without a word, Su-Ye sank his consciousness into the system interface, and a character panel immediately popped up. Host of Su-Ye. Cultivation, none. Ability, wave authority, SSS plus. Energy points, none. Character template, Asura. Unlock progress, 0%. Template capacity, level 2. Can hold 2 character template. Wait, wave authority? SSS-Rank! His heart pounded wildly. The moment he looked at the panel, Su-Ye was instantly captivated by the 3 S's in the ability column. Before the integration was complete, the system had said that once finished, his original ability would be devoured. Asura's core power would then be converted into his new ability. This meant that the Asura's wave authority, when judged by the ability ratings of this world, was SSS-Rank, and there was even a plus sign. The implications were terrifyingly amazing. In this world, ability levels are ranked from weakest to strongest as FEDCBASSS. And the legendary SSS rank, known as the strongest, capable of rivaling the power of gods with a mortal body. Looking at the SSS rank wave authority, Su-Ye realized his previous expectations had been too shallow. He had thought having an Asura ability at C or maybe B rank would be good enough. His vision had been far too small. Just then, the system's notification chimed again. Ding! Due to the host's innate blindness, you have an extreme affinity with the Asura template. Therefore, you have gained 20% of the early stage unlock progress. Would you like to unlock this 20% of power now? Once unlocked, not only will the template's abilities improve, but the host's physical fitness, soul strength, and spiritual power level as an awakener will all receive an all-around boost. Unlock now? There's even a bonus like this? Su-Ye suddenly felt that being born blind wasn't such an unfortunate thing after all. He quickly communicated with the system. Don't unlock for now. I'll find an opportunity after the awakening ceremony. According to the system's hint, it was clear that once that initial 20% progress was unlocked, the power surging back from the Asura template would cause quite a stir. Tang Yun, a powerful solar rank awakener, was right there. Even the slightest change might be noticed. In this world, aside from those monsters hiding in human society disguised as people, it was almost impossible for a real human to become an awakener or control supernatural forces before their formal awakening. Therefore, Su-Ye naturally didn't want to be the exception. It would bring too much trouble. In the short time he was talking to the system, Tang Yun's luxury AT edition hovering spiritual car had already begun to descend slowly. The sounds of whistling wind echoed around them. In the sky, more spiritual cars shuttling through the city were also arriving one after another. Although supernatural power was everything in this world, technology had not remained stagnant. Nowadays, hovering spiritual cars powered by spiritual crystals had become a common mode of transportation. Of course, they were symbols of awakeners and the elite. Ordinary people were lucky to afford a basic four-wheeled electric car. The world is still as realistic as ever. As the spiritual cars roared overhead, the civilians below looked up with envious expressions. As expected of the annual Awakening Day, every year at this time, so many high-tech luxury cars that you usually never see suddenly show up. The people inside must all be awakeners, right? Awakeners. My boy is among the top 50 seniors in his high school this year, and his physical condition is pretty good. I really hope he can awaken an ability in the ceremony later and then clear out those monsters for the people. That would make all my hard work to put him through Awakening High School worth it. My second daughter is also participating this year, but I still remember clearly the lonely look on her older sister's face when she failed to awaken last year. As a father, I want them to awaken and live a brilliant life, but I don't want to see them disappointed. Well, let it be. No matter what happens, I'll always be their support. Don't be so pessimistic, brother. Speaking of which, do you think our Lingzhou district will have a miracle like the one from 2 years ago? Are you talking about that incredibly beautiful girl who awakened the SS-Rank ice element ability and shocked the whole dragon country? Yes, that's the one. She still leaves a deep impression on me. What a genius. Well, you two are in your 40s and fathers yourselves, yet you're still daydreaming. From my old perspective, it's impossible for Lingzhou district to produce another SS-Rank prodigy like that girl this year, or even in the next 10 or 20 years. We'd have to pray to the gods just to get an S-Rank talent. The old man is right. A carp leaping over the dragon gate is just survivor bias. I just hope Lingzhou can produce an S-Rank talent this year to save face. Hopefully, we won't have a disaster like last year where we didn't even have a single A-Rank, making us a laughingstock for other districts. As one of the districts in Jiangnan Base City, one of the 10 major survival bases in Dragon Country with 50 million people, last year was indeed pathetic. 2 years ago? An incredibly beautiful SS-Rank gifted girl? Inside the luxury spiritual car, Suye heard these discussions as the window had just been opened. He turned his handsome face slightly toward Moning Shuang, who was sitting on his right. Just as I thought. My foster sister is truly just as the internet says. She is already a household name in Jiangnan Base City and even throughout the Dragon Country. An SS-Rank talent, after all. Across the 7 great nations, there haven't been more than 100 such people since the Great Cataclysm a century ago. And he, Suye, had been meticulously cared for by such a legendary girl for over 10 years. Ahem. If I hadn't unlocked the wave authority that rivals the gods, I might really have ended up living off her for the rest of my life. While he was thinking, the car came to a smooth stop in a private VIP parking spot. After stepping elegantly out of the car, Tang Yun turned back to Suye. Brat, even though you gave me a heads up earlier, I want to state this clearly one more time. The Awakening Ceremony is a global event for the benefit of humanity, so it draws massive media attention every year. National TV will even broadcast it live across all platforms. The exposure is huge. She paused, and the tone of this top mentor from the Federal Holy University became serious. Because of this, the results of the Awakening will naturally lead to mixed reviews. In the past, many young people who didn't get the results they wanted couldn't handle the negative comments, and they often resorted to extreme behaviors. Your situation is a bit special, and you're Ning Shuang's foster brother. When we get to the scene, the comments might be even more harsh. As soon as she finished, Mo Ning Shuang, who was helping Suye out of the car, narrowed her beautiful eyes until they were as cold as blades. Who would dare? The woman who had been as gentle as water a moment ago instantly transformed into the cold god of death who slaughters monsters in the night. They had definitely touched a nerve. Little Zhou Ziyun waved her small fists. If anyone dares to say bad things about Xiao Ye, I'll definitely finish them off. Noticing their overreactions, Su Ye felt helpless. Do they really think I'm going to fail to awaken? According to the system, even without the SSS-Rank wave authority, his original ability was still S-Rank. If it weren't for his blindness, he, Su Ye, could have achieved greatness through his own efforts. The awakening ceremony is about to begin. All participating students, please enter the venue immediately. At that moment, a booming broadcast reached the parking area. Suye quickly changed the subject. Aunt Tang Yun, the ceremony is starting. Let's go in first. There was no point in saying anything to the 3 of them now. Once the wave authority awakened, they would understand. As he spoke, he gently pulled Mo Ning Shuang's arm, and she had no choice but to lead him toward the awakening square. Watching them walk away, Tang Yun rubbed her temples and turned to her daughter. Ziyun, remember to stay with your sister Ning Shuang and comfort that boy. Don't let him do anything reckless. Got it? Zhou Ziyun nodded cutely. Don't worry, Mom. I'm an expert at comforting people. I promise Susu won't shed a single tear. In this girl's mind, as long as someone didn't cry, even if they were miserable, it counted as being comforted. Soon, the mother and daughter also headed toward the entrance of the awakening square. Outside the square, a large crowd of students accompanied by their parents was flowing in an orderly line. Their young faces were filled with both excitement and nervous anticipation. The ceremony they had long awaited was finally about to begin.
As the largest awakening site in Lingzhou district, the Awakening Square's grandeur is beyond doubt. The entrance corridor and surrounding structures are built with expensive azure crystal, making them both sturdy and luxuriously pleasing to the eye. Thus, from a distance, Awakening Square looks like a palace from mythology, naturally inspiring a sense of awe. Meanwhile, at the VIP parking entrance, compared to the ordinary lanes outside where crowds wait in line, this area appears much more spacious and luxurious, as only the awakened and their families are allowed to enter through here. Inside the entrance, "Yo, you're here!" Su Ye and his companions had just stepped into the corridor when a young man in a gold-trimmed military uniform appeared, looking as if he had been waiting for a long time. He approached with a smile, his tall and upright physique drawing near like a towering wall. Combined with his handsome features that radiated solemnity and authority, his temperament was far beyond that of any ordinary awakened. This man was Ye Huang, the head of the Lingzhou Awakening Square and one of the district's military powerhouses. But seeing him, Tang Yun spoke in an annoyed tone. "So you've already caught wind of this?" As expected of the Dragon Country military supernova, teased by his most respected teacher, Ye Huang didn't get angry. Instead, his face was full of smiles. He replied with a laugh, "Teacher, even if I become the top leader of the military, I'll always be your precious student. Since it's rare for you to visit Lingzhou, of course I had to be the first to know." As he spoke, he walked straight to Su Ye's side and threw an arm around his shoulders under Mo Ningxuang's murderous gaze. "It's still Su Ye who's a true friend for telling me right away. That's why I've come personally to oversee this ceremony, to support my dear brother Su Ye and sister Ziyun." Su Ye rubbed his nose awkwardly and said, "I only contacted Brother Huang ahead of time because I was afraid Sister Ningxuang really wouldn't let me join the ceremony." Tang Yun and Mo Ningxuang were the ones who opposed his participation in the awakening ceremony. Only Ye Huang, Tang Yun's former genius student, Mo Ningxuang's senior, and the military supernova, he was the only one who supported Su Ye in taking part in the awakening. His exact words were, "I, Ye Huang, hereby swear to unconditionally support Su Ye's awakening. Whoever stops him will have to answer to me." Brother Huang even got into a serious physical altercation with his wife from a prominent clan over this matter. That was because his quiet wife also didn't want Su Ye to be crushed by the disappointment after awakening, putting her on Mo Ningxuang's side. That was exactly why Tang Yun and Mo Ningxuang were giving Ye Huang such a cold shoulder. Like right now, the two of them were glaring at him intensely. If this guy hadn't been secretly encouraging Su Ye probably wouldn't be so stubborn about this, would he? "Don't glare at me. If teacher and my junior sister were truly firm about it, they wouldn't have let Su Ye come to the square in the first place." Under that death stare, Ye Huang pulled himself together, dropped the playful grin, and became serious. He transformed into that solemn, iron-faced young commander. He looked solemnly at Mo Ningxuang. "Junior sister, you know that with Su Ye's determination, he wouldn't listen to you even without my support. We should believe in him. Even if the awakening doesn't go well, we'll still be here for him, won't we?" After speaking, Ye Huang casually pulled Su Ye along towards the VIP seats of the awakening square. Watching their arrogant strides from behind, Tang Yun pulled Mo Ningxuang's hand with a sigh. "Let's go, Ningxuang. Your senior is actually doing this for the boy's sake." Mo Ningxuang nodded, but her voice suddenly turned pained. "My senior and his wife are very good to me and Su Ye. How could I blame him? I just blame myself for being useless. Even as a high-ranking member of the Night Watchers, I still can't heal Su Ye's eyes." Thump. Tang Yun gave her a sharp flick on the forehead and said sternly, "How many times have I told you? Don't think like that. I've been having people search for spiritual medicine, and with your senior's military status, he's looking too. Keep at it, and we'll find a way eventually." Mo Ningxuang rubbed her head, her beautiful crescent eyes gradually becoming firm. "I understand, teacher." Only in front of her teacher would she show such a vulnerable side, and her teacher could always put her at ease. On the other side, Ye Huang had already led Su Ye to the highest row of VIP seats, a position that overlooked the entire awakening square. From there, both the parents seating on the outskirts and the group of young men and women waiting in the center were clearly visible. Of course, these seats were reserved for people of high status in Lingzhou district. As Ye Huang took his seat, everyone in the VIP area immediately turned their gaze toward him. "It's Commander Ye. I heard he's the one presiding over the ceremony this time." Who is that boy, with his eyes closed next to him, to be treated like that by Commander Ye? Which family's prodigy is he? Not only were the heads of the Great Awakening clans curious, but the younger generation beside them also looked at Su Ye with envy. To be greeted with a smile by a role model like Commander Ye, whom countless young people admired, truly made everyone curious about the boy's background. At that moment, a tall figure in purple sat down right next to Su Ye. It was Mo Ningxuang and the other two women who had arrived late. This caused the crowd, who were already focused on Su Ye, to freeze again, and then their pupils suddenly contracted. This stunningly beautiful face. It's her. Someone suddenly cried out in surprise. Instantly, the other candidates waiting for the ceremony to begin and the common citizens below all looked over. After being drawn to that striking and graceful figure in purple, eyes everywhere went wide. In the next moment, the entire awakening square erupted into a frenzy. That face. No way! Am I seeing things? Is that the girl who awakened an SS-Rank ability 2 years ago? It's her! That impossibly beautiful face. I saw it 2 years ago when I brought my eldest son for his awakening. 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and she's even more dazzling now. Truly a daughter of heaven. Look where she's sitting. Even the people from great clans seem a level below her. She must be a big shot now. She really is Lingzhou's legendary girl. This girl is gorgeous, and she has such talent. If only my son could marry a girl like that. Too bad that brat isn't worthy. At the scene, the common folk stared at Mo Ningxuang, expressing their wonder and praise. Some young boys even had flushed faces as they stole glances at Mo Ningxuang. To them, Mo Ningxuang was their dream goddess, far more beautiful than any school belle. Unlike the common people, the powerful figures of the awakening clans didn't dare say a word. Having Ye Huang presiding over the event was already enough to overwhelm them. They never expected the monstrously talented Ice Queen, and even that terrifying instructor from Federal Saint University, Senior Tang, to be here as well. You should know, if these three were to stomp their feet, it would be enough to send tremors through the Night Watchers, the military, and the educational circles of the awakened. Facing such beings, how would they dare speak out of turn? If they displeased these three, they would be in for a catastrophe. In the VIP seats, seeing that the time was right, Ye Huang smiled at Zhou Ziyun and Su Ye. Do you two want to go up and awaken now? I can wait until my dear brother and sister are finished before officially announcing the start. Hearing this, Tang Yun sighed and rubbed her forehead. Act normal. You're the person in charge this time. Follow the rules. Ye Huang nodded. You're right, teacher. Fine, let the kids in front serve as a warm-up. Maybe that'll help Su Ye and Ziyun awaken better abilities. The clan leaders sitting nearby felt their faces turn the color of liver upon hearing this. Using their descendants as a warm-up? Damn it. This Commander Yi was just as the rumors said, solemn and impartial when being serious. But once he starts protecting his own, he's practically unreasonable. But there was nothing they could do. He was the person in charge and a future pillar of the military. They were furious, but dared not speak out. Soon Ye Huang looked at a soldier in the center of the square. The soldier nodded and shouted with authority, "Quiet." Once the scene had fallen completely silent, he continued to announce, in order of performance, the high school with the best overall score in Lingzhou district will go first. As he finished speaking, a boy from a noble family, who happened to be sitting in the row directly below Su Ye, stood up. He was the first from Lingzhou's top noble high school to take the stage, but his face was dark with annoyance. After anyone would be unhappy being called a warm-up. Humph, I'm already jealous enough that the blind kid is sitting next to the goddess, and now I have to be his warm-up. You got to be kidding me. He was going to awaken a high-level ability and become the star of this ceremony, giving that Commander Ye a slap in the face. With that thought, the boy walked onto the stage with his head held high, and under everyone's gaze, placed his hand on the awakening stone.
The Awakening Stele. This is the vital artifact that gives humans a chance to awaken extraordinary abilities. It contains a mysterious spiritual mist known to modern awakeners as psionic energy. It is a heaven-sent power capable of drawing out the latent potential of the human body. Of course, those who can actually channel it and awaken an ability are a small minority, less than 1 in 10. If someone does awaken, their strength is judged by the reaction of the awakening stele. For those with weak abilities, the stele emits only a dim light. Those who fail to awaken altogether do not even have the right to make the stele flicker with a single spark of light. But for those with powerful abilities, the commotion they cause will be truly staggering. The awakening stele will radiate a vast and brilliant glow, a manifestation of infinite potential. 2 years ago, when Mo Ningfrost awakened her SS-Rank ability, Netherfrost Ice, that breathtaking violet blue light enveloped the entire awakening plaza, soaring 10,000 meters into the sky. That day, you could hear a pin drop in the plaza as everyone stared blankly at that elegant figure. The entire Dragon Nation was deeply shaken. Anyone from the Lingzhou district who witnessed that ceremony has that scene permanently etched into their mind. Even now, 2 years later, it remains the dream scenario that countless young people in Lingzhou hope to recreate, just like this noble youth currently on stage, whose heart is racing with nerves and burning ambition. He is filled with high hopes, desperate to awaken a high-level ability and shock the world. "SSS-Rank! SSS-Rank!" As his palm touched the awakening stele, the boy screamed inwardly, sweat beads forming on his forehead from tension. However, after several minutes passed, a faint white glimmer appeared on the stele for a brief moment before quickly fading away. Zhang-san, ordinary power type, F rank. As the soldier announced the result, the face of the noble youth, Zhang-san, instantly turned deathly pale. F rank! And it was the most common ordinary type. Abilities are divided into 6 major categories: elemental, special, weapon soul, phantom beast, support, and ordinary. Among them, elemental, special, and weapon soul are the strongest and the types everyone dreams of awakening. The latter 3 are weaker, especially the ordinary type, which is extremely common. It might be okay if the ability rank was high, but if it is low tier, like Zhang San's F rank, it really is as weak as it gets, at most granting a tiny bit of extra strength. No matter how much he trains, he can never become a true awakener. In an instant, despair, suffocation, and confusion flooded his mind, leaving him standing there in a daze. I really ended up as a failure? How is that possible? He was a student at the top noble high school in Lingzhou district. As the result was announced, the commoners watching below and the other students waiting for their turn all gasped in shock. How could it only be F rank? An ordinary type F rank? Unbelievable! He was in the first group on stage, one of the best students in Lingzhou. An F rank ability makes it almost impossible to become a real awakener. Even basic awakener universities won't accept him. Could this year be like the last where we don't even have a single A-rank genius? Is it really okay to start off with such despair? In the Awakening Plaza, some students who were about to go up had lost their initial confidence, their faces dripping with sweat, especially the noble students in the first batch. Even if their physical tests were excellent and their parents were strong awakeners with great genes, they began to feel restless and anxious. This was a once-in-a-lifetime ceremony. They truly did not want to fail. But the awakening ceremony is just that cruel. The successful ones are always the few. In the VIP seating area, seeing Zhang San walk down from the platform with lifeless eyes. Moaning Frost looked at Su-Ye beside her with a hint of worry in her beautiful eyes. She was truly afraid that Su-Ye would be crushed like that boy. If the chances are so slim for students with healthy and excellent bodies, then what about Su-Ye, who was born blind? Even Ye Huang, sitting on Su-Ye's other side, no longer had the same confidence in his brother as before. One could tell by the slight trembling of his crossed legs. Next! Cruel as it was, the awakenings continued. The top students from Lingzhou's elite noble high school went up one by one, looking extremely nervous. Ordinary speed type, F rank, next. Phantom beast type, Iron Claw Cat, E rank, next. Elemental type, Fire Element, Fire Snake, D rank, not bad. After about 60 students failed to achieve anything decent, someone finally produced a result that was somewhat acceptable. Yes, it is an elemental type. The female student started jumping for joy, absolutely thrilled. The suffocating tension in the air eased slightly after her result was revealed. However, the awakeners on the high platform were frowning and smiling bitterly, because this awakening success rate was even worse than last year. Last year, at least after the first few dozen students, an ordinary type B rank had appeared. But this year, nearly 100 students in, there is only one D rank. Even if it is an elemental type, it is still a pathetic showing. Faced with this outcome, the soldier presiding over the event could only say helplessly, "Do not lose heart next." As his weary words fell, the remaining students had no choice but to brace themselves and continue. But the results were still incredibly poor. Several hours passed, and among most of the noble high schools in Lingzhou, only a few B-rank ordinary types had appeared. Meanwhile, on the national live broadcast screens, in the main Jiangnan district, many B-rank and even A-rank geniuses of various categories had already been born. Even an S-rank prodigy had emerged. This caused the young men and women in the Lingzhou Awakening Plaza to hang their heads in shame. How embarrassing! I can't watch this anymore. On the VIP seats, Zhou Ziyun saw the gloomy atmosphere, put her hands on her hips, and stood up. I'll go. Hearing this, Su-Ye encouraged her. Good luck, Ziyun. He was quite confident in Zhou Ziyun's talent. After all, both her parents were S-rank powerhouses. She attended the best noble high school in the Jiangnan main district and was ranked in the top 10. All things considered, even if her result was bad, it shouldn't be too terrible. Don't worry about me, Susu. But you should do your best too. As the girl spoke, she suddenly felt a bit of hesitation about going up first. Because if she awakened a high-level ability, Susu might feel a lot of pressure when it was his turn. If he failed to awaken, she was afraid he would forget it. She would just have to comfort Susu properly when the time came. Mom, Ye Huang, Ningfrost, I'm off. Turning back to give a cute peace sign, Zhou Ziyun walked straight down from the observation deck. The moment she left the VIP area, all eyes were drawn to her beautiful figure. She was already pretty and cute, and sitting with legends like Ye Huang and Mo Ningfrost made it impossible for her to go unnoticed. Those in power who knew Zhou Ziyun's identity swallowed hard, their eyes fixed on the young girl. Senior Tang is an S-rank powerhouse. His daughter certainly won't be lacking. Perhaps she will also awaken a powerful S-rank ability. If so, their Lingzhou district could regain some dignity. Even though Zhou Ziyun wasn't originally from Lingzhou, since she was awakening here, she would still be representing them in a way, right? That girl's background seems incredible. I hope she gets a high-level ability. This year's success rate is making me lose my mind. My son actually only got a common E-rank, Sigh. To be able to sit with that legendary girl who is impossibly beautiful, she shouldn't be bad. It has to be an A-rank. Otherwise, Lingzhou's reputation will be completely ruined. She doesn't look nervous at all. Is she really that confident? The commoners, after hours of depressing results, were numb. Now, seeing this elegant girl with a powerful background step down, they all felt a glimmer of hope again. Ziyun is here. The presiding soldier managed a rare smile upon seeing Zhou Ziyun. As Commander Yi's confidant, he had met the girl a few times. "Hello, Uncle Zhou." After greeting him politely, Zhou Ziyun took a deep breath, her cute face tensing up. Others saw her as confident, but only she knew she was actually terrified and was just acting calm. Without hesitation, her small, pale hand pressed onto the awakening Stella, and in the next instant, a low hum vibrated through the air. Accompanied by an invisible vibration, a soft light blue glow surged from the steel. In the blink of an eye, it had risen dozens of meters high.
In the center of the awakening square, a soft, pale blue light with a chilling aura poured out from the stone tablet. It almost completely enveloped the awakening platform in the middle of the square, and the crowd could no longer see that small, delicate figure. Overhead, the light continued to soar with an astonishing momentum. 50 meters. 80 meters. Soon it broke through the 100-meter mark, painting the sky in a beautiful shade of pale blue. The awakening light shot up 100 meters into the sky. This is the symbol of reaching an A-grade ability. In other words, this little girl, Zhou Ziyun, is at least an A-grade genius. And looking at this momentum, it's likely not over yet, because that pale blue light of potential is still surging wildly. The audience was already stunned into silence by the spectacle, with only the sound of people swallowing hard in shock. It took a long while before they finally snapped out of it. Good heavens, this little girl is incredible. According to what they say online, if the potential light reaches this height, she is already an A-grade genius, right? More than that, look at the current momentum. That pale blue glow is still rising. Could it be S-grade? S-grade. Aside from that legendary girl 2 years ago, the last S-grade in the Lingzhou district was 6 years ago. I am so jealous. If my kid could be an S, no, even a B-grade. A B-grade ability would be enough to make me satisfied. In the VIP seating area, Ye Huang looked at his teacher with a smile. Congratulations, teacher. It seems a fierce mother breeds no weak daughter. That girl is still far behind Ningxuang. She said that, but from the slight curve of Tang Yun's lips, it was clear she was very happy. After all, as a parent, how could she not be overjoyed to see her child being so outstanding? Mo Ningxuang, sitting nearby, was naturally happy that Zhou Ziyun awakened a high-level ability. However, she was mostly focusing her attention on the changes in Su Ye's expression, because every person in the crowd was currently marveling at the commotion Ziyun had caused. Although Xiao Ye couldn't see it, he could definitely hear these voices. People subconsciously compare themselves to others, especially since Ziyun and Xiaoye are about the same age. They are two young people undergoing their awakening on the very same day. She was truly afraid that Xiaoye would be discouraged by the girl's success. That's why she had to pay close attention to the young man's expression. If anything felt wrong, she would stop his awakening immediately, even if it meant being hated for it. She wouldn't let Xiaoye suffer any irreparable mental harm. Beside her, Ye Huang and Tang Yun also glanced at Su Ye almost imperceptibly. Even their praise for Ziyun just now was intentional, meant to test the boy's mental state. However, did Ziyun awaken some powerful ability? Su Ye kept his eyes closed and chuckled naturally. Hee. This girl really is amazing. Seeing the boy so calm, the three of them were secretly astonished. He wasn't affected at all. Ye Huang immediately winked at Tang Yun and Mo Ningxuang, looking quite smug. It was as if he was saying, "See, I told you, you can't shake AI's resolve. My little brother is just that excellent." Meanwhile, back on the awakening platform, Zhou Ziyun's eyes were filled with a soft, pale blue light, her hair fluttering as she looked incredibly divine. The potential light rising above her head continued to pierce the sky. Countless people in the Lingzhou district looked on in awe and wonder. A few more minutes passed. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the pale blue light finally came to a stop. It had actually reached a height of just over 3,000 meters? 3,000 meters. The very limit of an S-grade ability. The presiding officer Joe looked at the words appearing on the stone tablet and hurriedly announced with excitement. Zhou Ziyun, Elemental System, Water Element, Sea Heart Holy Water, S-grade. The moment he finished speaking, the noisy chatter at the scene fell silent, leaving only the faint sound of people gasping in awe. Although most had already guessed from the spectacular sight that this girl would likely be an S-grade prodigy, but when the result was finally laid out before them, it was still hard to believe. S-grade. In the last century across the entire globe, there haven't been many of them. Every S-grade awakener is the ultimate force for humanity against the cunning and evil entities. The reason humans can still survive today as they did in times of peace is thanks to the protection of these powerhouses. Therefore, every single S-grade awakener is prioritized for development by the nation and revered by the people. It really is S-grade. Little Zhou Ziyun looked at the result on the stone tablet and ran straight back to the VIP area in excitement. Her chubby baby face was flushed as she giggled. "I didn't let you guys down, did I? Hee hee." Tang Yun pulled the girl into her arms, her smile uncontrollable. "My precious girl." Being held by her mother, the girl's eyes suddenly welled up. If Dad were still here, he'd be so happy too. Ever since her father died 14 years ago while resisting an invasion of evil, he sacrificed himself to hold back most of the high-tier evil entities alone, and this event had always been a hurdle she couldn't overcome. Today was one of the most important days of her life, yet her father couldn't be there to share the joy. For a moment, one could only imagine how bittersweet the girl felt. Looking at her daughter, a trace of grief appeared on Tang Yun's still elegant face, but she recovered quickly. "Silly girl, you're so outstanding, your father must be overjoyed. There, don't cry." The girl recovered quickly too. Wiping her tears, she held Suye's hand with a tearful smile, sending some luck to Susu. "Good luck." Feeling the touch on his hand, Suye grinned. "Zion's luck, huh? Sounds good. Let's awaken now." With that, he stood up. The crowd, which had been focused on the prodigy Zhou Ziyun, suddenly shifted their attention to Suye. "Oh, is that boy who's been keeping his eyes closed, the one everyone's jealous of, going to awaken too? He looks to be about 18, so he should be. Wait, since he also has a powerful background, could he also awaken an S-grade ability? You're dreaming. S-grade? It's already a miracle that our Lingzhou district produced that S-grade prodigy girl just now." Exactly. If everyone could awaken an S-grade, the evil spirits and monsters in this world would have been wiped out long ago. But that boy clearly has a major background. Even if it's not S-grade, it shouldn't be bad. Just look at his fit and slender physique. You can tell he's definitely put in a lot of hard work. He is quite rare, and handsome too. But why does he always keep his eyes closed? Many people on site were carefully sizing up Suye, including the leaders of the awakening clans, who were equally curious. They could find out about Zhou Ziyun through various channels, but this was truly the first time they'd heard of Suye. And right then, they saw Mo Ningxuang and Ye Huang gently supporting Suye on both sides as they walked down the stage. Those who were watching Suye were instantly stunned, their eyes widening in surprise. Wait, this boy's eyes. Could there be something wrong with them? Ziyun's S-rank achievement highlights the hereditary nature of power, but the crowd's pity for Suye reveals a deep-seated social bias. They assume disability equals weakness, ignoring the possibility that sensory deprivation could trigger a far more profound spiritual awakening. While the crowd obsesses over visual spectacle, Suye's blindness might actually be his greatest asset. True mastery in high-stakes environments often requires sensory deprivation to unlock internal potential that sight-reliant warriors simply cannot access.
At this very moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Suye's tightly closed eyes. They originally thought this young man kept his eyes closed because of some special habit. Because of this, a small number of people even thought Suye was an extremely arrogant person. After all, he didn't even spare a glance at the awakening ceremony currently taking place. But now, seeing that legendary prodigy and Ye Huang, these two elites slowly leading the young man down the steps arm in arm, they suddenly realized that the boy didn't close his eyes because of habit or arrogance. It was because there was something wrong with his eyes. He couldn't open them to see at all. Looking at the situation now, this boy is practically disabled, and yet he is still here to participate in the awakening ceremony? This is too much, too cruel. For a moment, the young people who previously harbored envy, jealousy, and hate towards Suye all cast sympathetic looks his way, because everyone understands what it means to participate in an awakening while blind. It means despair. It means enduring several times the shock and torture of a normal person. Even if these normal students fail their awakening, they can still work hard and live as ordinary mortals. But once that boy fails his awakening, he will spend the rest of his life in darkness. Even if he succeeds, if he can't solve his eye problem, the result will be even crueler than the first, unless he awakens an ability that can fix blindness. But the probability of that, it is not even worth mentioning. They would rather bet that Su Ye could awaken an S-rank ability like Zhou Ziyun than bet on that third possibility. Go for it, young man. Anything is possible. No one knew who shouted it first. In the next moment, many ordinary parents with good values also chimed in with words of encouragement. That is right. It is already great that you had the courage to come. Good luck, handsome young man. Maybe you really will awaken a sensory-type ability. Take a gamble. You can do it. The young man's courage is admirable. I'm a fan. You have to awaken a good ability, okay? Of course, where there are good people, there are also those with twisted views who can't stand to see others do well. A bunch of hypocrites. Cheering him on? He is blind and still comes here to court death. Is not he just asking for trouble? Exactly. Even if he does not awaken, someone will still take care of him and he will live in luxury. Why worry? Unlike us, if we fail, we will face the harsh reality of society. It is so damn unfair. Actually, God is fair. He is so handsome and has a goddess looking after him. Is not it normal for him to be blind? He wants to awaken a sensory ability? Why do not you say he will awaken a legendary SSS-Rank sensory ability that rivals the gods? These twisted voices only dared to mutter quietly. After all, Su Ye had quite a background, and these people didn't dare to say it out loud. As ordinary people, they would surely suffer if targeted by an awaken. But with Mo Ningxuang and Ye Huang's powerful spiritual cultivation and hearing, how could the mutterings of these ordinary people escape them? Mo Ningxuang's charming, crescent moon eyes instantly turned ice cold, swirling with killing intent. The night watchers and the military had been risking their lives in the night to resist the appearing monsters and the secret realms from beyond. They protected the safety of these ordinary people to minimize casualties, but they never expected to be repaid with such words. Although she knew such scum were only a small minority, for them to dare speak ill of Xiao Ye. She could not stand it. Junior sister, calm down. Let's wait until Ai finishes his awakening. Beside her, Yi Huang's battle-hardened eyes had also turned extremely cold, but he still used his aura to suppress his junior sister. Taking a deep breath to suppress her killing intent, Mo Ningxuang quickly gave Su Ye a gentle smile. Xiao Ye, don't be nervous. Listen, so many people are encouraging you. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Su Ye nodded with a light smile. I hope I can awaken a good ability. He had actually heard those mutterings as well. One must know he had already inherited the wave power. Although he had not unlocked the 20% progress, his hearing had already received a terrifying boost. He could just barely hear from this distance of several dozen meters. He just didn't care. Soon, Ye Huang and Mo Ningxuang brought Su Ye to the base of the awakening platform. Being led up to awaken by two of the Dragon Country supernovas made him the center of attention. Even one of the national live broadcast screens was showing this special scene, causing viewers in the other 9 base cities to discuss it endlessly. But just then, the largest screen in the center suddenly switched, and one image directly covered all the screens. On the screen was an incredibly beautiful young girl standing before the awakening monolith like a celestial maiden. Around her, ethereal sword shadows stood tall, covering the awakening plaza for thousands of meters. They emitted a buzzing, sharp ringing of swords, and above the girl's head, an ethereal jade sword hung high in the sky. Endless jade-colored light surged from the blade, sweeping in all directions and piercing through the clouds. Such a phenomenon was even more exaggerated than the commotion Zhou Ziyun had just caused. People watching the ceremony across the 10 base cities of Dragon Country were immediately stunned by the giant screen. To be precise, they were stunned by the girl who had created such a vast phenomenon. What's going on? It's a phenomenon caused by an awakening. Heavens, it is not from our Jiangnan base city. Which city is it? Magic City! This is the Magic City base city channel. The scale of this phenomenon, I saw something like it 2 years ago. Wait, could this be? It is definitely beyond the S-rank level. It is even more brilliant than the light that water element girl from our Lingzhou district just triggered. On the Lingzhou district awakening plaza, everyone stared at the giant screen in horror. Even Tang Yun, the powerful Sun Realm figure, was shocked. Potential equal to Ningxuang Magic City, is it that little girl? At that moment, an excited male voice came from the screen. Magic City Base City Tantai Schwanner Weapon Soul Type Jade Spirit Sword Soul SS-Rank. As the excited voice faded, whether they were at the scene or staring at the screens, the awakened and the ordinary citizens of Dragon Country, their eyes widened like light bulbs. A top-tier weapon soul type SS-Rank. Tantai Schwanner Magic City. Only 2 years later, and another SS-Rank monster has appeared in Dragon Country, a prodigy whose talent is enough to rival Moaning Shuang. Unlike the ordinary people at the scene, some individual awakened immediately thought of more. Because of this girl, they had heard of her. The Tantai family of Magic City, a hidden great clan from 100 years ago. The family of the Sword Saint, one of the 10 strongest humans. And this Tantai Shuana was the jewel of the Tantai family, only 18 years old. Her awakening ceremony happened to be today. No wonder she could awaken such an ability.
At the Lingzhou District Awakening Plaza, the crowd remained deeply immersed in the phenomenon created by Tantai Shuaner for a long time. Even after the vision faded and the stunning girl left the platform with a light smile, many boys remained dazed. Clearly, to these ogling idiots, her beauty was even more captivating than her peerless talent. Tantai Shuaner, what a beautiful name. What a stunning woman. Brothers, I think I just found another goddess for my dreams. Me too. No, make it 3. That water element genius girl from earlier was so cute. And then there is our legendary ice goddess of Lingzhou. Now the Magic City has added another one. Even though I smoke, drink, and failed my awakening, I still want to have a chance encounter with a goddess. I hope the heavens grant me this. Hey buddy, my piss is yellow. Let me splash you back to reality. Meanwhile, at the largest awakening temple in the Magic City base, a group of local awakeners from the Magic City watched Tantai Shuaner walk down from the temple with looks of pride. Mrs. Shuaner is truly our city's genius. She suppressed the youth of the other 9 base cities without breaking a sweat. Ha ha ha, naturally. After all, she is a descendant of the Tantai family. This feels great. 2 years ago, that Moaning Shuang from Jiangnan made all 9 base cities, including ours and the imperial capital, hang our heads in shame. Now we can finally hold our heads high. This is so satisfying. In my opinion, if Miss Shuaner had been born 2 years earlier, there is no way Moaning Shuang would have stayed at the top. It is satisfying, but we cannot be too careless. The ceremony is not over yet. What if another double S-rank monster pops up in Jiangnan? Ha ha ha. You have a real talent for sarcasm, brother. Fine, I will join the jinxing. If any of the remaining youngsters in Jiangnan turn out to be a monster on par with Miss Shuaner, I will live stream myself doing a handstand while having diarrhea. Good grief, you are ruthless. I will keep it simple. I will live stream myself wearing black stockings and walking down the busiest commercial street in the Magic City. Ha ha ha. You guys are masters of sarcasm. On the VIP stand of the Tantai family, Tantai Shuaner walked with light steps and soon sat down beside a handsome middle-aged man. Her delicate, picture-perfect face instantly lost its cold, ethereal look the moment she saw him. Her obsidian-bright eyes showed a hint of mischief. Father, you have to keep your word. As long as I become the most outstanding one this year, you must let me go to the Federal Holy University in Jiangnan to study with Ziyun. The handsome man was none other than the current head of the Tantai family, Tantai Jin. He was Tantai Shuaner's father, and also one of the high-ranking figures presiding over the Night Watcher organization in the Magic City. His own father was one of the 10 strongest humans on Earth, the mysterious Sword Saint of the Dragon Kingdom. His power and influence were immense. Faced with his daughter's questioning, Tantai Jin pulled a serious face. You silly girl, is it not good to stay here at the Magic City Federal Holy University? If you want to see that girl from the Zhou family, you can visit whenever you want. Besides, your grandfather is one of the most powerful beings in the world. Now that you have awakened a sword-type weapon soul ability, your growth speed by his side will be far beyond what you could achieve in Jiangnan. The Federal Holy University was jointly funded by 7 nations, with one built in each of the 7 great powers base cities. It was an international university for awakeners, gathering geniuses from everywhere. The entry requirements were strict, requiring at least a C-rank ability to enroll. The Magic City base itself was slightly stronger than the Jiangnan base. The education at the Federal Holy University here was certainly no worse than the one in Jiangnan, and the resources were even more abundant. Therefore, as a father, he naturally wanted his daughter to stay local. But he had been foolish a few days ago. He had actually made a bet with this little girl. No way! Tantai Shuaner's pretty face instantly stiffened, her eyes wide with indignation. I promised Ziyun that we would go to the same university together. And father, you made a bet with me. You must be a good sport and accept your loss. Her fierce little look left Tantai Jin speechless. After a long silence, the father stubbornly said, Little girl, I have not lost this bet yet. Maybe another double S-rank monster like you will show up soon. Do not be in such a hurry. He said that, but he knew in his heart he had probably lost. Another doubles rank? If such a probability existed, then 2 years ago, the youth from the 9 base cities including the Magic City would not have been crushed so badly by that Mo girl. In the last 100 years, even including those double S-rank heroes who died in battle, there were fewer than 100 of them in the entire world. Father, although you usually teach me to be humble, I have to be arrogant just this once. I, Tantai Schwerner, am calling it. Among the remaining people, it is absolutely impossible for anyone to have better talent than me, not even 1/10. If there really is some guy who gets incredibly lucky. Girl showed a dangerous smile. If anyone dares to stop me from going to Jiangnan to be with Zion, I will never let them hear the end of it for the rest of my life. Of course, that scenario is impossible. Father, you are just being stubborn. Hehe. Seeing his daughter's disdainful gaze, Tantai Jin gritted his teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, back at the Awakening Plaza in Lingzhou District, after the shocking aftershocks of Tantai Schwerner's awakening passed, the crowd turned their attention back to Su Ye, mostly with looks of sympathy and pity. Sigh. Some people are born destined for a bright future, like Tantai Schwerner, but others are born into a life full of hardships, just like this boy who was clearly born blind. But regardless, life must go on. They could only hope that the boy would awaken an ability that suited him. In front of the awakening stele, Mo Ningxuang looked at Su Ye gently. Xiao Ye, are you ready? Ye Huang patted his younger brother's shoulder. Be a man. Don't be afraid. Worst case scenario, we just go down swinging. Brother Yi Huang, even if I fail, I am not going to die. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Ye placed his hand on the awakening stele without hesitation. You should have said the next part, may we live for 10,000 years? The words fell. Inside Su Ye's body, it felt as though some shackles had finally been shattered. Whoosh! From the awakening stele, a wave of golden light suddenly erupted. It was like a golden ocean flowing out, rapidly sweeping across the entire awakening plaza. One by one, mysterious golden runes appeared above his head, spinning faster and faster. If one listened closely, there seemed to be a sacred sound, like the whispering of gods and spirits. In the next moment, a pillar of golden light rose from Su Ye, shooting straight toward the heavens. Hum! 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 In an instant, the golden light pierced through layer after layer of clouds, charging toward the depths of the infinite starry sky.
At this moment, the awakening square, spanning several kilometers and capable of holding hundreds of thousands of people, was completely engulfed in a golden ocean. It was as if a golden sun had descended upon the world, turning the entire earth into a realm of gold. Everything, without exception, was dyed in a golden hue at this instant. Furthermore, that golden flood continued to sweep outward. In the blink of an eye, it had spread far beyond the awakening square. Starting from the square, one skyscraper after another and tens of thousands of streets were overtaken. Even countless civilians were swept into it, finding themselves bathed in the golden radiance. The faces reflecting the gold showed expressions of utter bewilderment, and people stood frozen in place, dazed. What is going on? Have I freaking turned into gold? Wait, could this be an attack by the evil entities? Should we head to the shelter? The sirens haven't gone off, so probably not. My God, look at that. Everyone, look at that golden pillar of light. After the initial shock, many people quickly noticed the towering golden pillar above Su Ye's head that pierced the heavens, their faces filled with horror. It is coming from the direction of the awakening square. Is this more commotion from the ceremony? But this is way too exaggerated. This is even more ridiculous than that pale blue light from before. You can't even see where it ends. I am watching the live stream. It is indeed from the awakening ceremony. This year is just unbelievable. Can you believe a blind boy actually caused this? No way. I have to go to the awakening square and see for myself what is happening. In the entire Lingzhou district, everyone stopped what they were doing. They flocked toward the awakening square while staring at the live streams on their phones. If the disturbance caused by Zhou Ziyun earlier only made them look on with envy and wonder. Then Su Ye's sacred golden radiance, which was about to cover the entire Lingzhou district, drove their curiosity to the point of madness. It was a sense of awe and a thirst for knowledge regarding something that exceeded their understanding. Now, they had only one thought. They had to witness with their own eyes what kind of ability the blind boy at the bottom of that golden pillar had awakened. Inside the awakening square, the atmosphere was eerie and strange. Silence! A terrifying silence. Everyone held their breath, gasping, not even daring to make a sound. Their faces were flushed as they stared at the awakening stage with wide eyes. Though the blind boy's back was obscured by the golden light, they knew he was right there. Could this be another SSS-Rank monster? At that moment, a trembling voice was the first to break the silence. As soon as those words were spoken, everyone's heart skipped a beat. SSS-Rank! Was another peerless SS-Rank monster about to be born in their Lingzhou district. They wouldn't have even dared to dream of this. Looking at the scale, this is just as impressive as the commotion Dantai Schwanner made. The light of potential has covered the entire square. It really could be SS rank. Incredible! Absolutely incredible! What is going on this year? First, the Magic Capital-based city gets an SS rank monster like Dantai Schwanner, and now our Lingzhou district is getting one. This is crazier than my wife having quintuplets. But soon, many people came to their senses and thought about Su Ye's blind eyes. For that boy, is this really a good thing? They say the world of Awakeners is brutal, requiring life and death battles against cunning evil entities in the dead of night. That is the only way to grow through desperate circumstances! It came back to the same problem. If the boy cannot get an ability that solves his blindness, even with a peerless SS rank talent, in the early stages without sight, how will he train? How will he fight those cunning evil entities? And how will he grow? Although it is said that after becoming a powerful Awakener, one gains sensory abilities beyond those of ordinary people, allowing them to fight even without eyes. But if he doesn't survive the hardships of the early stages, how can he transform into a powerful Awakener? For that boy, this is a necessary and cruel path, unless this sacred golden SS rank ability is a sensory type. If so, Su Ye's achievements would certainly not be lower than those of Dantai Schwanner. In the VIP seating area, Tang Yun, who held the same thoughts, suddenly changed expression. What is happening? 20 minutes have passed. Why hasn't the spreading golden light stopped? And that pillar of light too? She had been using her perception since the beginning, so she naturally noticed that the golden glow of potential had already swept far beyond the square. By her estimation, the golden light should have dissipated after 20 minutes, signaling that Su Ye's SS rank awakening was successful and the results were ready. Because that was exactly how it was for both Mo Ningxuang and the recently awakened Dantai Schwanner. The limit for the release of SS rank potential is around 20 minutes. But now, having watched intently for over 20 minutes, Su Ye's golden glow of potential still had not faded. Tang Yun's elegant face was gradually overcome by horror, and she vanished from her seat in the next instant. When she reappeared, she was in the air above the awakening square, looking down at the surroundings. The sight almost made Tang Yun lose her footing in the sky. From her vantage point, she saw the surging golden light continuing to engulf the surrounding city. In her field of vision, she could no longer see the end of this golden ocean. She was certain that the golden light centered on the square was still covering the area at a rapid pace. It was likely going to completely engulf the entire Lingzhou district, an area with a population of 50 million people. It might even spread to other parts of the Jiangnan-based city. Subconsciously swallowing, Tang Yun looked at the center of the stage in disbelief. This kid is definitely not just SS rank. If it is not SS rank, then could it be? What? As the thought crossed her mind, her entire body began to tremble. And the moment that thought occurred to her, at the center of the awakening stage, a new change finally took place. Under the horrified gazes of Ye Huang and Mo Ningxuang, Su Ye's body slowly floated into the air. Xiao Ye! AY! The two tried to grab Su Ye, but were blocked by the towering golden pillar. No matter how hard they pushed, they couldn't advance a single step. The crowd below could see Su Ye's silhouette through the translucent pillar. However, they were all confused. For ordinary people, such a strange sight was completely unheard of. They were just wondering why the phenomenon caused by the blind boy was different from Dantai Schwanner's. Weren't they both SS rank monsters? An 8-year-old child staring curiously at the pillar suddenly giggled and said, "That big brother is definitely more than SS rank. I heard my teacher say that there is a rank above SS rank. I forgot what it was. Oh, I remember. It is God-level talent." As soon as those words were said, the scene fell into a dead silence once again.
God-tier talent? Everyone who heard that young voice froze. Their reactions varied. Most people looked completely lost, having clearly never heard of this so-called God-tier talent. After all, they were just ordinary people, exhausted enough from the daily grind. Naturally, they didn't have the spare energy to dive deep into the knowledge of Awakeners. The most they knew was that 2 years ago, Mo Ningxuang had awakened a peerless SS rank talent. The girl had successfully leaped over the Dragon Gate, becoming a legendary tale that ordinary people loved to talk about. An impressed but confused middle-aged woman suddenly looked at the child with curiosity. "Little boy, can you tell me what God-tier talent is? Compared to that pretty sister who was just up there, which one is stronger?" The woman finished speaking. Swish, swish, swish. Several Awakeners who knew the truth and were already dazed with shock snapped their heads toward her, nearly choking on their own spit. What the hell? I am losing it! They desperately wanted to snap at this ignorant woman. Do you even know what a different league entirely means, lady? But seeing as she was just an ordinary citizen, they could only look at her with wry smiles. The 8-year-old child also stared at her with wide eyes. Auntie, there is no comparison at all. That pretty sister was already super strong, but God-tier talent is 100, 1,000, 10,000 times stronger than her. My teacher said that if someone awakens this kind of power, they can become a god. The teacher also said the reason humans haven't been wiped out by ghosts and monsters is because these great human gods are protecting our world. He also said, I forgot again. Anyway, the teacher made God-tier talents sound incredible, like they are practically omnipotent. That incredible. The woman's jaw dropped as she looked at Suye inside the golden pillar. Will that boy become a god in the future? The child nodded vigorously, his eyes reflecting the golden light with longing. Of course, Big Brother will definitely become a god who protects all of humanity. When the surrounding ordinary citizens heard this conversation, their brains simply short-circuited. A god? Those lofty, untouchable beings from myths and legends? Heavens! Just what kind of power did this boy awaken? Inside the towering golden pillar, Suye, unaware of the massive commotion he had caused, had already risen to the very center of the heavens and earth. The sky over Lingzhou district, which had been perfectly clear, changed as he continued to ascend. In the next moment, it was flooded by waves of golden radiance from the pillar, looking like a golden ocean hanging upside down in the sky. The heavens and earth are being shrouded by the light of his potential. No doubt about it. It is definitely an SSS-Rank ability. In midair, Tang Yun's face was flushed with excitement. An SSS-Rank ability that rivals the power of the gods. Even if that boy is blind and did not awaken a sensory type, it will no longer be an issue. Ha ha ha. To make a top instructor from the Federal Saint University laugh so wildly without any concern for her image. One could only imagine just how uncontrollably excited she was at this moment. Suddenly, a breeze blew past Tang Yun's side. An old man with an afro, wearing a yellow t-shirt, blue beach shorts, and black flip-flops stepped out from the breeze. As soon as he appeared, the old man rubbed his chin and raised an eyebrow at Tang Yun. It has been a long time since I have seen you act so unladylike, Xiao Yun. I am almost not used to it. Tang Yun rolled her eyes at him. You old geezer, your mouth is as annoying as ever. This fashionably dressed old man was the principal of Jiangnan Federal Saint University, Chen Yude. He was one of the strongest in Jiangnan Bay City and a veteran hero who had saved humanity many times. Seeing that his academy's prized instructor was not giving him any face, Chen Yude did not get angry. Instead, he turned excitedly to Suye at the center of the world. Is it this kid? The third SSS rank in our Dragon Nation, and my Chen Yude's god-grandson. God-grandson? Tang Yun instantly shot the old man a look of disdain. When Ning Shuang entered the university, this old geezer had claimed her as his god-granddaughter too. Whenever there is a young genius, this old guy tries to make them his god-grandchild. How freaking shameless. Senior Yude, you are still as shameless as ever. A hearty laugh rang out. At some point, a middle-aged man with a hooked nose, wearing the black uniform of the Night Watchers, appeared behind them, smiling at Chen Yude. The newcomer was the regional chief of the Night Watchers in Jiangnan Bay City, Bai Jing. Not a second later, with a sharp cry, a spirited woman in her 50s with short hair and a military uniform appeared beside Bai Jing with a smile. Seeing her, Tang Yun dashed to her side and took her hand in surprise. Sister Ying, weren't you outside the territory checking on the secret realms? Sister Ying was her nickname. Those close to her called her that because her ability was an eagle-type phantom beast. Her actual identity was extraordinary. She was the commander-in-chief of the Jiangnan military, Yue Feilan, one of the most powerful women in the Dragon Nation. Yue Feilan looked at Tang Yun and smiled. I had some urgent business that required me to return to Jiangnan. Then I heard you brought Ziyun to Lingzhou for the awakening, so of course I had to come see. As she spoke, she also looked at Suye in the golden pillar with great excitement. Sister, tell me quickly, what is the deal with this boy? Bai Jing and Chen Yu also looked at Tang Yun with equal urgency. As the three titans of Jiangnan Bay City, they were usually either in seclusion or busy fighting for human survival. It was impossible for them to attend every single awakening ceremony. Even when Mo Ningxuang awakened, they only went to check on that monstrous talent after the fact. But right now, the commotion Suye had caused meant something entirely different. After getting the report from their subordinates, the three of them rushed to the scene without a moment's delay. An SSS-Rank. Since the Great Cataclysm 100 years ago, only the 10 supreme beings, existences like gods, had possessed such potential. Since then, these 10 gods on Earth have worked tirelessly to protect the safety of all mankind. They slayed countless evil gods and monsters outside the territories, forbidding them from taking a single step into human lands. However, it has been 70 years since the Sword Saint of our Dragon Nation awakened the SSS-Rank weapon soul, the Heavenly Sword Soul. Since then, humanity has never produced another SSS-Rank God-tier awakener. Meanwhile, in the outer territories, more and more evil gods have been born over the years, placing immense pressure on the 10 supreme beings. One of them even nearly fell in battle, just when humanity thought the scales were about to tip toward the side of evil. Today, 70 years later, humanity, our Dragon Nation, has awakened another God-tier talent. What a great blessing for mankind. In the air, after hearing Tang Yun explain Su Ye's situation, born blind, the three titans of Jiangnan Bay City all frowned. However, Chen Yude soon grinned. Don't worry, this kid has SSS-Rank talent. The Dragon Nation will do everything to help him grow and even heal his eyes, no matter the cost. Bai Jing nodded. Setting aside the fact that he is our hope, he is also Ning Shuang's sworn younger brother. We must heal his eyes. Ye Feilan looked at Su Ye and the pillar with burning intensity. No matter what ability this little guy awakens, we must heal his eyes. Based on their words, it was clear that in the subconscious of these three giants, they still believed Su Ye would be limited by his blindness. They had not even considered the best possible outcome, such as awakening a God-tier ability that perfectly complements his condition.
Of course, it was natural for the three of them to think that way. After all, the fact that Su Ye could awaken an SSS-Rank ability was already a miracle among miracles. How could they dare to hope for a specific type? Being too greedy would surely invite divine punishment. No matter what his ability type is, he has already far exceeded our expectations and slapped us hard in the face. Tang Yun stared at Su Ye with deep emotion. Then, as if remembering something, she looked at Chen Yude and said, "Old man, the next problem is how our Jiangnan Federal Holy University will handle the interference from the other 9 academies." Just as the words left her mouth, Chen Yude's eyes widened with rage. Those bastards wouldn't dare. He knew exactly what Tang Yun meant. With the commotion Su Ye had caused, the entire dragon country was definitely on high alert. Even the eyes of the other 6 great nations had likely been drawn here. They all understood perfectly well what Su Ye's awakening represented. It was very likely that those people from the 9 academies were already on their way, staring at Su Ye on the live stream right now with hungry, predatory eyes. If Tang Yun hadn't successfully persuaded Mo Ning Shuang 2 years ago, that favored daughter of heaven might have been snatched away by those bastards. And Su Ye was a God-tier awakener, the 11th SSS rank existence in human history. The temptations he would face would be even more frantic and difficult to manage. After all, having a future god on Earth graduate from their academy was something that would be recorded in the history of mankind. As principals and educators, having that bragging right would be an immense honor that would make their ancestors proud. And besides prestige, the sheer benefits would be incredible. They would receive massive national support, wave after wave of resources, and attract countless geniuses who would come for their reputation. With all these factors, the Academy's overall performance would certainly skyrocket. With just these 2 points alone, how could those bastards not fight desperately to snatch him? They would probably use every dirty trick, honey trap, and empty promise to bombard Su Ye relentlessly. Thinking of this, Chen Yude suddenly felt a headache coming on. It seemed he would have to settle things quickly once the results were out and move fast to adopt him as a grandson. However, just as this shameless thought surfaced in the old principal's mind, a low hum resonated through the sky. With a vibration that echoed through the heavens, the golden ripples that had spread out of sight finally stopped. Then, they finally came to a standstill. Then, they surged upward into the sky, merging with the golden ocean hanging in the void. The brightness of the golden light intensified at that moment, yet it wasn't piercing at all. Instead, it gave off a gentle, sacred feeling, like being bathed in sunlight. The next moment, everyone was shocked to see the golden light that had been flowing quietly beside them just moments ago was now surging back at high speed. It transformed into giant golden dragons, competing to fly toward the center of the golden pillar that connected heaven and earth. Is the result coming out now? Watching the golden dragon circling Su Ye, wrapping him into a golden cocoon, everyone was mesmerized. The breathing of Tang Yun and the others became heavy. Witnessing the birth of a god-tier talent was incredibly tense. In front of the live broadcasts in the 10 major base cities of the Dragon Country, everyone held their breath and stared intently. Looking at this, it seems the result is coming. My God, we've been waiting for a whole hour. Isn't that obvious? This is a talent that rivals the gods. You think it's like your F-rank trash that can't even stay lit for a second? I feel attacked, but that is the reality. The difference between a bright moon and a firefly. Actually, even comparing us to him feels like an insult to that guy. But that boy seems to be blind. Will that have an impact? Are you stupid? If he really awakens an invincible SSS rank ability, do you think the country won't find every possible way to help him? Forget God tier, even an SS rank talent would get that kind of treatment. That's true. Wow, I'm dying of envy. Lingzhou District. It's Lingzhou again. They had that ice goddess 2 years ago, and now an even more ridiculous one has appeared. What kind of blessed land is this? I suddenly want to be reincarnated in Lingzhou. Reincarnation goal +1. While people in the other 9 base cities were reacting with frantic praise, the atmosphere in the Magic City base city was a bit awkward. After all, just moments ago they were feeling proud of their own genius, Lady Schwanner. But the next moment they were slapped in the face so hard it hurt. The guy who said he'd live stream himself pooping while doing a handstand. When are you going live? Can you give us a heads up? And the tough guy who said he'd wear black stockings and dance in the street. I'm a stockings fan, I want to watch. Damn it! Are you people even from Magic City? Someone is slapping our faces, and you're rubbing salt in the wound of your own people? Sorry, I'm from Jiangnan Bay City, just passing through Magic City. Stop fighting. Shouldn't we be happy that humanity has awakened such an invincible genius? Where are you from, brother? I'm from Jiangnan Bay City. In the VIP area of the Magic City Awakening Temple, Dan Tai Jin sighed with emotion and said, "Girl, you need to be a bit more humble. Remember my other teaching. There is always someone better, and there are always heavens beyond the sky." Looking at her father's expression as he tried to hold back a laugh, Dan Tai Shunner's pretty little face was now dark with anger, her teeth gritting and her fists clenched tight. Next time I see that guy, I'm definitely not letting him off. In the center of the Awakening Square in Lingzhou District, under the watch of the entire world, the golden light of heaven and earth had completely wrapped Su Ye into a giant cocoon of golden patterns. A sharp, cracking sound rang out. After waiting another hour in the tense atmosphere, everyone heard a crisp sound of something splitting. A visible crack appeared on the runic surface of the sacred and mysterious golden cocoon. Like a chain reaction, the golden pillar reaching for the sky began to slowly dissipate, lowering the breaking golden cocoon. Before the cocoon even landed on the platform, golden text had already appeared on the awakening stele. Officer Joe snapped out of his daze. Seeing the text, his face flushed as he hurriedly made the announcement. Su Ye, special type SSS rank, subtype unknown. As he finished speaking, everyone's heads felt like they'd been hit by a heavy hammer, their ears ringing. This boy, he really has a god tier talent. It's even a special type, which has the highest potential among the top tiers. But then, an unbearable curiosity took hold of them. What about the subtype? What exactly is the subtype? Beside the awakening platform, Mo Ningxuang closed her beautiful eyes and clasped her hands together. Heavens, please let Xiao Ye see this world, I beg you. Su Ye's SSS Awakening represents a classic Black Swan event that shatters the established social hierarchy. These elite institutions are not celebrating a hero, they are calculating the market value of a new strategic asset in a ruthless meritocracy. The classification of his power as unknown implies a paradigm shift in supernatural logic. Beyond the petty greed of the academies, Su Ye represents a Black Swan event that will inevitably dismantle the existing social hierarchy.
Crack! In front of the Awakening Monument, the golden runic cocoon enveloping Su Ye was covered in dense cracks as it descended. And the very moment it touched down on the Awakening platform, with a crisp, shattering sound, it broke apart completely. Turning into golden specks of light that scattered everywhere, Su Ye's tall and lean figure was revealed amidst the shimmering glow. Xiao Ye. Below the steps of the Awakening platform, Mo Ningxuang and Ye Huang were incredibly tense. Everyone at the scene, as well as those watching the live stream, immediately widened their eyes to look at the young man. A tall, lean yet fit body, short, messy black hair, a black trench coat, and a handsome, striking face. However, those eyes of his were still tightly closed. Seeing this, many let out a sigh, yet they still looked at Su Ye with respect. It seems it is not the type of ability that allows him to open his eyes and gain a new ocular technique. Though other types are still invincible, it is a bit of a pity he did not get one that perfectly suits his condition. It is not a big deal. Even if it does not match his condition perfectly, it is only temporary. This is a god-level talent. With proper training from the Federal Saint University or even help from the state, he will definitely become a powerful awakened. I hear powerful ones do not even rely on physical sight anymore. If it is not a sensory or ocular type, what type do you think it is? Whatever it is, the special series is never weak. While the audience in the Dragon Kingdom sighed with respect, the reactions from the other 6 nations were mixed. The Bear Kingdom was fine. Their relationship with the Dragon Kingdom had been quite good for a century, even in this era of transcendence. The 2 countries remained close allies. However, the attitudes of the United States and the Sakura Kingdom were noticeably meaner compared to the other 4 nations. especially after seeing that Su Ye apparently did not awaken an ability to fix his disability. Many from the United States and the Sakura Kingdom breathed a sigh of relief, even posting sour comments on their respective forums. Ha ha ha! This Dragon Kingdom boy, what a shame! Why was not the 11th SSS rank awakened in human history born in the United States? If he were, our country would have 3 god-level talents and become the world's strongest power. Damn it. Baka! Our Sakura Kingdom only has 1 SSS rank god level, but the Dragon Kingdom has 3 now. This is unfair. Plus, they just had that beautiful girl awaken an SS rank. It is so frustrating. I curse this kid's ability to be something completely useless. Fortunately, this Dragon Kingdom kid is incomplete. That is good news, although a small number of powerful awakened from those 2 countries had a broader perspective and felt sorry for Su Ye for the sake of humanity. Most people from those 2 nations were narrow-minded and spoke recklessly. After all, those 2 countries had harbored great hostility toward the Dragon Kingdom a century ago. Such mindsets were deeply rooted and not easily changed. On the awakening square of the Lingzhou district, Tang Yun and the other 3 immediately dashed to the front of the platform, staring at Su Ye nervously. As Chen Yude and the other 2 giants appeared, the leaders of various awakening clans at the scene stood up one after another. They hurriedly bowed to greet them. The 3 big shots naturally had no time for them. They only wanted to know what kind of ability Su Ye had awakened. SSS rank abilities are unique, and the Awakening Monument can rarely provide detailed information about their effects. When the Sword Saint awakened 70 years ago, it similarly captivated the hearts of everyone in the Dragon Kingdom. Standing beside Mo Ningxuang, Tang Yun gently nudged her prized student. Ningxuang, go on. After worrying for so long, this girl's precious boy had awakened such a powerful ability. One could only imagine how emotional she was right now. Her clenched fingers were even trembling. Ye Huang teased from the side, "Junior sister, do not cry. Hurry up and go check on your sweetheart." Glaring at Ye Huang with her slightly reddened eyes, Mo Ningxuang flickered and appeared behind Su Ye, who was quietly sensing his wave authority. She whispered softly, "Xiao Ye, you have awakened the strongest ability in the world. Do not worry about your eyes. We will find a way slowly." Before she could finish, Su Ye suddenly turned around and teased with a grin. "Huh? Sister Ningxuang, why are you crying? Are you that excited because I awakened an ability?" "I am not crying." Mo Ningxuang instinctively started to retort, but in the next second, her tall, slender body jolted. "Xiao Ye, what did he just say?" "Sister Ningxuang, why are you crying?" "But aren't Xiao Ye's eyes still closed?" As if realizing something, the tears in Mo Ningxuang's eyes finally broke through. She looked at the boy's closed eyes in disbelief, wanting to speak but stopping herself. Could it really be what she thought? Or did Xiao Yi just hear the sob in her whisper? And so, her mind was a mess until a gentle hand wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, making her finally steady herself a bit. But she was also completely stunned. Instead of stopping, more tears flowed, and she rushed forward to hug Su Ye tightly. She let out a sobbing sound that made one want to protect her. Feeling the pressure of her tall body against him, Su Ye's face turned red. "There are many people watching, Sister Ningxuang." Ignoring everyone else's gazes, Mo Ningxuang saw only the boy's handsome, blushing face. "Xiao Ye, your eyes." Her gentle voice was trembling to the extreme. "Yeah, I can see. This ability will be my eyes from now on." As he spoke, Mo Ningxuang truly broke down, crying like a child. Over 10 years of worry and the suppressed desire to heal Xiao Ye were completely released at this moment. Although Su Ye and Mo Ningxuang spoke softly on the platform, how could their words escape the ears of Tang Yun and the others? Chen Yude and the other 2 big shots looked at each other, seeing uncontrollable joy in each other's eyes. This kid. Not only did he awaken a god-level ability, but it miraculously suited his condition. This outcome was beyond imagination. Calling him the Chosen One would be an understatement. Without a word, Chen Yude gave a large wave of his hand. A breeze swept through, carrying Su Ye and Mo Ningxuang away from the platform. "Old Joe, I will leave the rest of the ceremony to you. I am going to pop some champagne." After shouting that out, Ye Huang laughed and led the excited Zhou Ziyun away from the square. The vast awakening square was left with a sea of confused faces. After a while, "Did you see that? What that boy just did?" "Though I am jealous, that is not the point. He was able to accurately wipe the goddess's tears. Does that mean he can see now?" He wiped that legendary girl's tears so precisely without any guidance. He is like a different person compared to when he needed help getting onto the platform earlier. Who would believe it is a coincidence? It must be the effect of that god-level ability. My god, not only did he awaken an SSS-Rank special ability, but it also seems to suit him perfectly. Even novels would not dare to write it like this. Haha, another legend is born. What a blessing for our Dragon Kingdom. The audience at the scene and the people across the Dragon Kingdom watching the stream finally realized what happened, and the crowd erupted in excitement. In contrast, the United States and the Sakura Kingdom fell into total silence.
Lingzhou District, inside the Night Watchman's Villa complex. Tang Yun and the others, including the three big shots like Chen Yude, had already returned to their residence. The first floor lobby. Chen Yude looked at Su Ye, who was sitting quietly next to Mo Ning-Shuang, with burning eyes and said, "Young man, be my god-grandson." Through a brief introduction, Su Ye had learned the identities of the three big shots. But besides his amazement and respect, he also gained a general understanding of these three seniors, especially Senior Chen Yude. Well, he left a deep impression as someone with a rather unique personality. All along the way, he acted so familiar that he practically claimed Su Ye was his long-lost grandson. Finally, Bai Jing, who was standing nearby, couldn't take it anymore and joked with a grin. "Senior Chen, how about I be your god-grandson instead?" Chen Yude glanced at him and said, "I don't take in old geezer grandsons." Bai Jing immediately sneered. "You old geezer, not only do you have no self-awareness, you're also completely shameless. I still care about my dignity. I shouldn't have taken you as a god-grandson, but as a son instead." "Old man, are you still bitter about me rejecting your offer back then? You're so petty." Ridiculous. Yi Huang, you be the judge. Back then, between me and this kid Bai Jing. Senior Yude, I don't really know much about what happened between you and Senior Bai. Ignoring the bickering of these two rivals, one was the principal of the Jiangnan Federal Saint University, and the other was the chief of the Night Watchman General District. This kind of bickering was a daily occurrence for them. One just had to get used to it. Of course, they only acted like this in front of acquaintances. In front of outsiders, they both exuded an air of overwhelming dominance. Glancing at the two, Yu Feilan turned her head to look at Su Ye with a face full of anticipation and curiosity. "Xiao Su, can you tell Auntie Yue the name of your ability and its specific effects?" As soon as she finished speaking, the bickering Chen Yude and his companion immediately quieted down, both looking at Su Ye in unison. To allow the naturally blind Su Ye to gain vision, and to be a special type, which has the highest ceiling in the first tier, and a god-level ability at that. Even with their vast experience, they couldn't guess the specific type and were naturally very curious. According to normal logic, a special type that could restore sight to a blind person was likely related to the eyes, such as special pupils or eye-based techniques. Most people thought this way. If it wasn't a special type, but still enhanced vision, it would usually mean the six senses were strengthened, making it an auxiliary type. Awakening this kind of power usually enhances the six senses, and at high levels, it might even provide special perception, but combat power would be relatively weaker. Because of this, ordinary people who awaken sensory auxiliary abilities usually became support-type awakeners. They would assist those first-tier awakeners with the strongest killing power to hunt down evil spirits together. But in Su Ye's case, his eyes hadn't undergone any new physical mutation. It was clearly related to the six senses of the auxiliary type, yet it was somehow a special type. It made no sense at all. To know the specifics, they had to ask the man himself. Gulp. Being stared at curiously by 7 people and 14 eyes, Su Ye subconsciously swallowed his saliva. Looking at the situation, if he didn't speak up, they might stare at him for 3 days and nights straight. After organizing his thoughts, Su Ye spoke slowly. "My ability is called Wave Authority." "Wave Authority!" The 7 people looked at each other, seeing shock in each other's eyes. Yu Huang nodded repeatedly, as expected of a triple S class ability. The name alone sounds incredibly prestigious. Yu Feilan quickly asked, "And the specific effects? If the name is like that, wouldn't the specific ability be heaven-defying? After all, none of the 10 strongest humans were weak." Su Ye could only continue his introduction. "Wave Authority. As the name suggests, everything has its own vibration. I can control the vibrations of all things, such as the vibrations of fire, ice elements, killing intent, lightning, and even more wave forces. All can be used by me. As for why I can see, it is naturally because, under the support of this power, although I still cannot open my eyes, as long as my heart keeps beating, my body and these constantly flowing vibrations of all things are my eyes. Well, it is a fairly decent ability." The voice faded. The 7 people fell silent. Ye Wang looked at Su Ye with a dark expression. "Ah Ye, what was that last sentence you said?" Su Ye was stunned. "As long as my heart keeps beating." "Not that one. The very last sentence." "The last sentence?" Su Ye rubbed his chin. It is a fairly decent ability. This ability is indeed quite good. Brother Ye Huang, what's wrong? What's wrong? At this moment, except for Mo Ningxuang, the 6 others, including the ditzy girl Zhou Ziyun, they all felt like pinning Su Ye to the floor and giving him a good thrashing. Unless their cognitive skills were so poor they couldn't even figure out what 1 + 1 equals after hearing Su Ye's introduction. They all should have known what this ability implied. Controlling the vibrations of all things. That meant any vibration generated by any power could be used by Su Ye. This was a heaven-defyingly perverted ability that was comprehensive to the extreme, and it had these effects on top of being God level. And this kid actually said it was just a decent ability? Merely decent. In this kid's judging standards, wouldn't their S-class abilities be worse than trash? Thinking of this, the 6 of them got angrier and angrier, especially Zhou Ziyun, who glared at Su Ye resentfully. She had just awakened an S-class ability, and her joyful mood was completely ruined by this damn Su. How annoying. He clearly had the right to show off and be arrogant, but he chose to be humble and low-key. Damn it! This kid really needs a beating. Yu Feilan suppressed her excitement and shock, then asked again, Xiao Su, so you mean your ability has heaven-defying comprehensive perception and all-around lethality, right? Su Ye nodded. You could put it that way. Hiss! The commander-in-chief of the Jiangnan base city military immediately gasped. In her mind, she subconsciously compared Su Ye's ability with the abilities of the 10 human gods on Earth. The result she got was, Su Ye's ability would probably rank among the top in terms of functionality, lethality, and potential. In fact, except for lethality, where she wasn't sure how he would compare to their dragon country's sword saint, he might definitely rank first in all other aspects. With such a heaven-defying ability, if this young man really grew to the point of stepping into the realm of the gods in the future, terrifying. Yu Feilan didn't dare to imagine it anymore. At this moment, a message alert sounded. It was the virtual phone watch on Chen Yuda's wrist. Glancing at the message on the watch, the old principal hung up while cursing. Those bastards from the 9 academies have arrived in Jiangnan. They are truly shameless. They have no geniuses in their own base cities, so they want to come here and poach ours? Pish!
Still grumbling, Chen Yuda turned to look at Su Ye, showing a rare moment of seriousness. With a grave expression, he said, Little Su, your talent has shaken the entire Dragon Kingdom. The instructors from the 9 federal academies have already arrived in Jiangnan to recruit you. I told you before how important the university stage is, so even if you have awakened an SSS-Rank ability, you still need to go through university to gain experience. As he spoke, the old principal looked a bit embarrassed under his messy hair. I may have acted a bit shameless earlier, but I truly want to respect your choice. Among the 9 federations, the Sacred Academies of Magic City and the Imperial Capital are slightly stronger, but the other 7, including our Jiangnan, are not bad either. You should think carefully about which academy you want to join. Although he desperately wanted Su Ye to study in the Jiangnan main district, he was, after all, one of the principals of the Dragon Kingdom's top 10 sacred academies. As a prominent figure in the Dragon Kingdom's education circle, he had to consider the bigger picture. The ultimate goal was to provide talent for the country. So, even if Su Ye chose to go to Magic City or the Imperial Capital, he would have to endure the pain and accept it. Of course, if Su Ye really went to another academy, he could accept it, but it would likely remain a regret until the day he died. However, sitting on the sofa, Su Ye didn't even think before smiling and saying, Senior Chen, I want to attend Sister Ningxuang's alma mater. Ningxuang's alma mater. Wait, isn't that my Jiangnan Federal Sacred Academy? For a moment, Chen Yud felt like his soul was about to jump out. His face turned bright red, and his body trembled with excitement. Not just Chen Yude, even Tang Yun was stunned, a look of joy crossing her graceful face. On the contrary, Mo Ningxuang looked at Su Ye quietly. After a moment of hesitation, she said softly, Xiao Ye, just follow your own thoughts. I do not want you to make a choice just because of me, okay? Unexpectedly, Su Ye shook his head. Sister Ningxuang, do you remember what we promised back at the orphanage? You said that when we could both go to school, we would go together hand in hand. You were the one who said it. Hearing this, a blush immediately appeared on Mo Ningxuang's beautiful face, and a sweet smile touched the corners of her mouth. Of course she remembered. That was her childhood wish. So now that I am going to your alma mater, it counts as fulfilling part of our promise. This is also my wish, so it is naturally a choice made of my own will. Hearing this, before Mo Ningxuang could speak, Zhou Ziyun said happily, Xuaner just messaged me saying her father won't let her come to Jiangnan to study. I was so sad, but now that I have Su with me, I am not sad anymore. Haha, laughing, she suddenly asked curiously, Su, have you met Xuaner? Su Ye replied, Xuaner? I do not know her. Most of the people he knew were already in the hall. He really didn't know who this Xuaner was. Zhou Ziyun looked puzzled. That is strange. Xuaner said she wouldn't let you off easy once the freshman competition starts. Her tone was very fierce. I thought you had some kind of grudge against her. Su Ye was confused, but didn't pay it much mind, thinking she probably had the wrong person. Only Tang Yun stood aside with a strange expression, lost in thought. Ha ha ha. Since Xiao Su has decided to study in Jiangnan, I will go kick the others out. Xiao Yun, tomorrow is the freshman orientation day, and I will leave the rest to you. By the way, Xiao Su will be the freshman chief. No need for those troublesome elections. The strongest monster in Jiangnan must receive the highest treatment. After leaving these words, Chen Yude vanished into a gust of wind. Bai Jing watched the direction where Chen Yude disappeared and curled his lip. Knowing Senior Chen, he is definitely going to show off in front of those instructors from the other academies, especially to the one from the Magic City Sacred Academy. Speaking, he also looked at Su Ye with a smile. Xiao Su, work hard. After you graduate, I will put you in charge of a major district, starting as an inspector. An inspector of the Night Watchers' first district was already a legendary figure, possessing the most power second only to the district chief. Even those talented veterans who had worked for a long time might not get that position in their entire lives. One can only imagine what kind of treatment this was. Additionally, Chen Yude had announced upon leaving that Su Ye would directly become the freshman chief, enjoying the best resources. To say it was smooth sailing would be an understatement. It was like pie falling from the sky. And all of this was what Su Ye deserved after showing his invincible talent. It proved once again that this was a world where abilities determined one's life. It was so real, yet so dreamlike. Night was the time when evils appeared, and it was also when the Night Watchers and the military hunted them. But tonight, Mo Ningxuang, Ye Huang, and even a big shot like Yue Feilan relaxed for a moment. They stayed to celebrate for Su Ye, and a night of laughter passed quickly. Early the next morning, outside the villa, Xiao Ye, take good care of yourself at the academy, okay? You have never been to school because of your eyes. If there is anything you do not understand, ask Ziyun or the teachers. Once I move to the main district for my post, I will cook delicious food for you again. Ma Ningxuang nagged for a full half hour until Tang Yun could not help but tease. You really look like a young wife worried about her husband going on a long journey.
These words made both Su Ye and the non-stop nagging Mo Ningxuang blush.
Teacher, I leave Xiao Ye in your care. I know. This kid is much more composed than you think. You can rest easy. At the final moment before leaving for the Jiangnan main district, Mo Ningxuang stepped forward and gently hugged Su Ye, her face full of reluctance.
Su Ye could only smile helplessly. Do not worry, Sister Ningxuang. I am not a child anymore. Maybe after a while, I will catch up to you and become an outstanding awakened respected by countless people, just like you.
Always acting tough. Remember, take good care of yourself, okay? Okay. Half a day passed. Sitting inside the spirit energy car, Su Ye perceived the sci-fi skyscrapers passing by through his power of fluctuation. His handsome face was full of curiosity. Although it was nothing but city after city along the way, he watched with great interest. Whether it was the busy citizens on the streets or the passing spirit energy cars, he sensed them all in detail. Everything gave him a wonderful feeling of truly integrating into this world. After more than 10 years of blindness, being immersed in darkness, he had finally unlocked the Asura Template and gained sight. Naturally, he was full of curiosity about everything. Su, we are here! Hearing Zhou Ziyun's laughter, Su Ye quickly sensed what was in front of the spirit energy car. In his vision, a majestic building like a primordial beast stood there. The ancient gate was taller than an average building, and above the gate, 4 sharp and imposing words were carved. Federal Sacred Academy!
So this is Federation Holy University. Su Ye said with a sigh of emotion. Just the gate alone must be hundreds of meters high, right? Seeing Su Ye looking like a curious child, Zhou Ziyun proudly introduced, the height of this gate isn't even that impressive. Some special buildings inside the academy are several times higher than this. You will see once we go in, Su. After all, she had lived in Federation Holy University for a while during her childhood with her mother. She wouldn't say she knew the layout like the back of her hand, but she was pretty close to it. Since she finally had a rare chance to show off in front of Su, she naturally had to fulfill her duties as the host. Turning to look at Su Ye in the back seat, Tang Yun showed a slight smile. Little guy, welcome to Federation Holy University. For the next 2 years, this will be your home. Enjoy your academy life to the fullest. I hope you will look after me, Auntie Tang. Call me, teacher. But yesterday you were the one who told me to call you Auntie. There is a way to address people at home and another at school. You must call me teacher now. Looking at Tang Yun, who had clearly become much stricter, Suye seemed to recall the fear of being controlled by his homeroom teacher in his past life. However, this feeling actually made him feel incredibly warm and familiar. College life in the era of extraordinary powers. Whether in this life or his previous one, he had never experienced it. It was indeed time to make up for those regrets. The three of them chatted and laughed as they soon drove the Spirit Energy car into Federation Holy University. Because it was opening day, the area outside the gate was already a sea of people. They were all freshmen admitted to the university and the parents who had accompanied them. Even many media PR teams were constantly interviewing these young people. Hello, handsome. How do you feel about being able to enter Federation Holy University right now? Facing the reporter's interview, a chubby freshman with a fleshy face replied proudly, "Of course I'm happy. Don't be fooled by the fact that I only awakened a C-rank ability and barely got in. In my hometown, I was the #1 genius. I'm handsome and destined for a limitless future. I'll definitely reach the peak of my life and marry a rich, beautiful girl. Ha ha ha." The reporter was left speechless. Actually, many of these genius freshmen from various districts felt the same way as that handsome chubby guy. Their young faces were filled with pride and excitement. After all, getting into Federation Holy University had always been their dream. Now that they were finally standing before the gates of their dreams, it was inevitable they would be in high spirits and speak freely. Another reporter asked, "Excuse me, handsome. Do you think Suye will come to the Jiangnan branch of Federation Holy University? We heard yesterday that important figures from the other 9 major academies went to Jiangnan specifically to recruit him." Before the sentence finished, the chubby guy pointed at the reporter's nose and shouted, "How dare you? What is your status compared to Brother Yi? Is his real name something you can just say? You little reporter, don't be ungrateful. Apologize right now." The reporter was stunned. Sorry, handsome. Do you think Brother Ye will come to study in the Jiangnan main district? Why are you asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? How could we possibly guess what Brother Ye is thinking? You're asking such stupid questions. You should ask if Brother Ye is handsome, or if Brother Ye is amazing. Only then can I answer you. Got it? I got it! Ever since yesterday's national live broadcast, Suye's world-shaking phenomenon had already won over the youth. They all looked up to Suye as their idol. After all, if someone's talent is only slightly better than yours, you might feel envy or jealousy. But if that person's talent is so powerful that you have to look up at them, all you can feel is admiration and awe. At that moment, as Tang Yun's Spirit Energy car drove into the campus without any hindrance, many second-year students who were receiving freshmen immediately looked up. It's Instructor Tang's car, an AT Spirit Energy car. It really is Instructor Tang. In yesterday's live broadcast, she was even with Senior Ning Shuang. Senior Ning Shuang, the legend of our Jiangnan Federation Holy University. That blind boy seems to have a very close relationship with her too. He was actually hugged by the goddess in public on the awakening stage. My heart is breaking. Blind boy? He's someone who awakened a god-tier talent. Judging by yesterday's situation, his vision might have already recovered. You still call him a blind boy? What level is your ability, you salty dog? You! Do you think if that boy studies in Jiangnan, he might be inside that car right now? Inside the car, through the windows that weren't fully closed, all the voices discussing Suye reached the ears of the 3 people. Zhou Ziyun covered her small mouth and giggled. Tee-hee, Susu, you're a big celebrity now. Suye looked troubled. I actually wanted to keep a low profile. Seeing his expression, Tang Yun teased him. What you just said is exactly the same as what Ning Shuang said back then. Sister Ning Shuang's personality has always been low profile. Yet she ended up crushing everyone in the academy who refused to submit to her. Suye was speechless. Well, his sworn sister was indeed quite fierce when she got serious, not low profile at all. Half an hour later, Tang Yun led Suye and Zhou Ziyun to a towering building that looked like a palace. Zhou Ziyun eagerly introduced to Suye, Susu, this is the teaching building for elite students. You need at least an A-rank ability to be called an elite student. You have to be a rank to be considered an elite? That requirement is a bit high. Suye clicked his tongue inwardly, and he learned more from the little girl. There was only one elite class, and the entire class only accepted 100 people. That's right, just 100 people. In the vast Federation Holy University, although S-rank geniuses were rare. But for A-rank, if you screen through the massive population of Jiangnan's countless districts, quite a few could still be admitted. Therefore, during the monthly battles for supremacy, students from the slightly inferior advanced classes would frantically challenge the elite class, fighting for the bottom 10 spots. Losers leave, winners stay. This was also the competitive atmosphere the Academy hoped to see. At this moment, the elite classroom was almost full, occupied by the geniuses and monsters of this year's intake. Just as Tang Yun stepped into the classroom with Suye and Zhou Ziyun, suddenly, in an instant, Every single gaze swept towards Su Ye simultaneously. The looks contained curiosity, defiance, and intense battle intent, but most of all, admiration. After Su Ye and his companion found their seats, Tang Yun stood on the podium and interrupted the whispering below. She smiled and spoke. From now on, I am your homeroom teacher. You can call me Teacher Tang or Instructor Tang. Now, as future classmates, please start with a simple self-introduction so you can get to know each other. Who wants to go first? The moment she finished, a girl with waist-length silver hair sitting in the front row stood up immediately. She had an exquisite face like a porcelain doll, eyes like green agates, and skin so pale it seemed to glow. Coupled with her high, delicate nose, it was obvious that this girl, who looked like a princess from a fairy tale, was not from the Dragon Country. She cleared her throat and introduced herself elegantly in fluent Dragon Country speech. Hello everyone, my name is Alina Shiraz, from the Bear Country. As for my ability, it is the special class SS-Rank Spirit Awakening. I have many hobbies, but recently I added a new one. That is, I am very interested in Mr. Su Ye and would like to get to know him better.
I'm very interested in Mr. Su Ye. I want to get to know him. After the girl from the Bear Country, Alina Shiraz, finished speaking, she didn't forget to look back and smile at the stunned Su Ye. Then she sat down gently, her every move carrying the innate noble air of a high-born lady. In the next moment, after hearing the girl's introduction, the entire classroom immediately erupted in a loud clamor of exclamations. I knew this girl from the Bear Country looked familiar. She really is that princess. Alina Shiraz, it really is her. She looks even more radiant in person than on TV. Her mother is from the Dragon Country and her father is from the Bear Country, a genuine mixed-race beauty. And isn't she the only SS-Rank genius awakened in the Bear Country this year? Her grandfather is one of the 10 strongest humans, the god of the Bear Country and the granddaughter of the heroic Spirit King. Her talent is bound to be excellent. But why isn't she studying at the Federal Saint University in the Bear Country? Why did she come to our Dragon Country? The Dragon Country and the Bear Country have always been allies. Plus, according to my father, our academy's principal seems to have a connection with the heroic Spirit King. So, it's not surprising she came to Jiangnan. But why do I feel, looking at her speech just now, that she came specifically for Su Ye? That's normal. I'm from the neighboring Linhai-based city, and I also came to register because of Brother Ye's reputation. In the classroom, many students whispered among themselves, and most of the boys cast admiring glances at Alina. A mixed-race beauty is truly captivating. It's just a man's natural instinct. They definitely aren't just being total creeps. Next! It wasn't until Tang Yun spoke that the classroom finally fell silent. One by one, the geniuses from various regions stood up to introduce themselves. Soon, it was time for a young man wearing a kimono, with shoulder-length black hair and a somewhat feminine face, to stand up. He introduced himself in slightly awkward Dragon Country speech. Yagami Kenta, from Sakura Country. My ability is an S-Rank conventional type, rapid multiplier. My father is serving in the Jiangnan Night Watcher organization for a while, so I'm studying in Jiangnan. My interests are kendo and challenging the strong. My wish is to spread Sakura Country's kendo to the whole world and make it the world's #1 swordsmanship. Saying this, he sat down with a cold and arrogant expression. Another foreign student, and from that bunch in Sakura Country who, well, let's just say they live quite well. His words were beyond arrogant. Make Sakura Country's kendo the world's #1? Many students scoffed at this. Even if you're an S-Rank genius, you don't even have a soul tool type sword ability. How are you going to achieve the world's #1 swordsmanship? Have you asked Lady Schwanner from our Dragon Country's Magic City-based city? Of course, they wouldn't say these things to his face. The Dragon Country's way of hospitality is to not provoke others if they don't provoke us. This Yagami Kenta hadn't verbally insulted the Dragon Country, so there was no need to harbor too much hostility toward him. Some students were even intensely curious about him because of Sakura Country's anime culture. Of course, when they said anime culture, they mostly just meant they had learned a few phrases of the Sakura Country language. For example, phrases like Yamate, Yada, and Kimochi that are common among boys. After Yagami Kenta sat down, the next student immediately followed with their introduction. Half an hour passed, and after Zhou Ziyun finished her cute and dorky introduction, it was finally Su Ye's turn. In an instant, all the students, including foreign geniuses like Alina and Yagami Kenta, looked toward Su Ye. Those varied gazes appeared once more, but this time, many of them were shy glances from the girls, who stole peeks at Su Ye while secretly fantasizing in their little heads. Su Ye's fame! They had already learned all about it yesterday. A god tier awakened. The 11th SSS-Rank existence in human history. That holy and spectacular phenomenon had utterly crushed all the other geniuses of their generation. Without a doubt, at yesterday's awakening ceremony, Su Ye was the coolest kid in the whole world. And seeing how he found his seat just now, It was clear he had obtained an ability that perfectly suited his situation. They just didn't know what the specific effects of this ability were. Being stared at like this, Suye didn't panic. In fact, he felt quite sentimental. It felt like he was back in his high school days in his past life, on the day he nervously lowered his head to introduce himself. A breath of youth flooded his chest as he stood up with a light smile. "Hello everyone, my name is Su Ye, from the Lingzhou district of Jiangnan. My ability is the special SSS-Rank Wave Authority. As for hobbies, I didn't pay much attention to them before because of some issues with my eyes. But now that I've regained my sight, I think I'll look for something that interests me." It was an introduction as brief as could be. Wave Authority. Is that the name of the God tier ability? It sounds quite powerful. Many students looked at Suye with longing. They just wondered what its power and effects were really like. Was the destruction range broad, like an elemental type? Or was the lethality staggering like a soul tool type? Or was it one of those extremely strange and special types? The curiosity was killing them. Since all the introductions are finished, next, we will begin practicing the psionic guidance technique. On the podium, Tang Yun patiently explained to the students. Most of you probably already know the purpose of the psionic guidance technique. Once you sense the spiritual mist of heaven and earth, you use the guidance method of the technique to absorb and transform it through your ability, eventually condensing it into psionic energy to fuel your powers. This is how we awaken, evolve, and grow, and why we can eventually face the shadows without fear. During the absorption and transformation process of the psionic guidance technique, the energy everyone gets is different. The higher your ability rank, the faster and more spiritual mist you can absorb, and the quality of the resulting psionic energy will be more terrifying. Speaking of which, Tang Yun looked at Suye and smiled. For example, Suye, with his SSS-Rank God tier ability, the speed and quality of his spiritual mist transformation will reach a level difficult for ordinary awakened to achieve. His progress will be very rapid. After she spoke, all the students cast envious glances at Suye. Having God tier talent is so good, he's already left them far behind right at the start. The same technique but different talents create a world of difference. It's enough to make one despair. Probably only the 10 or so ranks in the class and SS rank geniuses like Alina could barely hope to keep up with even a fraction of Suye's pace. After a moment, Tang Yun's voice came again. The progress during the first practice of the psionic guidance technique is the fastest. In human history, the record holder for the strongest first-time practice is our Dragon Country's Sword Saint. He jumped from having no cultivation to the early silver rank, nearly reaching the mid-stage, with psionic energy permeating his internal organs. 1 week from now will be your freshman trial, so you must take this first practice seriously. Strive not to be helpless when facing the shadows during the trial. All right, everyone come up and take a copy of the psionic guidance technique. Below, hearing that the first practice was so important and that they would face shadows in a trial in just a week, everyone's expressions became tense. Unlike these genius teenagers, Suye was secretly delighted. His 20% progress for the early stage of the Asura Template hadn't been unlocked yet. He could take this opportunity to boost it all at once. Once the progress was unlocked, not only would the template's abilities improve, but his physical fitness, soul strength, and even his psionic realm would be enhanced across the board. He wondered if, after unlocking this 20% progress as a fellow SSS-Rank God tier talent, he could reach the level of that record-holding Sword Saint, or perhaps surpass him. Suye, aiming to shatter the Sword Saint's record, suggests the power gap between SSS and lower tiers is exponential, not linear. In cultivation hierarchies, the first breakthrough establishes the definitive ceiling for a warrior's entire future potential. Suye is not just competing against his peers, he is challenging the historical benchmark set by the legendary Sword Saint. In elite cultivation circles, a first breakthrough functions like a market valuation, determining the level of political capital invested in a prodigy's future.
In this world, the realms of awakeners are divided into bronze, silver, gold, diamond, starlight, solar, transcendent, and king stages. And then there is the legendary invincible war god, who can rival the gods even with a mortal body. Each realm is further divided into early, middle, late, and peak stages. The 10 strongest humans are beings at the peak of the war god level. That senior sword saint, on only his second day of awakening, managed to use the spirit energy guidance art for the first time. He skipped the bronze realm entirely, reaching the early silver realm, and even having 1 foot in the middle stage. He is a record holder for humanity, with no one before or after him ever reaching such heights. While the other 9 strongest humans weren't as stunning as the Sword Saint, they all used their SSS-Rank divine talents to reach the early silver realm, a chasm that other awakeners can't cross in a lifetime. Because of this, Suye wasn't entirely sure if he could actually surpass the Sword Saint. However, it was guaranteed that with talent no weaker than the 10 human deities, he would surely be able to step into the Silver Realm. Inside the classroom, the students were orderly receiving their Spirit Energy Guidance Arts. The Spirit Energy Guidance Art is distributed via a special stone material called a Skill Transmission Crystal. Inside are the guidance methods and the experiences of masters sensing the ethereal mist. One only needs to focus and communicate with it to read the contents. It feels a bit cool. Looking at the hexagonal stone in his hand that looked like a piece of white jade, Suye marveled inwardly. Since the Great Cataclysm 100 years ago, some strange and special products have appeared in this world. Once utilized by humans, they indeed brought many convenient effects that are difficult to explain with science. No wonder humans want to reclaim Earth's former territories, the Outer Lands, no matter how much they must sacrifice. But the Outer Lands are filled with malicious secret realms. For humans, they are absolute forbidden zones. Furthermore, dealing with the monsters that sneak into human communities through strange spatial tremors at night is already overwhelming. How could humanity possibly have the strength left to reclaim their territory? If you go to a forbidden zone without enough strength, you won't even know how you died. Now that you have the skill transmission crystals, try to sense the ethereal mist. Use your abilities to feel it slowly. Once you open this bridge and then practice the guidance art, you will finally be true awakeners. As Tang Yun spoke, she sat quietly in her chair and watched the students. The students looked at each other, feeling a bit nervous, but since they were all talents with at least A-rank abilities, their comprehension was quite high. In the next moment, they all closed their eyes, using the power within them to sense the invisible ethereal mist flowing through the world. In the past, the stronger one's talent, the faster they could open the ethereal bridge. Conversely, those with weaker talent often found it very difficult to sense the ethereal mist at all. That is why they say it is hard for those with F-rank or even E-rank abilities to become true awakeners, because it is hard for them to open the bridge in the first place. And even if they do by luck, the subsequent absorption and conversion process is nearly impossible. Suye also began to sense it, and Tang Yun's gaze shifted to him at that moment. I wonder how long this kid will take. According to what she knew, Senior Tantai, the Sword Saint of the Dragon Country, opened the ethereal bridge in less than 5 minutes. It shocked every instructor in that entire year. As for the Dragon Country's other supreme deity, the founder of the Night Watchers, Dark Yama, he was only 3 minutes slower than the Sword Saint, and was the war god of the Dragon Country before the Sword Saint entered the divine realm. The human deities of other countries weren't bad either. World records show they all opened their ethereal bridges in less than half an hour, leading to legendary careers thereafter. So, how long will Suye, a fellow holder of divine talent, take? Tang Yun was filled with curiosity. However, within the short 30 seconds of her speculation, suddenly, in her perception, a faint wisp of ethereal mist drifted. Finally, under her stunned gaze, it surged into Suye's chest. Tang Yun suddenly looked down at the information ring on her wrist. 20 seconds. In just 20 seconds, that kid opened the ethereal bridge. As if to dispel the doubt in Tang Yun's mind, Suye stood up at that moment. Then, without disturbing the other students, he walked softly up to her. Teacher, may I return to the dormitory first? He was now desperate to unlock the Asura progress, but he didn't know if there would be any adverse reactions during the unlocking process. For instance, if the ghost hand would suddenly manifest. To be safe, it was better to unlock it back in the dorm. Besides, he heard the top students were treated very well with private villas in the academy, which would be perfect for his unlocking. Looking at the boy, Tang Yun nodded in a daze. It wasn't until Suye had been gone from the classroom for over 10 minutes that she finally snapped out of it. This brat is a total monster. 2 hours later, as the second student to wake up, Alina had just opened her agate green eyes. She immediately looked towards Suye's seat, and finding the boy she was so curious about gone, she hurriedly asked Tang Yun, "Teacher, where is Mr. Suye?" "Him? He has already gone back to the dormitory." Hearing this, the mixed-race girl, who possessed an Eastern gentleness and the delicate features of Bear Country, looked disappointed. "When did Mr. Suye leave? I wanted to say hello to him. I knew that with divine talent, he would definitely open the ethereal bridge before us." 2 hours and 20 seconds ago. Hearing this, Alina looked at her own information bracelet. It seemed like everyone in the class, including Mr. Suye, started sensing with their eyes closed right at 2 in the afternoon. And now it was 42 seconds past 4. Alina looked at Tang Yun in confusion. "Teacher, did Mr. Suye leave without sensing?" "He left after he finished sensing." Hearing this, Alina subconsciously tilted her head in confusion. Mr. Suye left after sensing? But 2 hours and 20 seconds ago, wasn't that right when the sensing began? The girl suddenly gasped, covering her cute cherry lips. Teacher, Mr. Suye. Yes, he succeeded in just 20 seconds. After those words, Alina was completely stunned. Her grandfather, the heroic Spirit King, one of the 10 strongest humans, took 18 minutes to open the ethereal bridge. 20 seconds! What does that even mean? Mr. Suye is incredible. For a moment, the girl's eyes turned into stars, looking extremely adorable. On the other side, Suye had quietly returned to the top student's villa area. As the most talented freshman, his villa, number 666, seemed to be more than twice the size of the others. Without any hesitation, Suye found the largest bedroom and opened the system interface. When he focused his mind on the Asura character template, ding! Due to the host's natural blindness, there is an extreme compatibility with the Asura Template. Therefore, you have gained 20% initial unlock progress. Do you wish to unlock this 20% of power now? Unlock!
Following Suye's orders, he himself also took out a transmission crystal and began to cultivate. He is going for a two-pronged approach. In his mind, ding, Asura progress is unlocking. Current character progress, 1%. The cold notification from the system had just finished. Suddenly, Suye felt several surges of power appear out of nowhere within his body, and then begin to nourish his physique wildly. His flesh, his organs, and even his cells were all strengthened in this moment. This was definitely a physical feedback reward. His soul strength was also being washed over by a mysterious power. A refreshing and comfortable sensation almost made Suye cry out. This is freaking more intense than the physical enhancement. And after his soul was strengthened just a tiny bit, he felt the speed at which he was practicing the psionic guidance technique seemed to have increased significantly. Clearly, his comprehension had improved. The guidance method that was expected to take 3 minutes to grasp was mastered in under a minute. While he was in shock, a wave of pure psionic energy wrapped around Suye at the same time. It was the powerful psionic energy rewarded by the system. Without a word, Suye quickly assumed the posture of the guidance method. With his head slightly tilted back and legs crossed, he held his hands toward the heavens, his consciousness sensing the subtle changes within. Before long, driven by the wave authority, the pure psionic energy surrounding him was completely absorbed, entering his skin. In the awakened realm, once psionic energy enters the skin, one is officially in the early stage of the bronze realm. In less than 2 minutes, Suye actually entered the early bronze realm. If it were a normal awakened, they probably wouldn't have understood even a shred of the guidance method yet, let alone psionic energy. Current character progress, 2%. Soon the progress unlocked another 1%, and those surges of power swept over him as a reward once more. The basic abilities and various sword skills of the Asura flooded into Suye's mind like a divine revelation. Backstep, quick rebound, leap, ancient memory, ghost slash, upper slash. Even the innate basic swordsmanship of a ghost slayer was now completely mastered by Suye. He was as proficient with them as his own limbs, easily unleashing their full power. With only 2% progress, it's already like this. By 20%, I'll definitely break through to the Silver Realm. Guiding the psionic energy into his body and feeling the thrill of surging power, Suye excitedly ordered, "System, speed up the unlocking." Current character progress, 3%. Current character progress, 5%. Current character progress, 9%. Current character. As if sensing the host's urgency and expectation, the system indeed sped up the unlocking process in a human-like manner. Even more violent power surged forth without reservation this time, working wholeheartedly to enhance Suye's strength. The flesh and cells of his body were boiling. His soul was also evolving toward an unknown level. His psionic realm was also rising rapidly under the two-pronged assault. Several minutes later, a quarter of Suye's skin was completely filled with pure psionic energy, middle stage of the bronze realm. 10 minutes later, 3/4 of his skin and flesh were now filled with extremely pure psionic energy, late stage of the bronze realm. According to past records, even geniuses with A-rank abilities, during their first time practicing the psionic guidance technique, could not reach this level. Take Mo Ningxuang, for example, who has the SS-Rank ice element, Nether Absolute Ice. During her first cultivation session, she reached the peak of the bronze realm, her skin completely filled with psionic energy. She was almost able to penetrate into her body and step into the Silver Realm. If she had truly entered the Silver Realm, she would have been the first person in history to barely keep up with God-tier talents using only an SS-Rank ability. But unfortunately, there is a significant gap between the Bronze and Silver Realms. He only had half a foot in the door and couldn't cross over. It was only after that first session, during her normal daily cultivation, that she promoted to the Silver Realm. Even so, Mo Ningxuang is still the strongest record holder of the Jiangnan Federation Saint University for many years. In the bedroom, another half hour passed. Beneath Suye's skin, from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, psionic energy filled every inch, flowing continuously. Peak of the Bronze Realm. He reached the limit that an SS-Rank prodigy could achieve, but this was far from his limit. In the next moment, the pure and terrifying psionic energy broke through the shackles of his flesh without resistance, penetrating into his body. Early stage of the Silver Realm. He had reached the level that the 10 strongest humans achieved during their very first time cultivating as mortals. Current character progress, 12%. Current character progress, 13%. Current. However, the cold notifications from the system continued. By the time he reached the middle stage of the Silver Realm, Suye's expression was one of daze. I've surpassed Senior Sword Saint. At this point, the record for the highest level reached during a first-time cultivation of the psionic guidance technique was broken by Suye. Was he excited? Of course he was. But at this moment, Suye was more curious about how much higher the remaining progress could take him. Current character progress, 20%. After several hours, the system notifications finally stopped. This meant that the Asura progress rewarded by the system was fully unlocked. At Suye's command, a character interface slowly opened. Host, Suye. Cultivation, Peak Silver Realm. Ability, Wave Authority, SSS-Rank Plus. Energy points, none. Character template, Asura, 20% unlocked. Template capacity, level 2, can hold 2 character templates. Peak Silver Realm. What a pity. If I had just 5% more progress, I could definitely reach the Gold Realm. Of course, Suye was already very satisfied with his current psionic realm. The enhancement of his physical body and soul had also reached a terrifying height. He had even mastered many of the Asura's core abilities. Murderous intent sensing. Wave Manifestation Brand. Earthwave Sword. Spirit Entrancing Orb. Asura Slash. As for more terrifying abilities like Murderous Wave, Fire and Ice Wave Swords, or even the Agni Pentacle, he couldn't master them yet, with only 20% Asura progress. But Suye wasn't in a hurry. As long as he killed evil spirits to earn energy points or completed random system missions in the future, he would eventually master all those wave abilities by slowly increasing his progress. Let's go test its power. Feeling the abundant power within him, Suye was in high spirits. He quickly left the bedroom and headed toward the villa's training room. The villas for top students all came with training rooms, and Suye's extra-large luxury villa was especially well-equipped. In the spacious training room, Suye looked at the mechanical force testing machine 10 meters away, his face full of anticipation. Wave Manifestation Brand. He whispered in his mind, and the next moment, a golden rune formed from wave power appeared above his head. Suye's hand quickly assumed a hand blade starting stance. Every basic attack with the Wave Manifestation Brand could be accompanied by a surge of wave power. It was definitely the core of the Asura's core abilities. Just as Suye was about to test his power on the machine, on the roof where he couldn't sense, accompanied by a breeze, Chen Yu's figure quietly appeared, his face full of shock. This kid, he's finished his first cultivation session? After learning from Tang Yun that Suye had actually opened the bridge between heaven and earth in 20 seconds, he hurried to the villa. What he didn't expect was that the boy seemed to have finished practicing the psionic guidance technique as well. Truly worthy of being a god-tier talent. Looking at the current situation, it seems he's succeeded and plans to test his power. Thinking this, Chen Yude curiously released his king-level spiritual sense and extended it towards Suye.
If this kid has really finished his cultivation, he should be able to step into the Silver Realm, right? I just wonder if he'll be at the initial stage or the middle stage. Middle stage! That's a feat even that fellow Tantai the Sword Saint couldn't accomplish. If Little Su steps into the middle stage of the Silver Realm on his very first try. At that thought, Chen Yuda's old face beneath his afro turned bright red, stimulated by his own wild ideas. He belonged to the same generation as the Sword Saint, but being born in that era meant that whether it was a genius like him or any other talent, they were destined to be overshadowed by Tantai the Sword Saint, only able to look up at him. In his youth, he was naturally headstrong and refused to back down, although he had long since let it go and they had become close friends. He still harbored a bit of a petty streak. For instance, even when they suppressed their cultivation levels to have a drinking contest, he still couldn't win. It was incredibly frustrating. But if a student from his own academy could break the record set by that fellow Tantai, wouldn't he be able to tease the guy at the dinner table from now on? Of course, Chen Yud also knew that surpassing the Sword Saint would be extremely difficult. After all, we're talking about the ultimate SSS-Rank weapon soul, the Heavenly Sword Soul. Among humanity's 10 strongest in terms of individual combat power, he is ranked number 1. Back when the Magic City-based city was besieged by a dragon-class abomination realm, it was like a natural disaster had struck. Everyone was in despair. In the end, it was this amiable Sword Saint who stood alone with his blade, unleashing a river of sword energy to hold back the endless tide of abominations beyond the borders. That day, behind him were the lights of 10,000 homes and defenseless citizens. This Sword Saint used the sword in his hand to ensure that not a single person in Magic City was lost. Even when the avatar of the realm descended, the Sword Saint fearlessly slew that evil god, the Styx avatar of the 9th rank demon breed, right then and there. He became the first person in human history to slay a god and earned the reverence of the world. Even a man like that only managed to get half a foot into the middle stage of the Silver Realm during his first attempt at the psionic channeling technique. If Su Ye wanted to surpass him, most people would immediately dismiss the idea as absurd. To even be on par with him would be a great blessing for humanity. Thinking this, Chen Yud's king-class spiritual sense silently reached out to Su Ye. Psionic energy has permeated his body. He really has stepped into the Silver Realm. Chen Yud's face lit up with joy, and he continued to probe deeper. Let me see. To what extent has the psionic energy filled him? Suddenly, the old principal froze, subconsciously rubbing his eyes. Then he checked back and forth again. Wait a minute. The psionic energy is incredibly pure, and his internal organs and limbs are already completely filled? What on earth? Is there something wrong with my king-class spiritual sense? But that shouldn't be right. This spiritual sense is awakened by opening the brain domain, something only possible at the king class. It shouldn't be making mistakes. Third time's the charm! Let's look again! By now, Chen Yude's eyes were as wide as light bulbs. Like an old ox that had just finished plowing a field, his breathing became heavy and erratic, huffing and puffing. He's just one step away from breaking the abdominal barrier to condense a psionic spring. Damn, it really is the peak of the Silver Realm. After confirming Su Ye's current level several times, Chen Yude nearly lost his balance and fell out of the sky. In the next instant, he flickered and appeared directly behind Su Ye in the training room. Su Ye immediately sensed the old principal's appearance through his waves and leaped back. Principal? What the hell are you doing? Can't you just walk through the door like a normal person? You scared the life out of me. I almost launched a wave blade behind me. As soon as he appeared, Chen Yude grabbed Su Ye by the shoulders. Breathing heavily and ignoring the boy's look of disgust, he demanded, "Kid, are you really at the peak of the Silver Realm?" Dodging the flying spit, Su Ye nodded. Just a lucky breakthrough. Crap! Lucky my foot. This kid, ha. While complaining internally, Chen Yude could no longer suppress his excitement. You're a total freak, a peerless monster, an absolute legend. Ha. Clearing the bridge between heaven and earth in 20 seconds, mastering the psionic channeling technique in 3 hours, reaching the peak of the Silver Realm on the first try. If this isn't being a freak, then what is? A massive, legendary monster. Ha. Su Ye jumped back again to avoid the spray of spit, his face dark. Principal, the spit. Watch the spit. Oh, right. I lost my composure. My bad. Chen Yude quickly realized and laughed awkwardly. It's your fault, kid. You nearly gave this old man a heart attack. He pointed to the impact tester 10 meters away, trying to change the subject to restore his image as the principal. And that impact tester in front of you can withstand a blow from an ordinary initial gold realm or a third-rank abomination. Give it your best shot. Young people always want to test their power after awakening. Don't worry, I'm right here to back you up. Your abilities won't go out of control. Su Ye's advancement to the peak of the Silver Realm had stunned him. But since this was the boy's first time using his abilities, he still needed to watch over him. He wouldn't let such a precious genius play around carelessly. He also felt lucky he arrived in time. If Su Ye had an accident while using his powers for the first time, it would be a massive loss for humanity. He wouldn't be at ease until the kid got familiar with his powers and reached a basic level of mastery. Hearing the principal's words, Su Ye nodded and assumed the starting stance for a hand-blade strike. It can withstand the power of a Gold Realm initial stage. Then he could relax. After all, a Gold Realm awakened was far beyond what a Silver Realm could compare to. Although he didn't know the exact destructive power of his wave authority yet, it was a Gold Realm machine, so it should hold up, right? While he was weighing his options, a third wave mark appeared above Su Ye's head. Golden, pale red, sky blue. Watching from the side, Chen Yude was secretly amazed. No longer hesitating, Suye locked his perception onto the surface of the tester. Swish, swish, swish. His right hand struck 3 times in rapid succession. Suddenly, whoosh, whoosh. 3 golden blade waves whistled through the air, each one larger than the last, tearing through the wind and slamming into the machine. With wave inscription, each of the first 3 normal attacks is more terrifying than the last. The third attack is often as powerful as the first 2 combined, catching opponents completely off guard. Under the watchful eyes of Suye and Chen Yud, the first blade wave struck the impact tester. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out instantly. The machine swayed, but before it could recover, the second golden wave, nearly 10 meters in diameter, slammed into it again. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as a tiny crack actually appeared on the surface of the tester. Whoosh! And the third blade wave, even more terrifying, long and powerful, was already right in front of it.
The third wave of blade energy, over 20 meters in diameter, looked like a golden crescent moon, slamming into the dynamometer with the force of a landslide. Swoosh! This time, there was no metallic clang of impact, nor were there any cracks that made Chen Yude's heart skip a beat. Instead, accompanied by a sharp cutting sound, the 8-meter-tall dynamometer was sliced right down the middle by the crescent blade energy. The cut was incredibly smooth, and the fluctuating blade energy continued onward toward the metal wall behind it with undiminished momentum. Had Chen Yud not intervened in time, dispelling the energy with a gust of wind, the back wall of the training room would likely have suffered the same fate. Suye subconsciously looked at Chen Yude, and the old principal looked back at his prized student. For a moment, they just stared at each other, both falling into silence. Thud! Thud! It wasn't until the 2 halves of the dynamometer hit the floor that the heavy silence was broken. Suye, Principal, are you sure this machine was supposed to withstand the early stage of the gold rank? Hearing this, Chen Yude glanced distractedly at the machine, now severed into 2 pieces 10 meters away. It should be correct. Suye was speechless. Damn, this thing is so fragile. What happened to it being able to take it? Damn it, what a letdown. It's a good thing I didn't use my full power. Otherwise, never mind the third wave. The first wave alone would have wrecked it completely. Besides, I only had 3 wave imprints floating above my head. If I unleashed all 5 while they were spinning crazily, what would happen then? Just like now, Suye's 5th wave imprint had appeared above his head, rotating slowly. He could feel that he was far stronger now than he was with only 3 imprints. As the imprint spun faster, the roaring wave energy within his body seemed to become even more terrifying. In this state, any wave-based ability he used would likely be insanely powerful. Hastily dispelling the wave imprints, Suye looked at Chen Yude awkwardly. Principal, does this mean my attack power has already reached the early gold rank? Chen Yude was still staring at the dynamometer in a daze. Hearing this, his face darkened instantly. Reached the early gold rank? Do you have any idea that with the power of your final blade wave, any ordinary early gold ranker below A-level ability would have been chopped into pieces? This brat, he's just too ridiculous. I was actually worried he might get hurt because he couldn't control his power. I should have been worried about him tearing the training room apart. Observing with his king rank spiritual sense, he had watched Suye's split-second performance. Whether it was the concentration of power in those 3 waves, or the precision and speed of his control, it had reached a level of perfect fluidity, or even something even higher. Control over abilities is divided into 5 realms: initial, fluid, shaping, intuitive, and the most terrifying, most unreachable final realm, absolute control. Absolute control over one's own ability. A student who had just awakened less than 2 days ago had already pushed his control to the fluid realm. No! Looking at that crescent blade energy, it should actually be the shaping realm. In less than 2 days, his control over his ability reached the shaping stage. Who would believe this if they heard it? Anyone who believes it is a complete idiot. Even that guy, Sword Saint Dantai, took over a month to reach the shaping realm, using his heavenly sword soul to manifest terrifying blade energy. From then on, his peers could only look up to his rise. But this kid, in less than 2 days, without any professional training, had subconsciously manifested blade energy through his wave power. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Chen Yude would be questioning reality. Of course, even knowing it was real, he was still questioning reality. We're both human. Why is the gap so massive? Taking a cigarette out of his pocket, Chen Yude took a deep breath and stylishly exhaled a smoke ring. If he could, he'd like to sing a song of sadness for the youth of this era. After putting out the cigarette, Chen Yude seemed to think of something. He frowned, then looked at Suye seriously. Su, your true cultivation level can only be detected by those with king rank spiritual sense. So, when talking to others, just say you're silver rank. As for the rest, let them guess. Do Do you understand? Suye was stunned. Why? Logically, the greater my talent, the more protection and resources I should get from the country, right? Although his SSS-Rank status was already enough for those benefits. But if he appeared even more monstrous, wouldn't the attention be even more exaggerated? Faced with Suye's confusion, Chen Yude fell silent for a long time before replying with unconcealable disgust. Because in this world, besides us true humans who hate the evil spirits, there are people who are even more like evil spirits than the spirits themselves. As he finished speaking, Suye's expression hardened. He wasn't stupid and immediately understood that Chen Yude was speaking in metaphors. Principle. These people who are more like evil spirits than the spirits themselves, they can't stand to see humanity doing well, right? It's good that you understand. Looking deeply at Suye, the grave expression on Chen Yude's face vanished instantly. He grinned. Let's not talk about that unlucky stuff. The freshman trials start in a week. You need to prepare well and try to gain some experience during the trials. As he spoke, the old principal handed a noble-looking wristband to Suye. This is proof of your status as the top student. Within the academy, whether it's resources for cultivation, weapons, or any training platforms, you can use them unconditionally. After saying this, Chen Yude turned into a gust of wind and disappeared. People more like evil spirits than the spirits themselves. It seems this world is far more complex than I thought. Putting on the wristband, Suye stopped overthinking. Once back in his room, he immediately opened the information wristband. A virtual menu popped up quickly. This noble wristband, representing the top student, not only had a special space for storage, it also seemed to connect to the Academy's Federal Net. The Federal Net was incredibly useful, not just for searching for knowledge about awakeners and evil spirits, but also for purchasing needed items with student points, much like a virtual shopping mall. Of course, you need enough points to buy things, so student points were very important to ordinary students. Except for the monthly allowance, they could only be earned through excellent performance. However, for Suye, with his divine talent, he didn't need those points at all, because with special government clearance, he could enjoy all the resources within the academy. That's quite a special privilege. Entering the Federal Net, Suye immediately found the weapons mall. For someone with short sword mastery and katana mastery, a suitable weapon was essential. It would bring a massive boost to his combat effectiveness. Sword or katana, which one should I choose?
Wait. Choose? Screw choosing! With my privileges and my mastery over multiple weapons, why shouldn't I just take them all? Suye tapped his head, suddenly enlightened, and made up his mind. Knives, swords, blunt weapons? Wouldn't it be great to just grab one of each for every weapon I've mastered? It's free anyway, so if it fits, I'll take it. In this world, weapons and combat suits required by Awakened, along with various special cultivation resources, are all categorized into 9-star levels. They perfectly correspond to the 9 great realms of the Awakened. And each star level has its own differences in quality. Primary, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. Although Suye is only in the silver realm, his current physical strength and overall power are enough to handle top-tier 3-star weapons and combat suits meant for the peak of the gold realm. You have to realize, most peak gold realm Awakened can't even afford this level of quality. Slowly scrolling through the virtual screen, Suye began to filter through them carefully. Gale set comes with a combat suit and a long sword, but it focuses too much on speed and is a bit too light, not quite right. Golden Rhino set, a bit crude, and the overall coordination isn't great. Water Spirit set, are you sure this size isn't meant for someone with a tiny waist? After looking through a few pages, even though these were top tier within the 3-star category and ridiculously expensive, they all had more or less some flaws. Yet a single weapon from these imperfect sets costs 5,000 points with a market value of over 10 million federal credits. Ridiculously expensive. At the Federal Saint Academy, a Gold Realm sophomore about to graduate might not even be able to save up 5,000 student points over 2 semesters. As for the 10 million federal credits, that's not a small sum even for Awakened who have already joined the Night Watch or Gold Tier members of civilian organizations. It would almost wipe out most of their savings. After all, 10,000 federal credits are enough for an ordinary family to live on for a decade. Of course, for a perfectionist like Suye, these didn't meet his standards. Well, actually, it's just that I have privileges now and feel rich, so I'm getting a bit carried away. Otherwise, a high-quality weapon forged from special materials like this would usually be a treasure I couldn't afford to dream of. You get what you pay for. Let's just find the most expensive ones. No longer bothering to browse slowly, Suye skipped straight to the last page of the top-tier 3-star section. There we go. With my wave perception, the screen finally looks a lot more satisfying. Dragon series. Berserker series. The names, the class, the prestige. It's definitely on another level. And corresponding to that is the price tag that makes all those gold tier Awakened break out in a cold sweat. 8,000 points, 18 million federal credits for just one weapon or one piece of armor. In the end, Suye chose the series that had the best overall quality and was the most expensive among the dozens available. The Dark Gold Supreme series. It doesn't cost me anything anyway, so why not just choose it? The Dark Gold series is undoubtedly the pinnacle of top-tier 3-star gear in terms of both appearance and quality. I heard it's crafted from a rare extraterrestrial material called Dark Ghost Vine. A combat suit made with only 1/10 of that raw material is enough to withstand attacks from ordinary Diamond Realm entities. The weapons can even injure quite a few Tier 4 evil spirits. Impressive! Without a second thought, Suye placed his order. A sharp longsword, a greatsword, a domineering broadsword, and a thick, heavy dark gold blunt weapon. And a full set of dark gold combat armor. Taking it all. After showing his chief student credentials, the Federal Skynet responded quickly. Dear Mr. Suye, your order for the Dark Gold series has been successfully placed. It will be delivered by a specialist in 30 minutes. Done. Lying on the bed feeling satisfied, Suye waited quietly. Meanwhile, in the principal's office at Federal Saint Academy, Chen Yude had just sat down when his information bracelet began to ring. Seeing who was calling, the old man's mouth stretched wide, and he chuckled as he hurriedly answered. A moment later, a 4D virtual screen slowly popped up. On the screen was a blurry silhouette. Even though it sat there quietly, it gave off a sharp, cutting vibe. It didn't feel like a person sitting there. If one had to describe it, it felt more like a sword, a blurry sword shadow quietly hovering on the screen. Looking at the figure on the screen, Chen Yu took a sip of tea and grinned. You actually contacted me proactively. I thought you didn't care about anything other than cultivation and wouldn't be curious at all. From the screen, a weathered but kind male voice came through. I am human too, and I have emotions. It's a huge blessing for our Dragon Kingdom to have a god-tier talent emerge. Naturally, I'm curious. Has the little guy started practicing the spirit energy induction technique? By the end of his sentence, the anticipation in his voice was unmistakable. 20 seconds to open the bridge between heaven and earth. What do you think? Ha ha ha! Good kid! Better than me when I was young. So what's his current realm? To everyone's surprise, Chen Yude didn't answer this time. He tilted his mouth, picked his nose, and said triumphantly, guessed. Figure. I should have just used my sword to shave off that old man's messy hair last time we drank together. Looking at how smug you are, could it be intermediate? Chen Yude, guess again. Interesting. Very interesting. The figure suddenly let out a hearty laugh. Late Silver Realm, ha 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 ha. The younger generation is truly formidable indeed. Chen Yude, the kid has half a foot into the gold realm. The laughter stopped abruptly. On the screen, the figure shuddered slightly, and low-pitched sword hums could be heard one after another. Seeing this, Chen Yude raised his eyebrows mockingly. Shocked? Yes, shocked indeed. As if suppressing his own emotions, the figure spoke after a short silence, laughing tremulously. I'm so excited by you, old rascal. Ha ha ha. Good. What a great kid. 10 years. In 10 years, he will be humanity's greatest variable. He is our hope. Upon hearing this, Chen Yude put away his playful expression and frowned. 10 years for that kid. Isn't that too difficult? You know, it took even you nearly 70 years to reach this realm. Don't rush. Don't rush. Reaching the divine realm within 10 years is easier said than done. Even if Suye managed to reach it in 30 years, it would still be a testament to the peerless talent he has shown today. The figure shook his head. The divine realm? No, I'm saying the little guy might actually be able to take that one extra step. As those words fell, Chen Yude's eyes went round, and he stared at the figure in utter disbelief. The principal's shock confirms that Suye is no longer just a talented student, but a critical geopolitical asset. Predicting a 10-year path to the ultimate realm suggests the global power balance is about to undergo a violent restructuring. Most warriors specialize to survive, but Suye's decision to master every weapon highlights a terrifying psychological confidence. He is not just following a path, he is becoming a tactical variable that makes all existing power rankings completely obsolete.
Take that step. Chen Yude was absolutely stunned. Could this old drinking buddy of his actually be on a completely different level? The God's domain is already a realm that countless awakened individuals can't even dream of reaching in their entire lives. As for that even more distant and ethereal unknown level, if it weren't for his old friend mentioning it briefly over drinks, even he, a peak king-ranked Dalao standing at the apex of humanity, would have never known about it. Even his old friend himself probably can't be sure what exactly lies beyond the end of the God's domain, right? He only said that there is such a step, And now, he actually says that this kid Su Ye can reach that realm. He really dares to say anything. I have this premonition. Seeing Chen Yuda's look of astonishment, the figure chuckled. Of course, it's mostly hope that he can achieve it. After all, isn't such talent worth looking forward to? Chen Yud took a deep breath. But 10 years is just too short. Maybe the pressure those secret realms are putting on humanity is just too great. We are indeed being a bit hasty. The figure seemed a bit shaken this time, no longer insisting on his idea. After a long silence, he sighed. Just do our best. Under our protection, especially mine as his master, we must ensure the little guy grows up smoothly. Yeah, that's a must. Wait, master? Damn it. I knew you old geezer were trying to poach my student. Let me tell you, no way. Ha 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 ha. Villa 666 for elite students. Half an hour later, under the professional service of a woman in business attire, Su Ye received the dark gold set with satisfaction. Then, he couldn't wait to start unboxing. Deserves to be the most expensive one. The look is just perfect. Looking at the weapons laid out in the exquisitely crafted box, Su Ye picked up the dark gold long blade first. The blade was nearly 6 feet long and about 2 palms wide. The dark gold luster radiated a noble temperament without being flashy. It hit just the right spot. Combined with the dragon scale engraved hilt and the tiny dragon-like dark patterns running through the entire blade, everything clicked together. It completely matched Su Ye's aesthetic and fit his personality perfectly. Swish! Swish! He gave it a few light swings. The air made a sharp whistling sound, and he couldn't feel the slightest resistance. What a blade! Su Ye instantly fell in love with it. After storing the dark gold blade in his wristband, he proceeded to unbox the rest of the dark gold series weapons and armor one by one. After trying them all out, Su Ye walked to the training room, feeling fully satisfied. He heard that tomorrow morning they would start the classroom lecture on preparations for the freshman trial, so it was essential to adapt to his abilities in the shortest time possible. Tonight, he had to perform all of Asura's moves to ensure he had a clear grasp of his overall strength, all to prepare for crazy energy point farming during the freshman trial. That's right. Just a moment ago, Su Ye learned from the system that he needed energy points to continue increasing his unlocking progress. And aside from getting unlocking scrolls and special rewards from completing random tasks, killing evil spirits was the simplest way. Therefore, the freshman trial was not just about gaining experience fighting evil spirits for Su Ye. It was his main way to farm energy points. After all, the Dragon Kingdom has regulations. As students, apart from specific academy missions, they cannot participate in the Night Watchers or military's anti-evil operations. Only after graduation, by joining one of these parties, can they conduct hunts with an official designation. This is not only to protect students, but also to prevent hot-headed kids from getting in the way of the Night Watchers' operations, so as to avoid irreparable losses. So, the freshman trial is practically the only opportunity Su Ye has to get energy points right now. Thinking to himself, Su Ye began training frantically in the training room. Wave Imprint. Early the next morning, in the elite classroom, a group of genius students had already arrived early. At this moment, these 100 elite students were discussing their cultivation insights from yesterday in small groups, some happy and some sad. The happy ones were naturally those who had made progress, smugly showing off to their desk mates. The sad ones were all pulling long faces, feeling miserable enough already while having to watch others show off. So comfortable. After going back to my villa last night, I successfully mastered the spiritual energy guidance technique and reached the mid-bronze realm. I guess that's the limit for an A-rank ability, ha ha ha. Though I was a bit late and only grasped the guidance method in the small hours, I just reached the mid-bronze realm. I didn't sleep all night and feel a bit tired now, but it's totally worth it. Can you guys stop talking? Damn, is my comprehension really that bad? I'm still a bit off from running the guidance method normally. Damn it. I'm going to train hard again tonight. Even among geniuses with A-rank abilities, there are gaps. Admit it, little brother, haha. The dozen or so S-rank prodigies in our class must have all reached the late bronze realm by now, right? They probably have. And with Princess Elena Shirles's talent as an SS-rank special type, she must have definitely reached the peak of the bronze realm. She has the same aptitude as the goddess Mo. Isn't that obvious? As the only SS-rank heavenly beauty in the Bear Kingdom this year, and the granddaughter of the Spirit King, it would be strange if she hadn't reached it overnight. What about Su Ye? Upon hearing the name Su Ye, the entire classroom fell into an instant dead silence. All the students had dazed expressions. Yesterday, after they had all successively opened their heaven and earth bridges, before they could even celebrate, they were stunned by a piece of news. Their own joy and pride vanished into thin air in an instant, and they felt hit hard. 20 seconds. Suye opened the heaven and earth bridge in only 20 seconds. It was several times faster than when the 10 strongest humans were young. Compared to Suye, they were practically worse than trash. What's there to be happy about? Even though they knew he was an SSS-Rank God-level talent, being in the same classroom, they would subconsciously compare themselves. Like, could they narrow the gap just a tiny bit? However, the result was unreachable distance. Their mental state collapsed. So much so that when these students left the classroom yesterday, they all left in silence, wearing long faces. Why is it so quiet? Did I arrive first? Just then, a voice came from outside the classroom. It was Suye, who had slept in because he trained too late. But he could sense that everyone was already here. Why was it so quiet? And just then, 3 figures stood up simultaneously and reached the classroom door at the same time. As soon as Suye pulled open the door, he saw Jo Ziyun, Elena, and Yagami Kenta standing inside. All 3 were looking at him with intense gazes. My God, what are you all doing? Ziyun's gaze could be understood. It was one of joy and excitement. As for Elena, well, that could also be barely understood. She did say she was interested in him yesterday. Bear Kingdom people, passionate and curious, so naturally she made a move. But what is your deal, Yagami Kenta? I'm not even close with you. What the hell is with that intense, malicious glare? Before the 2 girls could speak, Yagami Kenta pulled out a Japanese katana from somewhere and pointed it directly at Suye with the hilt. I said yesterday that my hobbies are swordsmanship and challenging the strong. You make me feel pressure, so I want to challenge you.
Huh? Suye was completely bewildered by the awkwardly spoken Chinese. Challenging me? What's wrong with this clown? It's early in the morning. Did he hit his head or something? Again, this Yagami Kenta is way too arrogant. Brother Yi, accept his challenge and take him down. Yeah, take him down! He had the nerve to use his sword to bully a girl earlier. If my rank wasn't lower than his, and if I didn't just have an A-level ability, I would have fought him myself. He even said that besides Alina and you, Brother Ye, no one in our year can handle his flying star sword style. It's so infuriating. Stop egging him on. It won't be good if Instructor Tang comes in and sees this. We're not egging him on, it's the truth. He just said our class's swordsmanship is no match for his nation's sword arts. Doesn't that make you angry? Of course I'm angry, but there's nothing we can do. Not many people in our class know sword skills. Even those who do, you saw what happened. Kexen was defeated by his challenge, and when Zeon tried to step in to save face, she also. Damn it! I hate to admit it, but that guy's S-level speed multiplier combined with his sword style is seriously tough. Listening to the commotion in the classroom, Suye glanced at Jo Zeon with a look of surprise. So, a little drama unfolded in the class before I even arrived? The girl named Kexen, because she has an A-level sword-type ability, was directly challenged by Yagami Kenta. After she lost, Zeon couldn't stand it, tried to get some payback, and ended up getting defeated too. How embarrassing. Facing Suye's strange look, Jo Ziyun gritted her teeth and glared at Yagami Kenta. He had a higher rank and a stronger ability, and he forced others to accept the challenge. That's just bullying. I couldn't stand it, so I challenged him. And then you lost! The young girl looked aggrieved, her chubby cheeks puffed out. His speed was too fast, and I'm still not used to controlling the Sea Heart holy water. Yagami Kenta glanced at her coldly from the side. Even if you were skilled at using it, you still wouldn't have been able to dodge my blade. You! Ignoring the pouting Jo Zeon. Yagami Kenta looked back at Suye. We still have some time before class. How about it? Will you accept my challenge? His tone was aggressive, as if he wouldn't let it go unless Suye accepted. Everyone in the class looked at Suye. Yagami Kenta clearly wasn't giving Suye any way out! He could have challenged him privately, but he chose to do it right before class, right in front of everyone. If Suye, with his god-level talent, refused to accept, he would lose face to Yagami Kenta. Even if he accepted and won, it would be expected. The concern was the worst-case scenario, since they were all just starting to get used to their abilities. Suye might get caught off guard by Yagami Kenta's swordsmanship. An S-level, getting an edge over an SSS level? Regardless of the outcome, Yagami Kenta would look good, and the genius swordsman from the Cherry Blossom Nation banked on that, which is why he dared to challenge Suye without fear. The future gap doesn't matter. Right now, he felt he had a chance to spar with Suye. The gap is too big. Maybe next time. Under everyone's tense gaze, Suye just smiled lightly, walked past Yagami Kenta, and went straight into the classroom. What surprised the students even more was that Yagami Kenta didn't stop him. When he challenged that other girl, wasn't his sword hilt practically touching her face? Where did that overbearing, do-as-he-pleases arrogance go? Some students who were hoping for a show looked disappointed. It seems they wouldn't get to see Suye teach him a lesson. Or could it be Suye wasn't confident? That must be it. It makes sense. Even with his god-level talent, he just awakened his ability. His potential and power might be heaven-defying, but his control shouldn't be much higher than theirs. Though it looks a bit like he's avoiding a fight, it's a smart choice. Wouldn't it be better to wait until he's more skilled and then crush Yagami Kenta? Of course, if they could see Yagami Kenta's back. His face had turned completely pale. They wouldn't be thinking that. Gulp. At the entrance, Yagami Kenta swallowed hard. The hand gripping his sword hilt was actually trembling. Just a moment ago, as Suye said those words, he felt an invisible force sweep past his neck. He had wanted to draw his sword to defend, but that invisible force had already touched the skin of his throat. It was icy cold, yet extremely sharp. Yagami Kenta was certain that if he had moved even an inch, that force would have sliced his throat open. Suye! It was definitely Suye who had made a move. Thinking of this, Yagami Kenta froze on the spot. Does this mean that if Suye wanted to defeat him, or even kill him, he wouldn't even have the chance to draw his sword? A wave of frustration and despair washed over him, and his hand dropped limply from the sword hilt. Hee, Mr. Suye is really amazing! Alina, standing nearby, covered her mouth and chuckled, then took Jo Xiun and followed Suye. She was an SS-level special-type magic spirit awakener, very sensitive to shifts in space. Although it all happened so quickly, how could she have missed it from such a short distance? In fact, when that power appeared, she felt her hair stand on end like a startled cat. If that power had been aimed at her, she definitely would have had a hard time blocking it. At that thought, her curiosity about Suye only grew stronger. Only Jo Xiun, seeing Yagami Kenta's expression, looked confused. Alina, what's wrong with that guy? Why did his face get so pale? And why is he sweating? Alina pointed at Suye's retreating figure and smiled mysteriously. You'll have to ask Mr. Suye about that. Jo Xiun was even more confused. Ask Su? Didn't they just stand there and do nothing? It wasn't until Alina leaned in and whispered in her ear that the girl's eyes widened. Su is so unfair, playing a sneak attack like that. Alina. Soon, under everyone's confused gazes, Yagami Kenta returned to his seat, looking utterly dejected. His state left everyone in the class completely baffled. An A-level exchange student, who seemed to be from the Flying Eagle Nation, looked at him and comforted him. Friend, what's with that look? Suye is an SSS-level monster. Him not accepting your challenge is something you should be happy about. It shows he's a bit wary of you. If I had challenged Suye and he refused, I'd be bragging about it for a year. Wary? Looking at the boy from the Flying Eagle Nation with a deathly pale face, Yagami Kenta murmured in disappointment. If you challenged me, do you think I'd accept? Friend, you think I'd just kill you in one strike, right? After all, the gap between us is that huge. As if his heart had been struck by a blade, Yagami Kenta stared blankly at his own katana, having nothing more to say.
Susu, have you already promoted to the Silver Realm? In her seat, Jo Xiun turned her head, looking curiously at Suye, who was sitting behind her. Otherwise, how did you suddenly become so strong? Alina, who had deliberately chosen to sit beside them, heard this and fixed her jade-green eyes on Suye, smiling sweetly. Xian, Suye's talent is even greater than my grandfather's. He must have promoted to the Silver Realm, right? Right, Mr. Suye? Her grandfather is one of humanity's strongest gods, the heroic Spirit King, Shurlis. He promoted to the early stage of the Silver Realm during his very first spiritual energy guidance training. Since Mr. Suye was able to open the Heaven and Earth Bridge in 20 seconds, his talent must surpass my grandfather's in some ways. He definitely promoted to the Silver Realm. She even suspected that Mr. Suye might be beyond the early Silver Realm. If he had reached the mid-Silver Realm, then the Mr. Suye she admired would be simply too incredible. Nearby students who heard this also pricked up their ears, brimming with curiosity. Facing the curious gazes of the two girls, Suye nodded with a light laugh. I have indeed promoted to the Silver Realm. And Alina, just call me Suye. We are classmates, no need to be so formal. He had a pretty good impression of this enthusiastic, mixed-heritage prodigy. She was warm and cheerful, hitting it off with Xian like sisters instantly, and the feedback from other classmates about her seemed quite positive too. She was a simple, sincere, and beautiful young girl. Alina's pretty face flushed slightly. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Suye, I look forward to your guidance in the future. To persist for so many years in the desperate predicament of being blind and then successfully awaken a god-level talent, it really commands respect. She truly admired a Suye like this. Just like the fairy tales she loved to read as a child, princes almost always had to go through hardships. Then, blooming with their own radiance in the midst of despair, they would eventually grow through effort and become kings beloved by all. Such a life story is truly mesmerizing. Instructor Tang is here. At that moment, a student at the door shouted, and the whispering in the classroom stopped instantly. Instructor Tang's arrival meant it was time to start explaining the details of the freshman trial. They took the freshman trial very seriously. They had to listen carefully. After all, the freshman trial involves facing evil spirits head-on. If you don't understand it clearly, forget about getting injured. Death is a real possibility. This had happened in previous trials, when team leaders and senior students couldn't keep an eye on them every second. Reckless students would get devoured on the spot by evil spirits. By the time rescue arrived, they were already the monster's meal. Walking into the classroom, Tang Yun felt very satisfied with the pin-drop silence. Of course, she didn't forget to reprimand him. Yagami, next time you want to challenge someone, remember to get their consent before sparring. As a top student at the Federal Sage University, not knowing the most basic etiquette is unacceptable. As a pinnacle powerhouse of the Sun Realm, even if her perception wasn't as heaven-defying as a king-level spiritual sense, sitting in the office upstairs, she could still oversee everything happening in the classroom. Hearing this, Yagami Keita, still in a daze, lowered his head quickly, not daring to look at Tang Yun. Understood. Instructor Tang. After reprimanding Yagami Keita, Tang Yun cast a subtle glance at Suye. This brat, just as the old man said, has reached the peak of the Silver Realm. That subtle attack of energy just now. I'm afraid even most second-year students in ordinary classes couldn't take that. What a little monster, she muttered with a smirk, but deep down, she was feeling delighted. The more monstrous Suye performed, the more accomplished and gratified she felt as his semi-guardian. As for that girl Zian, she was too rash and liked to show off. She really needed to change her personality. Withdrawing her gaze, Tang Yun didn't waste time and went straight to the point. Before I talk about the freshman trial, let me ask you a question. If a spatial quake occurs, whether during the trial or here at the academy, what will you do? As she finished, the students' faces turned pale, and they answered without hesitation, run as far away as possible and wait for rescue from the Night Watchers and the military. A spatial quake, the greatest cause of the evil spirits that humanity has to face, even while hiding in base cities. A century ago, after humanity gained transcendent powers, they thought that by hiding in remote corners, they could slow down the erosion of evil spirit realms. But who knew, after only a few years of peace, a sudden strange spatial fluctuation completely erased humanity's tranquility. Although this suddenly appeared spatial fluctuation wasn't as damaging as the evil spirit realms, it possessed a capability that humanity still cannot defend against to this day. It allows evil spirits to appear out of thin air within human communities, as if through a portal. Evil spirits can quietly pass through this door and teleport randomly into human-based cities. It is extremely stealthy, and for humanity, it's a fatal blow. Furthermore, these doors often appear at night, leaving humanity in a desperate situation of constant attack. Therefore, since that day, humanity hasn't had a single day of peace. Every day, people vanish without a trace, devoured by evil spirits. Even though the Awakeners have done everything they can to be on guard, there is no way to stop it. They can only helplessly watch as those demons slaughter their kin and then disappear into thin air. It was also from that time that all of humanity joined together to form the Night Watchers organization, using perception-type Awakeners to research devices that could detect these strange spatial fluctuations at the first possible moment. 5 years. 5 whole years. The first anti-spatial quake device was born. It could detect anomalous spatial states immediately, allowing the Night Watchers to deploy barriers in advance to suppress them. Although sacrifices remained high, it was already enough to reduce the damage within base cities to a certain extent. From then on, humanity finally had the capital to barely resist these strange spatial fluctuations. And these strange doors were named spatial quakes by humanity. 14 years ago, Suye's parents died because of a sudden level 1 spatial quake, trying to protect him. To this day, he still remembers clearly the horrifying sounds of his father and mother being bitten and chewed. Therefore, whether they are ordinary people or awakeners, everyone fears the emergence of a spatial quake to the extreme. Seeing the reactions of the students, Tang Yun nodded in satisfaction. Having this awareness is correct. Now, let me introduce you to the evil spirits you will face in the freshman trial. With that, Tang Yun clicked on a virtual screen behind her. As the image slowly appeared, a pitch-black, humanoid but inhuman shadow gradually became clear. Fangs protruding from its mouth, multiple human faces layered over one another, an indescribably terrifying face. Inside the classroom, as the image was fully revealed, the atmosphere turned cold and the student's hair stood on end.
Most of you students here come from families of awakened. Therefore, you have all more or less learned something about common evil spirits from your elders. Looking at this awkward and terrifying evil spirit before them, they recognized it at first glance. A man-eater, a Tier 1 evil spirit, equivalent to a human bronze rank awakened. Cunning and troublesome, these monsters feed specifically on human flesh to gain the chance to evolve, and they are very picky, possessing a disgusting and creepy habit. They only eat the face and head of a human. They never touch anything below the neck. So, when you find a headless corpse, there is a high probability that it was the work of a man-eater. At this thought, the students in the classroom, who were already bristling with fear from the realistic man-eater on the screen, grew even more uneasy, their bodies stiffening with unconcealable terror in their eyes. Could one of the targets for their freshman trial actually be this man-eater? Many of the gentler and more timid female students already had tears welling up in their eyes. They were terrified. Meanwhile, on the screen, the twisted figure of the man-eater suddenly moved, dropping to all fours and lunging toward a black-clad awakened holding a long blade in the alley with unnatural crawling movements. Upon seeing the awakened, its face, layered with several distorted human visages, instantly revealed a greedy and bloodthirsty expression. Disgusting saliva dripped from between its fangs, much like a crazed hyena spotting delicious food. It opened its massive, blood-stained maw and bit toward the black-clad awakened. "You villain!" The black-clad awakened cursed in rage and swung his blade, the sharp edge striking the rows of fangs instantly. With a metallic clang, both were sent reeling back, but before the awakened could react, the man-eater forced its own bones to twist with a sickening crunch as it landed, immediately launching another assault. Its sickle-like claws tore through the air, slashing viciously at the black-clad awakened's head. This man-eater actually ignored inertia, trading injury for the initiative of a second attack. This sight made the students' scalps tingle as they watched the black-clad awakened nervously. Fortunately, the black-clad awakened seemed to have anticipated this, rolling away to dodge the strike. However, just as the students let out a sigh of relief, a sharp black shadow shot out from the man-eater's mouth, piercing straight toward the black-clad awakened's chest. This strike was something neither the students in the classroom nor the awakened himself had expected, causing him to freeze for a split second. And the consequence of that hesitation, squished. The iron whip-like black tongue pierced directly through the black-clad awakened's chest. The next moment, its claws tore through his lower body and blood surged out. After two miserable screams, the black-clad awakened became a meal for the man-eater. No matter how he twitched or struggled, he could only be pinned down and cruelly devoured. Crunch, crunch. The bone-chilling sound of the monster tearing at the face and chewing on flesh reached the students' ears, making their faces turn even paler. Many girls covered their eyes and trembled, unable to watch. In his seat, Su-ye heard the sounds, and a wild surge of killing intent welled up, his fists clenched tight. This slightly excited, bizarre chewing sound, there's no mistaking it. It's exactly the same sound as when his father and mother were being torn apart 14 years ago. Man-eater! That day, the thing that attacked his family was definitely a man-eater. Yay, run! Mom and Dad will hold it off. You run! Run now! Help! Awakened lords, help us! Please! Oh heavens, save my yay! You monster! Over here! Come here! Yay! You must survive! Those feelings of helplessness, confusion, and heart-wrenching grief flooded back into his heart at this very moment. Staring intensely at the screen, Su-ye longed to pull out his dark gold long blade, charge into the screen, chop this man-eater into pieces, smash it to dust, slice its flesh off piece by piece, and wipe it from existence. Kill, kill, kill! They must all die! A terrifying aura of murderous intent radiated from him instinctively, making the already pale-faced students feel as though they had fallen into an icy pit. They stared in astonishment at Su-ye, whose face was twisted and who was gnashing his teeth. Jo Si-yoon looked over with a worried expression. Susu? She had heard her mother and Ning Shuang mention in whispers that Susu's parents had died in the jaws of a man-eater during a space tremor 14 years ago while trying to protect him. But for all these years, Ning Shuang had kept Susu away from information about evil spirits and never told him the truth. Could Susu's reaction now mean that he had remembered some painful memories? Beside him, Alina placed a hand on Su-ye's shoulder and said softly, "It's okay, Su-ye. It's okay. It's all in the past." The file said Su-ye was an orphan. Could it be because of the evil spirits? The surrounding students remained silent upon seeing Su-ye like this. After a long while, many of the students also revealed ferocious expressions. "I'm the same as Brother Yi. I come from a poor family too. My mother died at the hands of an evil spirit when I was in middle school. I can never forget that day, my father holding me and crying in despair. Damn it, Once I become a powerful awakened, I will absolutely wipe these evil spirits out. My older brother sacrificed himself to protect the civilians while on a mission. I will join the Watchmen, avenge my brother, and become an awakened he'd be proud of. Although I know I shouldn't say this right now, I must remind you all not to let anger cloud your judgment. The freshman trial is about to start. You should focus on calming down, understanding the situation with the evil spirits, and improving yourselves. That's the real way to go. Of course, we know that, but we've endured the pain of life and death separations for so many years. Whoever they are, when they see the culprit behind it all, who can stay calm? Sigh. On the podium, Tang Yun watched all this silently, not stopping the students from venting their rage. Especially Su Ye, who had been protected by Ning Shuang for so many years, never allowed to know the truth or learn about the existence of evil spirits. After all these years, he must have accumulated an inextinguishable hatred. It's better to let him vent it now. Once all the students had calmed down, she spoke sternly. As you just saw, while the man-eater is only a Tier 1 evil spirit, it is cunning and fierce. You must always pay attention to its speed and unpredictable behavior, especially that knife-like tongue, which often deals a fatal blow the moment we let our guard down. So when facing a man-eater, you must stay calm and collected, keeping a few cards up your sleeve. It is cunning, but we must be even more cunning and ruthless. Alright, next, the second type of evil spirit. And so, in the time that followed, Tang Yun meticulously and seriously explained to the students all the hidden dangers and characteristics of the evil spirits they would encounter in the freshman trial. Only after a few hours did she let the students go to digest the information. Su Ye was the first to leave the classroom, watched by the worried eyes of Zhou Ziyun and Alina. Using his privileges, he entered the Evil Spirit Trial Tower, a place specifically designed to simulate evil spirits so students could get a preliminary experience of combat. As soon as he entered the pitch-black space that resembled the starry cosmos, a mechanical voice rang out. Student Su Ye, please select your simulation target. Please select the quantity. Please select... Before the simulation system could finish, Su Ye said with a blank expression, Man-eater, quantity, infinite. As he spoke, his dark gold long blade appeared in his hand. At that moment, he completely transformed into an Asura, his killing intent surging wildly.
Within the cosmic space of the Evil Spirits Trial Tower, after Su Ye stated the quantity, the simulation system prompted mechanically. Student Su Ye, the Infinite Ogre mode is a Hell-level difficulty. Are you sure you want to select it? Hell-level difficulty? Ha! Even a mode with zero chance of survival could not stop his murderous intent, which was as frantic as a demon's at this moment. Clutching the dark gold supreme long blade tightly in his hand, Su Ye replied coldly, Simulate. With those words finished, evil spirit type, ogre, quantity, infinite, strength, tier 1. Simulation generating. 10 seconds later, the first wave of ogres will arrive in the virtual space. Please prepare yourself, challenger. Countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 1. As the prompt ended, circular magic arrays manifested out of thin air all around the space. As blue energy gathered, one terrifying and misshapen ogre after another emerged from the arrays. 1, 2, 50. In less than 5 seconds, the ogres in the simulation space had become a vast, dark, and dense sea. Sharply distorted bodies, sickle-like claws, faces layered with human features, and mouths full of fangs. Their appearance was not exactly the same as the ogre in the classroom, but it was quite close. However, in terms of demeanor, they were not as vivid, they were rather dull. This is the only drawback of the trial tower. It can only simulate an empty shell of form and then try its best to restore the data based on the information collected by the simulation system. It cannot be completely identical. But for Su Ye at this moment, this was enough. The overwhelming murderous intent suppressed in his chest needed to be released. Without a word, Su Ye hefted his dark gold long blade and lunged forward with the speed of a hunting panther. The speed of his sudden burst left trails of afterimages behind. Die! Holding the nearly 6-foot-long, imposing dark gold blade across his chest during his sprint, he swung it horizontally as he approached the 6 oncoming ogres, accompanied by a terrifying whistle of the blade, like a streak of dark golden lightning slicing through the air. Swish, 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 swish. The 6 ogres didn't even have a chance to react. Their 6 hideous heads fell to the ground on the spot, turning into blue stardust and vanishing. With his speed undiminished, a cold expression on his face, Su Ye plunged once again into the dense swarm of ogres. Die, 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 die. Accompanied by low roars under the flashes of his dark golden blade, the heads of the ogres flew off one after another. Wherever his blade passed, not a single ogre was spared. It was as if death itself had passed through, harvesting lives everywhere. Meanwhile, in the lobby of the trial tower, many people noticed this room marked with the hell level mode. They were all sophomore students. After all, at this stage, most freshmen either haven't opened their heavenly bridges, or they have, but haven't successfully mastered spiritual energy guidance and possess no power, so they wouldn't dare come to the trial tower. Even if they had mastered it and came to the tower, without points, it would be useless. Therefore, in the lobby, apart from a few curious freshmen, the rest were all sophomores there for trials. Seeing the simulation status marked as hell level, this group of sophomores was all attracted. They are all simulated ogres. And this quantity, my god, infinite. This? How many points would this even require? Even if I sold everything I owned, I couldn't afford to simulate even 100 ogres. Infinite quantity, what kind of concept is that? I've never seen this happen before. Wait, the challenger is a freshman? How is that possible? It really is marked as a freshman. This is absurd, simply outrageous. Setting aside his strength, can he even afford the points for such a massive energy expenditure? In a situation like this, could it only be possible with chief student privileges? I heard that the legendary Senior Mo from 2 years ago gained the privilege to enjoy all resources after winning the position of chief student in her freshman year, which is why she could squander points in the trial tower like that. That means this freshman became the chief student right after enrolling. Damn, is he even more of a monster than Senior Mo? A freshman who qualifies to be directly granted chief student privileges by the academy. It's Junior Suye. It must be him. Now that you mention it, that boy who entered the room with his eyes closed really looked like Junior Suye. It is him. Some of the sophomores realized this, and their faces showed fervor. Yesterday, when school started, hearing that Suye was attending their Jiangnan Academy had excited many sophomore seniors. After all, having a peerless genius of one's own school is something to be proud of. And since they saw his awakening ceremony, they had long wanted to catch a glimpse of him in person. They didn't expect that before they could even go to see this God-gifted talent. He would appear in the trial tower himself. When the trial is over, we must make friends with this junior. But what surprised them was, 10 minutes have passed. Why hasn't Junior Suye come out yet? Logically, infinite tier 1 ogres, he should have been out by now. With Junior Suye's talent, he must have come to the trial tower to test himself after reaching the level of the top 10 powerhouses when they were young after his first cultivation session. But even at the early silver stage, facing infinite ogres, let alone 10 minutes, he shouldn't even last 3 minutes, right? Yeah, those famous sophomores in the gold stage might be able to hold on for 10 minutes without being defeated. After all, they have condensed at least one spiritual energy fountain, but even they would be exhausted to death after a long time. But Junior Suye is only at the early silver stage. Plus, his control is probably not very proficient yet. So even if his ability's power is heaven-defying, normally speaking, it's impossible for him to last 10 minutes. However, for a peerless monster, not playing by the rules seems to be the only thing that makes sense. Right, almost forgot. Although we can't see what's happening inside, we can pay points to see the kill count. I'm dying of curiosity. Whoever wants to see, sign up. Let's pool our points. I'll chip in. If Junior Suye really managed to hold out for 10 minutes while fighting the ogres, I bet he defeated at least 50 of them. I want to see 2. I guess 60. Soon, a group of sophomores pooled 300 points and immediately opened the kill count information for Suye's room. The next moment, under the curious gaze of the students, the information showing the number of defeated ogres slowly appeared. Single digits. Tens, hundreds, wait, thousands? Thousands? It really is thousands. At over 3,400? In 10 minutes, over 3,400 ogres defeated? Are their eyes playing tricks on them, or did the simulation system malfunction? The seniors hurriedly rubbed their eyes, widened them, and looked again. Hiss! The sound of people gasping for air rose one after another. It really is a kill count of over 3,400, and this number is still increasing at a terrifying speed. This means that Junior Suye is frantically killing ogre after ogre. Unlike the shocked expressions of the sophomores, Jo Zion and Alina, who had followed Suye to the trial tower, stood silently in the corner watching the room's display information. Although they were also shocked by Suye's madness, they felt more worry than anything else. Because they knew that the more frantic Suye's actions were right now, the sadder his mood would definitely become. Mr. Suye. This bloodbath suggests Suye is experiencing a dissociative break, using infinite violence to drown out his internal grief. While the crowd cheers for stats, they are actually witnessing the birth of a very dangerous, unhinged weapon. Suye is using this digital slaughterhouse as a form of violent displacement. While the crowd marvels at his stats, this relentless aggression signals a breakdown of emotional regulation that no virtual simulation can truly heal.
Time just slipped away slowly, and in the blink of an eye, another 10 minutes had passed. Everyone in the hall stared intensely at the rapidly climbing kill count. It's almost 7,000 kills. Junior Suye. Is he really just at the early stage of the Silver Realm? This was the biggest question in the minds of all the sophomores present, and they found it hard to believe. Even if Junior Suye's combat power is off the charts, allowing him to fight peak Silver Realm experts as an early-stage Silver, isn't his stamina and spiritual energy a bit too monstrous? What do you guys think at this rate of killing? How much longer can Junior Suye hold out? It's already been almost half an hour. Can he make it to an hour, or is he actually at his limit right now? An hour? I don't think that's possible. An hour is indeed impossible, but he's already held on for half an hour, and this nearly 10,000 kill count is just insane. I know I couldn't do it. Who here could, unless you've ascended to the Gold Realm and formed a spiritual energy spring, but even then, it's unclear if you could kill nearly 10,000 ogres in half an hour. Is this the power of a divine talent? It's truly terrifying. Outside the hall, while the crowd was shocked by Suye's combat power and endurance, they were also secretly filled with anticipation. They wondered where the limit of this monstrous junior truly lay, and whether he was reaching his end or still had energy to spare. If it were the latter, then it would definitely be another Academy legend in the making. Meanwhile, inside the simulation space, die! Suye had gone completely berserk, one man with one blade, turning the entire tide of evil spirits upside down. He had absolutely no clue about the stir he was causing. In his wave-sensing state, only those ogres remained. After executing a fierce blade wheel that sliced dozens of ogres in half at the waist, he silently recited in his mind, "Ancient memory." A unique eye-shaped mark formed by wave energy instantly appeared above Suye's head. Ancient memory instantly increases personal combat power for 20 seconds with a 40-second cooldown. It was one of the fundamental abilities of an Asura to boost their own strength. Not enough. However, feeling the surging spiritual power and overall combat capability within his body, Suye remained unsatisfied. The next moment, he swung his left hand forward. A massive circular formation spanning over 100 meters spread out with him at the center. The blood-red formation patterns emitted an eerie crimson glow, pulsing as if they were alive. At the center of the blood array stood the phantom of a fire-wreathed ghost god. Though its appearance was hideous, it radiated an indescribable sense of holiness. Kazan of the Blade Soul. Another one of the Asura's abilities to boost combat power, and it was an area of effect buff as well. Kazan of the Blade Soul summons the ghost phantom of the Blade Soul Kazan. For 220 seconds, it increases the combat power of the user and their teammates. Releasing this ability again while in this state will cause the original formation to vanish and a new Kazan phantom to be awakened centered on the caster. The cooldown is 6 seconds. With both buff effects stacked, Suye's internal power continued to surge. His surface strength at the peak of the Silver Realm, while not yet at the Gold Realm, was not far off. And his true combat power was far beyond what it had been before. Without a second of hesitation, the effects of these states made Suye even more frenzied. Leaping Strike. After activating a third state, he leaped violently into the air. The combination of his explosive physical strength and the Leaping Strike state pushed his jumping power to a terrifying level in an instant. His slender figure shot into the sky like an arrow. After reaching hundreds of meters in altitude, he flipped his body. The domineering dark gold longsword disappeared, replaced by a massive dark gold greatsword that was taller than him and heavy as a mountain. Silver light blade drop. With a low shout, Suye plunged downward like a shooting star, stabbing fiercely toward the center of the ogre horde below. Drawn by the weight of the 1,000-jin dark gold greatsword and the momentum from hundreds of meters high, this silver light blade drop was truly terrifying to the extreme. The terrifying downward force even caused sonic booms in the air of the simulation space. In the blink of an eye, Suye slammed into the middle of the evil spirit tide with 10,000 tons of force. Before the greatsword even touched the ground, dozens of ogres below were instantly crushed into stardust by the pressure. The next moment, boom! After a deafening crash, a massive shockwave centered on Suye rippled outward with unstoppable force. Within a 100-meter radius, every ogre touched by the shockwave was annihilated in an instant. This single strike had cleared an empty space hundreds of meters wide in the middle of the overwhelming ogre tide. Trial Tower Hall. Outside the simulation room where Suye was, the kill count suddenly jumped. The 5-digit number that began with a 1 instantly changed to one beginning with a 3. The crowd on the scene was stunned into silence, unable to process what just happened. Everyone! Did the kill count just jump? If my eyes aren't deceiving me, I think so. Damn! That's absurd. I'm numb. Seriously, give me my points back. I'm not watching anymore. If we keep watching, we won't even need to wait for an hour. Our hearts won't be able to take it. But then they realized they'd already paid their points, and they had to stick it out. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a huge waste? They weren't leaving until Junior Suya came out. However, several hours passed, and night approached. These seniors had no choice but to leave the trial tower one by one, feeling completely drained, while Suya's kill count just kept climbing. Elena, what should we do? Joseon looked at the Bear Kingdom princess with concern. Susu is very stubborn. Could he have fallen into a demonic state? Pfft, nonsense. The kill count is still rising, which means Mr. Suye is fine. He's just venting his emotions. We should just wait. True. But to vent emotions, does he have to kill so many ogres? If it were me, killing even one would be a struggle. Susu is really so amazing. Oh, Elena, look. The kill count jumped again. In the end, the two delicate, proud daughters of heaven actually fell fast asleep on the sofas in the trial tower. Along with them were some bored sophomores, each with a blanket, poking their heads out to squint at the kill count display. They were all forced into this by Suye. And to their surprise, over the next few days, Suye really stayed holed up in that simulation room. Even after canceling the infinite hell mode for the ogres, he refused to come out. He'd rest for a bit and then fire up another mode. It's so unfair. Look at that privilege. Until the 5th day. Inside the simulation space, Suye paused the simulation, took the dark gold supreme armor out of his bracelet, and quickly put it on. His slender physique, the stern helmet shielding his face, and the noble, domineering, and unique dark gold exterior made him look somewhat like the second-generation wingless skysuit from the DNF game in his past life, at least through wave sensing. Except this dark gold supreme armor was dark gold in color, making it look even more exquisite and refined. It's stylish with a bit of flash, not bad. Nodding with satisfaction, Suye walked out of the simulation room. Actually, he hadn't wanted to leave, but after slaughtering a massive number of ogres on the first day, he had already calmed down. The real reason he lingered inside was because after frantically using the Asura's various abilities, the progress towards unlocking the character was actually quite good. Even though it was only 0.2%, it was definitely increasing. With that, how could Suye possibly think of leaving? If it weren't for the fact that today was the freshman trial day, he would have definitely practiced more to try and push the character unlocked to 21%. At this moment, Tang Yun sent another message to his chief student bracelet. You brat, hurry up and get to the assembly point. This trial will be held at Abandoned City number 9527, one of the old urban districts of the base city. We depart in 10 minutes. If you're a second late, you're banned from the trial tower for a year.
At this moment, in the dedicated parking area of the Jiangnan Federal Saint University, 5 massive fighter jets, each a full 100 meters long and several dozen meters wide, are parked there. Looking from afar, they are fully saturated with a black metallic texture, combining tough, sharp lines with just the right touch of softness. Black Hawk Annihilation Fighters. That is the model of these 5 large aircraft. They can not only accommodate hundreds of people, but are also equipped with absolute firepower capable of annihilating Tier 4 evil spirits, which corresponds to the diamond realm of human powerhouses. These 5 Black Hawk Annihilation Fighters are the dedicated transports prepared to take the freshmen to the trial grounds of the Abandoned City 9527. Beneath the aircraft, the talented freshmen who have qualified for the trial have already gathered. All of them are students who have cultivated the psionic guidance technique and reached the required strength. Anyone below the mid-bronze realm is strictly forbidden from participating. Therefore, only students from fewer than 4 key classes have managed to achieve this. Of course, everyone in the elite class has also met this qualification within this past week. They are currently standing at the very front of the line, attracting much attention. Perhaps due to being overly nervous, these guys have actually started showing off the gear they brought for this trip. It seems as if doing so is the only way to alleviate and distract themselves from their nerves. Sigh, brothers, the Academy only issued 500 student points this time, which is just enough for a standard set of 1-star intermediate gear. Based on my strength, I should really be wearing 1-star top-tier armor and weapons, but alas, the points weren't enough. If my dad hadn't helped me cover the difference with federal currency to buy a set of 2-star introductory gear, I would have had no armor to wear at all. Your dad is all right. At least he knows how to put some pressure on you. My mom is a bit annoying. She insisted on paying the full price to get me a 2-star introductory set, which meant I couldn't even spend my own points. Isn't that just a bit like a mama's boy? I earned those points with my own talent. Why won't she let me spend them? Annoying. You guys have nothing to complain about. My grandfather is even more intense. He said he wanted to buy me a 2-star intermediate set, I'm only at the mid-bronze realm. How could I handle that? The combined weight of that armor and weaponry is heavier than I am. Wouldn't that just hold me back? In the end, I had to begrudgingly use the money for a 2-star intermediate set to get the best of the 2-star introductory gear, just so I could barely manage to wear it.
Damn it, can you second-generation awakened kids stop bragging? Those of us from poor families are still stuck with 1-star intermediate gear. Who's bragging? Being pampered is honestly really annoying. Excuse me, I need to take this call. What? Grandpa, you still think the 2-star introductory armor isn't safe enough and want to change it to a top-tier 2-star intermediate one? But I'm about to leave. Let's do it next time. Anyway, brothers, where was I? Damn you! By the way, what level do you think Brother Yi's armor and weapons are? He's the top student. He must be equipped with the limit of his own strength. I bet it's at least the best of the 2-star top-tier gear. You're thinking too small. At least 3-star introductory. That makes sense. After all, he's a badass who slaughtered tens of thousands of ogres in half an hour. With that battle power, 3-star gear is definitely within his capabilities. While this group of elite freshmen were showing off and discussing, many sophomores had gradually gathered around the parking area to watch. Freshman trial. Time really flies. Looking at them, it's like seeing our former selves.
Your former self? You didn't even have the qualification to participate in the first batch of freshman trials, yet you're here acting all sentimental? We're all just from ordinary classes. Can you not call me out? We're seniors now. At least let us show off a little. Come to think of it, there seem to be more talented freshmen qualified for the first trial this year than last year. Last year, including the elite class, it was less than 3 classes worth. This year, including the elite class, it's almost 6 classes in total. The scariest part is that last year, S-rank prodigies were the ceiling of the elite class, and there were less than 10. But this year's elite class has over a dozen S-rank prodigies alone. Plus, there's that SS-rank princess from the Bear Country, and on top of that, we have a god-tier talent holder. I declare that, purely in terms of top-tier talent, this is the strongest elite freshman class in the history of Jiangnan Federal Saint University. Without a doubt, it's definitely the strongest year. It looks like they're about to set off, so why hasn't the main character arrived yet? I skipped class just to see Junior Suye. If he doesn't show up, wouldn't I have skipped for nothing? Oh well, if worst comes to worst, I'll just skip another one. You only live once. At most, I'll lose some points, no big deal. Still calling him Junior Suye? He slaughtered tens of thousands of ogres in half an hour. With that strength and potential, most of us sophomores in ordinary classes couldn't do that. Call him Brother Ye. My bad, you're right. We should call him Brother Ye. Many sophomores at the scene were chatting, and the topic soon turned to Suye. After all, Suye's business at the trial tower over the last few days is known to almost everyone in the academy, and it has left everyone deeply shocked. That's why everyone here, whether they are senior students or the freshmen who didn't qualify for the trial, is here just to catch a glimpse of Suye. They are all here to see Suye. Oh my god, the Dark Gold Supreme series! Just then, someone in the crowd shouted, and everyone subconsciously looked around. You have to understand, gear of this caliber is extremely rare. Just like how ordinary people would instinctively stare when seeing a luxury car, they saw, walking along the path into the parking area. Clang, clang, clang. Accompanying the sound of metal stepping on the ground, a lean figure wearing cold, dark gold armor and carrying a dark gold long blade on his back walked slowly toward the freshman trial assembly point. The noble and imposing, yet not tacky appearance instantly captivated everyone's gaze. It really is the Dark Gold Supreme Series armor and blade. This is the best of the 3-star top-tier gear. It can even withstand some attacks from an ordinary Diamond Realm powerhouse. To be able to wear such equipment, it seems only those big-shot figures in the academy have that kind of background. Even ordinary Golden Realm instructors wouldn't be willing to spend money on this stuff. The freshman trial will have Diamond Realm instructors overseeing it, and then elite sophomore students will lead small freshman squads through the trials. Using a long blade and having such a background, could it be Senior Zhao Zhe? Is he actually willing to come and lead the freshmen in the trial? I remember Senior Zhao Zhe had the Soaring Dragon series before. A holiday passes, and he's already switched to a Dark Gold Supreme series. Amazing! As expected of a direct descendant of the Zhao family in Jiangnan Base City, he's the second-ranked figure on the Academy's Hall of Fame. At the trial assembly point, seeing this dark gold figure come to a stop in front of the elite class, those elite second-generation students who were getting carried away with their bragging suddenly became obedient and didn't dare to make a peep. In front of this big shot with the Dark Gold Supreme series, their armor and weapons were no different from scrap metal. How could they still dare to show off? Since everyone is here, let's prepare to set off. This trial is the same as in the past. Each class will be overseen by a Diamond Realm instructor, and sophomores will act as team leaders to guide the small freshman squads into the abandoned city for the trial. Without further ado, let's go. As Tang Yun's voice came over the broadcast system, both the participating freshmen and the onlookers were stunned. Everyone is here? What about Suye? The main character hasn't even arrived, and we're setting off already? Just as the crowd was filled with confusion and dissatisfaction, the dignified voice of the instructor leading the elite class followed immediately after Tang Yun's, coming from the fighter jet. Roll call for the elite class, Suye. Hearing the teacher call his name, Suye, standing at the very front of the line, replied softly from within his dark gold helmet, present. As he spoke, the cold, stern helmet retracted with 2 mechanical clicks, revealing a handsome, striking face with his eyes closed. Suye! For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. The person wearing the dark gold Supreme series was actually Suye. The terrifying weight, which even an ordinary early Golden Realm expert couldn't handle, was carried by him so effortlessly that he walked into the parking area with such ease just a moment ago. This physical strength, simply unbelievable.
Susu, you're so mean. You walked right past us without even saying hello. If the teacher hadn't called your name, Alina and I wouldn't have even known you were here. With a cold snort, Zhou Ziyun hurried over to Suye and curiously looked up and down at his dark gold armor. This dark gold series is nice and all, but it must be heavy. Are you sure wearing it won't get in your way? Her words truly voiced the thoughts of all the top class students. This dark gold Supreme armor and the long blade are powerful, expensive, and undeniably cool. But as for the weight and the difficulty of handling them, although they hadn't tried them personally, they had seen the detailed product descriptions and expert analyses in the shop. This top-tier set, which is at the very least a 3-star masterwork, really isn't something an average gold ranker can handle. Even if they could barely hold it together, they would be affected one way or another. They'd likely be dragged down and suffer a backlash before they could even unleash the full power of the gear. Therefore, it's better to settle for something slightly inferior that you can wield freely and fits you perfectly, rather than biting off more than you can chew for the sake of appearances. After all, there have been no shortage of awakeners who lost their lives in the past due to such reckless posturing. Faced with Zhou Ziyun's question, Suye didn't know how to explain. Should he say, "My physical strength is invincible, so I can handle it easily"? That would be a bit too showy. He simply grabbed the dark gold hilt hanging behind his back with his right hand, and then he gave it a light, effortless flick. Whoosh! The blade sliced through the air in an instant, whipping up a violent gust of wind to the side. Only when the ringing of the blade faded did Suye hang the dark gold long blade back behind him. Fits just right, nothing to worry about. Watching Suye, the group of top-class students, including Zhou Ziyun, all fell silent, staring at his right hand with grim faces. Does it really just fit just right? Damn! That strike just now. The wind it whipped up and the speed. It looks like it could have cost us our lives. But that nonchalant posture, the ease of wielding it, and that was just a flick that looked as casual as could be. He is on another level. Chief Su! At this moment, they were completely convinced that Suye could truly handle the Dark Gold Supreme series. Does that mean his physical strength has already surpassed that of most gold rank awakeners? And it only been a week? Hiss. That's terrifyingly strong. Stunned, everyone soon boarded the aircraft. Vroom, 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 vroom! Under the gaze of the crowd, the 5 Black Hawk Annihilation fighters left the academy trailing long plumes of fire. Inside one of the aircraft, the teenagers from the top class, having recovered from the shock Suye brought them, sat nervously in their seats. Listen up, everyone. You are about to face real spectral horrors. You must be cautious, and more cautious, especially in the ruins of City 9527 as night falls. Weird horrors that will catch you off guard can pop up at any time, so don't let your temper or ego get the best of you. Remember, to stay alive, listen to your seniors before you make a move. On a small raised platform in the cabin, the square-jawed mentor in charge of the top class looked at Suye while giving these instructions. Suye, although you are a divine talent and have shown your strength in the trial tower, remember that the horrors in the tower are just data condensed from energy. They cannot be compared to real horrors, so never be careless. Of course, with your current strength, you are already capable of dealing with most first-rank horrors. After picking up some experience from your seniors, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Before Mentor Shi could finish, Suye interrupted him directly. Mentor Shi, I won't be careless when facing real horrors, but for this trial, I will be acting alone. Once he said that, not only were the students stunned, but even Mentor Shi, known for his straight, serious face, looked at Suye in a daze. Acting alone? Is this guy kidding me? Although the trial ground is a special place deliberately left by the Night Watchers and the military for young people to train in. As one of the ruined city districts from before the Great Cataclysm, over the years, the low-rank horrors inside have become more common than rats. It's literally a den of horrors. Although most of the high-rank horrors have been cleared out, it is still a forbidden zone for awakeners with low strength. Once you enter alone, you won't even know how you died. Even a gold-rank awakener would lose a layer of skin if they were careless. In such a dangerous place, Suye, a freshman who has never even fought a real horror, actually wants to act alone? Mentor Shi's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Are you joking? Is this what you call not being careless? A rookie who hasn't even killed a single real horror wants to go solo. Are you tired of living?
Jo Ziyun, who was in her seat, also whispered, Su, better stick with the seniors, don't try to be a hero.
Alina came up to Suye, her green eyes under the silver headgear full of worry as she looked at the young man with concern. The 5 or 6 sophomore top-class students who had been resting with their eyes closed also opened their eyes, staring at Suye in astonishment. This freshman chief has heaven-defying talent and is fierce enough, but he seems to be getting a bit carried away. You have to know that even Senior Mo, the Ice Queen, didn't dare to make such a reckless request. At most, she just said she didn't need too much supervision from the seniors. She handled all the horrors she met herself. But of course, when surrounded, she still accepted help. Even though Suye's talent is much stronger than Senior Mo's, it's always better to be safe than sorry. After all, the unpredictability of horrors has already caused humanity far too many sacrifices. Beep, 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 beep. Just then, Mentor Shi's wristband chimed. Seeing the message, he, who was just fuming, suddenly looked up at Suye, the shock in his eyes clearly seen by all the students. But his next words made the students' heads spin. Suye, be safe while acting alone, you hear me? Suye nodded with a smile. The headmaster is a man of his word. This way, he can harvest energy points without restraint, instead of playing games that were like child's play to him along with the other students. Yagami Kenta in his seat, seeing this, felt a flash of reluctance and said, Teacher, since Suye can act alone, I would also like... If it's all just first-rank horrors, he could do it too. Being crushed by Suye last time, he was really unwilling to accept it. For this trial, he didn't expect to surpass Suye, but he would consider it a success just to follow close behind. Do you have no idea how much you weigh? I have my reasons for allowing Suye to go solo. You aren't even a silver rank awakener, and you want to act alone? I think you're just looking for an early death. Mentor Shi, One more word, and you're not participating in this trial. While the 5 mentors were lecturing the students, the 5 Black Hawk Annihilation fighters finally reached their destination after flying for a full 6 hours. A pitch-black ruined city lurking under the moonlight. It was already night, and with no electricity, the students had to rely on the faint moonlight to see. After exiting the aircraft, facing the pitch-black shadows and the shrill cries drifting from the city from time to time, the talented teenagers felt their hair stand on end. The timid ones subconsciously stepped back, unable to stop trembling. This weird sense of loneliness that hits your heart directly is just too creepy. Yagami Kenta, who had just been trying to imitate Suye by acting alone, was now sticking close to the crowd, afraid to move, completely scared. I'm going in now, teacher. Suye, however, looked full of anticipation as he covered his head with his dark gold helmet and turned into a dark gold shadow, charging into the weird pitch-black city.
Suye! Watching the young man's figure disappear into the darkness, Elena was about to chase after him, but was stopped by Instructor Shi. Teacher Shi, are you really okay with letting Mr. Suye go alone? Looking at the anxiety and concern in the mixed-race girl's clear green eyes, Instructor Shi replied gently, Don't worry, our academy and even our Dragon Kingdom values Suye, and all of you, the hope of humanity, more than anyone else. His true strength is not weak at all. Besides, someone will be following him. Otherwise, I wouldn't be comfortable letting him act alone. Upon hearing this, Elena's expression softened, but she and Jo Ziyun still looked worriedly in the direction where Suye had vanished. Even though Instructor Shi said that, they were young girls after all, and seeing such a bone-chilling environment in the trial grounds, it was inevitable that they would worry. Alright, next, let's start assigning the squads. Sophomores will each lead a team of 10 freshmen, entering the trial grounds in batches. Remember, safety comes first, and the trial is secondary. If you encounter problems that you truly cannot solve, deploy your rescue signals immediately. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Suye had already rushed into the ruined city, his figure hidden in the night, darting forward like a black panther. Disgusting aura. In his wave perception, this vast, ruined city was filled with nothing but dead, silent fluctuations. It was completely devoid of life. Everything around him was a relic of the old era, old-fashioned buildings, rusted car wrecks, cracked streets. All of this had withered into decay under the erosion of 100 years. The ground was even covered in long congealed black bloodstains, and from time to time, one could see broken skeletal remains. Seeing this scene, images of how miserable and desperate the city must have been when it was overrun by evil entities all those years ago surfaced in Suye's mind. Yet such ruined cities could be seen everywhere on Earth. With a resigned shake of his head, Suye continued to dash down a moss-covered street. With the dual early warnings of his passive abilities, killing intent sensing and wave perception, he hadn't detected a single sign of movement yet. Wave perception allowed him to instantly detect every rustle in the wind nearby. Killing intent sensing meant that as soon as any creature harbored malicious intent toward him, he would know immediately, and these creatures naturally included evil entities. Swish! Suddenly, the moment he stepped into the mossy street, a long, narrow shadow violently lunged at Suye's back. With a slight smirk, Suye dodged the eerie strike just by leaning to the side. A streak of moonlight just happened to shine down, revealing a humanoid shadow that had appeared behind Suye out of nowhere. Hiss! It had jet-black skin, humanoid limbs covered in scales, a long tail with a terrifying barb, and a purplish-black snake head. A black tongue flickered at high frequency, emitting the low, characteristic hiss of a snake. A Tier 1 evil entity, a snake man. According to Tang Yun's introduction, they were as troublesome as ogres among low-tier evil entities because they were very fast and carried lethal venom. Even if one dodged the physical attacks, the poison itself caused many awakened ones headaches. And the strange attack that had just targeted Suye was precisely that bladed, barbed snake tail. Hiss! At this moment, seeing Suye in his dark gold battlesuit and catching the scent of a human, the snake man's eyes filled with bloodshot veins. It greedily flickered its tongue, its barbed tail whipping about frantically. The next moment, with its low intelligence, it erupted into action, lunging at him again with erratic, twisting movements. In this ruined city full of low-tier evil entities, apart from devouring their own kind to evolve, they hadn't seen a human in a long time. It was easy to imagine just how hungry the snake man was. It is indeed tougher and more realistic than the snake man in the trial tower, but that's about it. In his perception, the snake man's movements were as slow as a dog's. Suye didn't even want to draw his blade. The moment the creature got close, he gave his right hand a light flick. A massive snake head went flying, and the rushing serpentine body, having brushed past him by a few meters, fell straight to the ground. One-hit kill. For Suye, even a real Tier 1 evil entity was no different from a toy in the face of his absolute strength. The only thing he was looking forward to right now was the notification sound in his mind. Ding! Host has killed a Tier 1 evil entity, Snake Man. Received 130 energy points. The cold, mechanical prompt echoed. Suye felt a surge of satisfaction. Finally, some energy points coming in. Back at the trial tower, he had already learned the conversion rate for obtaining energy points from the system. Killing a Tier 1 evil entity grants a random amount of energy between 100 and 300 points, depending on the species and strength of the entity. This snake man only provided 130 points, which meant it was a total weakling among its kind. Barely over 100 points. When will I ever finish the current progress bar? After the initial satisfaction, Suye started to get a headache. Unlocking character templates requires energy points, and the exchange rate for Asura's progress, it is ridiculously exaggerated. Going from 0% to 1% takes 10,000 energy points, and from 1% to 2% takes 20,000. It doubles directly. And since Asura's current progress is 20.2%, that means unlocking up to 21.2% would already require 210,000 energy points. Damn it. Absurd. 216,000. How many Tier 1 evil entities would he have to kill to save up that much? One has to remember, real evil entities aren't like the ones in the trial tower, where you can kill as many as you like, as long as you spend the energy. Not to mention the evil entities lurking in the base city under the influence of the spatial quakes. Just in this trial ground alone, you have to hunt them down one by one. Unless a secret realm of evil entities descends, and they pour out in swarms, it's really impossible to kill massive amounts of them in a short time. Fortunately, besides using energy points to unlock progress, the system seems to offer progress rewards through missions and the like. There's still some hope, otherwise there wouldn't even be a way to grind. Ding! Host has achieved the first kill achievement. Reward 50,000 energy points, 1 random scroll for 10,000 to 100,000 energy points, and 1 beginner progress unlock scroll. At that moment, a second system notification suddenly popped up, leaving Suye stunned. Well, look at that. Just when I was strapped for cash, a windfall arrives? The strongest template system is in a state of symbiotic existence with the host, putting the host's will above all else. Any opportunity to help the host grow stronger will be notified immediately.
This system is reliable. In high spirits, Suye continued rushing deep into the moss-covered street. At the same time, he set aside a portion of his mind to examine the rewards. 10 rate Urban T Energy Random Scroll can randomly grant between 10,000 and 100,000 energy points. Whether you are unlucky or incredibly fortunate depends on a single moment. Friendly tip: please open this when you are having a lucky day or have stepped in dog poop. You might get unexpected results. Nice. A gambler's dream. As for his own luck, Suye could only say, screw that. His thoughts turned to the other scroll and his heart gave a sudden jolt. His breathing began to quicken.
Primary Unlock Progress Scroll grants a random 1% to 2% unlock progress for your character template. Note, primary scrolls only work for progress below 30%. Kid, it's all up to your luck now. Looking at the scroll's description, Suye knew that this was exactly what he wanted more than anything. That's 210,000 in cold, hard cash walking right up to him. And if he's lucky enough to roll for 2%, that's 430,000. Is there anything better than getting unlocked progress straight into your hands? Just look at the 20% progress rewarded by the system earlier. It gave him a massive leap in strength. It felt absolutely amazing. The only pity is that chances to get unlocked progress directly like this are rare. Otherwise, his strength would grow much faster, and he could unlock more of Asura's core abilities, like mastering the Mind's Eye or controlling the indomitable Wave Eye that engulfs the very world in his wave fluctuations. And the Thunder God's energy, the power of the Second Awakening. Just thinking about it gets me so excited. System, if there's a primary unlock progress scroll, does that mean there are even higher level ones? If this is just the primary one, wouldn't the higher level ones grant much more progress? Above primary, there are intermediate, advanced, and super tiers. They do indeed grant more progress, but correspondingly, only more difficult missions will yield such rewards. Suye grinned upon hearing this. Then how about giving me a mission? System. Ding. Based on the host's inner desires and current situation, a 1-star random mission, Eliminate Evil, has been triggered. Mission objective: kill 500 tier evil spirits within 3 hours. Exceeding the time limit will result in failure. Conversely, the shorter the time taken, the better the final evaluation will be, determining the suitability of the reward. After a brief silence, the system prompt actually sounded. A 1-star random mission. Ask and you shall receive. This system is truly reliable. Suye was genuinely touched. The next moment, all the detailed information regarding the mission system flooded his mind. These random missions are divided into 5 stars, with 1 star being the lowest difficulty. However, there's still a chance to get a primary unlock progress scroll plus other rewards. For a 2-star random mission, a primary unlock scroll is guaranteed. As for scrolls above the primary level, those require at least a 3-star mission. For now, it's not even worth thinking about. Still, Suye was content as long as there was even the slightest chance to obtain a primary scroll. 3 hours, 500 tier 1 evil spirits. It's not that hard, but not that easy either. If you're lucky, you'll encounter them back to back and finish the task right on time. If you're unlucky, you won't even see a few in an hour, and you'll be left dry. In his past life, Suye had experienced all sorts of terrible luck, buying 1,000 bottles of energy drinks and never seeing a try again cap, ending up smashing the bottle cap in rage. He'd dump money into games for skins or special dungeons, only to be shafted every time, leading to him deleting his account in a fury. Even in those school icebreaker games, he never once managed to hold a girl's hand. Everything was just inexplicably difficult for him. He earned the nickname the King of Bad Luck. They said his face was so cursed you'd be better off buying a pot than betting on him. Handsome, but with a touch of dark misfortune. Damn it! It's all just painful history. I guess I have no choice but to take the unconventional path. Thinking of his past woes, Suye darkened his face, stopped in his tracks, and pulled his dark gold supreme greatsword straight out of his wristband. The dark gold greatsword, well over 2 meters long, carried enough weight to make even a typical gold ranker struggle to lift it. Yet here, it was handled as easily as a plastic toy. There are indeed many evil spirits in the abandoned district, but that counts the entire vast area. They aren't just crowding every single street. Since I can't find that many in a short time, I'll just have to lure them out myself. And how to lure them? Simple. Show myself and let them take the bait. Here goes nothing! Without hesitation, he activated the leap skill and stomped his right foot down hard. Bang! Crack! 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 The street beneath him was shattered by his terrifying physical strength, and cracks spread rapidly in all directions. Using the momentum, Suye's figure shot high into the sky. What is this kid doing? Hundreds of meters away, on an old high-rise building, A tall, thin, middle-aged man in a black martial arts suit looked at Suye in the sky, utterly baffled. He was the elite instructor assigned to look after Suye individually. A peak diamond rank martial combat instructor, he was more than capable of protecting the Academy's genius in this training ground full of low-tier evil spirits. Just a moment ago, when he saw Suye take down a serpent man with a single hand blade strike, he couldn't help but applaud. The kid's sense for danger, his composure, and his ease had stunned the instructor. He was extremely satisfied. Unlike other freshmen, this kid excelled in every aspect, displaying more stability when facing evil spirits than even most regular Night Watch members. As expected, a genius who could cause such a stir in the trial tower wouldn't be scared by mere evil spirits. It seemed that even without his supervision, Suye would be perfectly fine as long as he kept grinding. But why jump so high instead of looking for spirits? Just as he was wondering, the instructor's eyes widened. Damn, don't tell me he wants to. Before he could finish. In his field of vision, Suye had turned into a streak of light, carrying his greatsword as he slammed down fiercely toward the old district below. It was too late to stop him now. Boom! The terrifying pressure caused the mossy streets below to buckle and rise like a waking dragon, with massive fissures spreading across the decaying ground. The shockwaves swept outward in seconds, flattening buildings and shattering walls. Everything in the old district was churned to dust. What the? The instructor, hundreds of meters away, stood dumbfounded, staring at the flattened, dust-covered street. While shocked by Suye's strength, his expression turned as dark as a soot-covered pot. He wanted to take back his earlier compliments. This kid, stable? He's more like a total maniac! Causing such a racket will surely attract every evil spirit within hundreds of meters. Once they all arrive, Suye is going to be surrounded. Does he think this is still the trial tower? Damn! Cursing under his breath, the instructor kept his eyes locked on Suye, resisting the urge to swoop in and drag him away. The principal had said, "Don't intervene unless it's an absolute emergency. Flowers in a greenhouse never learn to grow." He was told Suye was strong, so he should just observe first. But watching that kid wait there so calmly after causing such a disaster, he couldn't help but panic. He was terrified that the kid's overconfidence would lead to an accident. After all, these are real evil spirits. A few are fine, but if too many swarm him, even an inexperienced genius might lose their cool. Just as the instructor was watching, Suye climbed out of the massive crater he'd created and stepped onto the now flattened, dirt-covered ground. He put away the dark gold greatsword, waiting in anticipation. Here they come. Before long, guided by his wave detection, hordes of evil spirits began to close in, and the air turned thick and oppressive. Ogres, serpentmen, ghouls, tigermen, lesser demons, rot spirits. Every low-tier evil spirit he'd learned about in class was there. Clang! Drawing his dark gold blade, Suye licked his lips excitedly. All of you are just energy points. Drawing his dark gold long blade, Suye licked his lips excitedly. They are all just energy points. Suye is essentially pivoting from a tedious scavenger hunt to a high-stakes tower defense strategy. By weaponizing noise to bypass his legendary bad luck, he proves that calculated insanity is often the most efficient path to rapid growth. Suye's strategy reveals a high-risk psychological profile common in elite disruptors. While his mentor fears the swarm, this calculated volatility is a masterclass in time-cost utility, proving that genius often requires abandoning traditional safety for radical optimization.
Dust and mist hung heavy over the barren Loess plains. Dark silhouettes flickered in and out of view under the moonlight, closing in from all sides to form a circle. They traced the source, and upon catching the scent of Suye's human aura, these diverse first-tier fiends clearly faltered for a moment, and the very next instant, hiss. Roar. They let out greedy, joyous cries, then suddenly lunged forward, scrambling to pick up their pace. Just like Suye, they were excited. In the past, if they were gathered like this, they would have certainly fought and devoured each other. But compared to human flesh, their own kind were nothing but a pile of dung. Good, very good. At the center of the Loess, seeing the fiends acting like rabid dogs, Suye grinned, clearly satisfied. If they had lost their minds, it meant he could kill more and enjoy it more. If these fiends had turned tail and scattered in fear, wouldn't his effort in pulling the mob go to waste? Therefore, he had to finish this quickly. Wave imprint. With a low murmur, a golden runic seal appeared above Suye's head, rotating slowly.
Feeling the surging power of the waves within him, he swung his blade toward the densest cluster of shadows before the fiends could even get close.
Hum. As the blade let out a sharp hum, a narrow wave blade energy tens of meters long swept out across the field. Swoosh! The air was sliced apart in an instant, emitting a sharp, tearing sound. In the blink of an eye, the blade energy plunged into the haze with unstoppable force. Then, only splatter, 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 splatter! The sounds of flesh and blood being sliced apart echoed in succession. Black blood sprayed everywhere, accompanied by the shrill screams of the fiends. Ding! The host has killed a first-tier fiend, the ogre. Energy points earned 160. Ding! The host has killed a first-tier fiend, the lesser demon. Energy points earned 265. Ding! The host has killed a first-tier fiend, the snake man. Energy points earned 176. Ding! The host has killed a first-tier fiend, the rot spirit. Energy points earned 230. Ding! The host has killed a first-tier fiend. In just a split second, before the swirling dust had even settled, dozens of fiends had already perished under that lightning-fast blade energy. Yet even so, driven by greed, these low-intelligence fiends broke through the dust, hungrily surrounding Su Ye, moving even faster than before. But what greeted them were increasingly terrifying golden blade energies. And round break, wave sword. With a surge of wave power after the previous attack wiped out another wave of fiends, Su Ye charged for a few seconds, gripping his dark golden blade with both hands as he launched his opening move from bottom to top. A wave of blade energy, nearly 100 meters wide and resembling a golden tide, surged forth close to the ground. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The yellow earthen ground was instantly plowed into shocking ravines. The small group of fiends charging forward was engulfed by the groundbreak wave sword and shredded to pieces by the tide of blade energy. Looks like there's no need to worry about this kid anymore. The tall, thin instructor in the distance stared blankly at the ravaged land destroyed by the wave sword, completely stunned. This is a literal dimensional strike. Not to mention that tide-like golden wave attack. Even those narrow golden blade energies, strong enough to slay early-stage golden tier beings, weren't something a first-tier fiend could handle. Even a second-tier fiend would be chopped up like vegetables. A textbook example of a dimensional strike. The principal was right. Su Ye's actual combat power has truly reached the golden tier. And not just the early stage either. Very likely the mid-stage or even higher. Completely relieved, the tall instructor felt the tension in his heart vanish, marveling. With talent like this, he'll probably enter the National Prodigy Training Camp ahead of schedule, right? Just like Mo Ningshuang 2 years ago, she only studied at the Federal Saint University for a year before getting a special entry into the Prodigy Camp. But Su Ye, I fear he might be even faster and more absurd. Meanwhile, on the other side, the residual force of the groundbreak wave sword had just passed, and a radius of dozens of meters around Su Ye had become a dead zone. Hum 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 hum! Fiends were precisely obliterated by waves of blade energy before they could even get within 20 meters of Su Ye, either decapitated or sliced in half. Severed limbs lay scattered across the ground while foul-smelling blood flowed, filling the air with a nauseating odor. The scene was like a hell on earth. 10 minutes or so passed. Su Ye put away his dark golden blade with a smile. Less than half an hour, nearly 200 kills. Not bad. Exactly 164 first-tier fiends earned him 28,156 energy points, nearly 30,000. Among them, the special first-tier fiends like lesser demons and rot spirits were the most valuable, and their strength was notably better than ordinary first-tier fiends. Killing one yielded just over 200 energy points, but the quantity was a bit low. The base numbers just couldn't compare to common fiends like ogres and snake men. It looks like there won't be any more fiends within a few hundred meters. Even if there are, there won't be many. Instead of searching slowly, I'd be better off heading to the next area and doing the same thing. The efficiency should be higher. After waiting quietly for a few minutes and finding that no more fiends were approaching, Su Ye pondered for a moment, then headed toward another area, diverting a sliver of his focus to connect with the system. Host, Su Ye. Cultivation. Peak Silver Tier. Ability. Wave Authority. SSS+. Items. 1 to 100,000. Energy Random Scroll X1. Beginner Unlock Progress Scroll X1. Energy Points. 78,286. Character Template. Asura Unlock Progress 20.2%. Template Capacity. Level 2. Can accommodate 2 character templates. The 50,000 from the first kill reward plus this harvest brings me to about 80,000 energy points. If I get lucky with the energy random scroll, reaching 210,000 doesn't seem that hard. Plus the random tasks. Everything was accumulating slowly in a good direction. At this thought, Su Ye couldn't help but pick up his pace. For the next wave of mobs, his dark golden blade was already thirsty for more. But just then,
Suye suddenly stopped, his brow furrowed. Within his wave-sensing range, on an open patch of ground dozens of meters away, a gaseous black shadow like black smoke hovered in midair, with two strange arms made of black mist held high, pacing back and forth as if up to no good. And as this gaseous shadow paced, threads of black mist continuously flowed outward, fading into the void. A fiend that Instructor Tang Yun didn't mention, and it's not first tier, is it second tier? Or third? Locking his perception onto the hovering, pacing shadow, Suye pondered secretly. He quickly tapped his student bracelet and input the characteristics of this strange thing. No results found. No results found. It actually couldn't be searched, even though he had described the features quite accurately. Suye frowned deeply and cautiously approached the gaseous shadow. Who would have thought that just a few steps later, the shadow suddenly turned to look in his direction, and then it turned around and bolted. It has intelligence? Suye was stunned, but the next moment he gave chase with a fierce burst of speed.
Suye was incredibly fast, like a flash of dark gold lightning, charging straight toward the gaseous shadow. I've heard that any evil spirit with intelligence is at least a tier 4. That glance from the gaseous shadow clearly showed it possessed intelligence. But if it really is a tier 4, why would it run away? Aren't evil spirits supposed to be hungry when they see humans? Why did it slink off like a thief with a guilty conscience? Strange. Truly strange. However, judging by his perception, the pressure the shadow exerted on Suye wasn't as stifling as what he felt from the Diamond Tier instructor. In other words, it probably isn't a Tier 4 evil spirit. If it's not a Tier 4, yet it has intelligence and is acting so weirdly, could it be a special Tier 2 or Tier 3 evil spirit? Logically, this trial ground 9527 is meant for freshmen, and an evil spirit of this caliber shouldn't even be here. Even if there were a Tier 2, it would be an extremely rare occurrence after a bunch of Tier 1s devoured each other. But this shadow is clearly not part of the intended trial targets. I heard that auxiliary-type awakeners had set up barriers at the edge of the ruins to ensure everything was perfectly prepared for the freshmen. Could this not be an accident? Was this gaseous shadow specifically prepared by the Academy administration? Damn it, it's moving way too fast. Is it really supposed to be one of the trial targets? Suye frowned, giving chase in a rush. But the speed of the shadow was no slower than his own. You have to realize, his current speed is already at the gold tier level. Even though he hadn't fully pushed his speed to the limit, it proved that the shadow was definitely a Tier 3 evil spirit. Meanwhile, hundreds of meters behind Suye. What is going on? This ruin was investigated by the military and the Night Watchers just yesterday. There shouldn't be anything above Tier 1 here. They even spent great effort to set up barriers to keep other spirits out to ensure absolute safety. But this thing... The tall, thin instructor was feeling even more confused and nervous than Suye. He hadn't seen this gaseous evil spirit before. No, he hadn't even heard of it. As a combat instructor at the Federal Saint Academy, he was knowledgeable about everything from Tier 1 spirits up to Tier 9 gods, demons, and alien species. But this was truly his first time seeing such a gaseous shadow. A Tier 3 spirit, with intelligence, a gaseous body like tangled black smoke, capable of forming limbs and hovering in midair. It has absolutely never appeared in human history. This spirit is 100% a new species! And it was definitely not arranged by their academy. An accident. The freshman trial has suffered an accident. I must contact the people outside the barrier immediately to see what is going on. If there is more than one of these things... At that thought, the instructor's heart sank and he quickly made a call. On the other end of the line, a dignified male voice came through. Impossible. Our barrier units haven't detected any Tier 3 evil spirits entering the ruins. We can even resist space tremors. Do you really think we would make such a low-level mistake? Thump! Ignoring the anger on the other side, the instructor felt as if his heart had been crushed by a heavy stone upon hearing this answer. The units maintaining the barrier didn't detect anything abnormal? Then what the hell is this thing? Could it have just appeared out of thin air? An ominous feeling suddenly welled up in his heart, and he replied, Officer Yan, send people to search the entire ruins immediately. That Tier 3 spirit is real. We cannot afford to be careless. The other side was silent for a moment before responding. My apologies, my tone was a bit harsh earlier. The search operation will begin in 5 minutes. After hanging up, he called the instructors in charge of the other 6 classes. Once he had warned them, he turned his attention back to Suye and the gaseous shadow still hovering ahead. He wanted to take it down immediately, but he also wanted to observe it first. Would this creature look for its own kind for protection while being hunted? If not, then it would be fine. But if he finds a second one, the freshman trial must be terminated. because at this moment, most of the freshmen have already entered various parts of the ruins, led by elite sophomores. If any squad's not strong enough to face this spirit run into it, the consequences would be unthinkable. Up ahead! Suye's perception remained locked onto the spirit, his legs erupting with immense power. Bang! The terrifying physical force shattered the concrete ground, and he instantly closed the distance with the spirit. Surprisingly, the shadow seemed to sense his move and surge forward, putting another 40 meters between them. Interesting. With a cold sneer, Suye quickly drew his dark gold blade from his back. Triple strike. Murmuring, he turned into a flash of blade light, surging 20 meters forward with the arc of his strike. Like teleportation, the second strike followed, and Suye was already beneath the gaseous spirit, while the third strike, aided by his leaping state, he slashed fiercely toward the shadow hanging in the air. Swish! The final crescent-like strike reflected the sharp luster of the moon. Just as the spirit sensed the motion below and tried to split off a bit of its form to look, it was so startled by the blade light before it that it trembled. Squelch! The blade light cut through, slicing a chunk off the circular gas cloud. Woo! The next moment, a sharp, piercing shriek erupted from the dark cloud. The sound was loud and hoarse, audible from hundreds of meters away. Suddenly, woo! 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 As that cry faded, the same sharp, eerie sounds echoed from all corners of the ruins. It came so abruptly. Before long, large plumes of black smoke rose from the source of the cries, swallowing the remaining moonlight. The night sky over the ruins was completely obscured, plunging everything into total darkness. What is going on? Suye's brow twitched. How did the sky in the ruins change in less than a second? Immersed in the darkness, listening to those eerie cries, his heart wouldn't stop racing, and an ominous feeling was madly eroding his mind. The tall instructor behind him stopped hiding and appeared right beside him. Suye, are you all right? I'm fine, instructor. I just slashed that thing in the air, and then... Facing Suye's confusion, the instructor was equally baffled. It was his first time seeing such a situation, too. Beep, beep, beep. A hurried notification sound rang out. The instructor answered nervously, and Officer Yan's voice came through, this time sounding grave and uneasy. Instructor Huang, you were right. Something we couldn't have anticipated is happening in the ruins. After those strange cries sounded, our barrier squad's containment field vanished for no reason. The space in the ruins is extremely unstable right now.
Upon hearing this, Mentor Huang's face turned pale, and a flicker of unease began to emerge from the depths of his eyes. The barrier disappeared for no reason. Could those eerie cries really have the power to break the barrier? Once the barrier is gone, the consequences will be unimaginable. Not to mention whether those uncleared second or third tier fiends in the neighboring abandoned city districts will detect the commotion here. Even just having no barrier makes the stability of the space a problem. In the central area of the base city, even with the barrier to stabilize things, spatial tremors still occur. And now, this abandoned district has no barrier protection. The unpredictable crisis of a spatial tremor could happen at any moment. Even if the barrier core resets it, it's impossible to complete it in a short time. This period of time is full of danger. If a spatial tremor occurs, even if it's only a level 1, for those freshmen, Mentor Huang no longer dared to imagine the outcome and hurriedly responded to Officer Yan. Cancel the freshman trial. We cannot gamble with the hope of humanity. We must return, investigate the cause, and then plan for the long term.
Who would have thought? Officer Yan replied with a trembling voice. I'm afraid it's already too late. What do you mean? Mentor Huang's body shuddered. The anti-spatial tremor device is reacting. Cold sweat began to break out on Mentor Huang's forehead. Beside him, Suye also frowned tightly, subconsciously gripping the dark gold blade in his hand. How could it be such a coincidence? To have the anti-spatial tremor device react exactly at the moment the barrier breaks? If the device reacts, it means a spatial tremor is about to happen. And it just had to happen at the location of their freshman trial. Everything is because of that eerie fiend. But these strange third-tier fiends were indeed an unexpected situation. Vaguely, Suye felt that there was something eerie about this, but he couldn't put his finger on what was wrong. Now, one can only hope that the incoming spatial tremor doesn't bring any further unexpected developments. A level 1 spatial tremor is the most common crisis in major base cities. The strongest fiends it can summon don't exceed the 3rd tier, and their numbers are limited. With the 7 diamond tier mentors currently in charge and the military personnel outside the border, they can barely handle it if they put in their all. It's a level 2 spatial tremor. Yet, true to his fears, Officer Yan hurriedly announced, I have contacted Commander Yue, but even for a powerhouse like her, it will take at least an hour to get here. so we must hold on for an hour. Even if we die, we must protect these students." After these firm and resolute words, Mentor Huang took a deep breath. Agreed, even if it means death, we must protect them. As educators, these gifted freshmen are the future of humanity, and they absolutely cannot be allowed to come to harm. Let's go, Suye. Things have reached this point. The trial can no longer continue. Your strength is formidable. Stay by my side. I can not only protect you, but we can also work together to escort the freshmen to safety. Yeah, Suye nodded, no longer caring about the mission or anything else. A level 2 spatial tremor is about to descend, a catastrophic crisis capable of bringing through 4th-tier fiends. 4th-tier fiends. Suye wasn't arrogant enough to think he could handle such demons. If he encountered one alone, forget the mission. His own life would be at stake. He could only attempt to slay any 1st-tier fiends he encountered during the retreat. And just these fleeting moments. The black smoke strands in the firmament had completely shrouded the sky over the abandoned district. The freshmen scattered throughout the area were almost all caught off guard and bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Those who had been battling 1st-tier fiends found it difficult to fight back as their vision was obstructed, and some were even wounded. Retreat. Follow me. Don't scatter. For those with wide-area attacks, don't hold back your spiritual energy. Attack the fiends to buy us time to retreat. The sophomore elites were also nervous, but they still fulfilled their duties, commanding the now panic-stricken freshmen. Even so, in the darkness, some freshmen couldn't react in time and were ambushed by quick creatures like lesser demons. My leg has been pierced. Senior, my spiritual energy is almost depleted. What should I do? The teenagers who were usually pampered were paralyzed with fear when faced with such a predicament. Left with no choice, the sophomore elites of each team had to grit their teeth and exhaust themselves to protect the others, finding themselves in a precarious situation. On the other side, click. In a street within the abandoned district, accompanied by an inaudible crisp sound, a deep, rippling vortex quietly emerged. A withered arm filled with blue aura reached out from the vortex first, followed by the entire body. With a torso wrapped in blue aura and skin stretched tight over bone, its mysterious head was concealed by strands of hair like iron whips. Icy chill constantly poured from the mouth beneath the hair, biting and cold. A 4th-tier fiend, the Earth Zombie. After the Earth Zombie stepped fully out of the vortex, a giant sword formed of dark flesh followed, floating out behind it. It was 3 meters long, with blood vessels and flesh on its surface constantly writhing. In the center of the blade, a large eyeball emitted faint purple light, rolling around in a very eerie fashion. A 4th-tier special demonic species, the Ghost Spirit Sword Fetus. These are considered extremely difficult to deal with even among 4th-tier fiends. Unless human awakeners are at the peak of the diamond tier, they should run as far as they can. Soon, several more 4th-tier fiends stepped out of the invisible vortex. They were all different in form, but held equally terrifying and oppressive auras, with many 3rd-tier fiends following in their wake. In an instant, the temperature dropped for dozens of meters around, turning icy cold. The 1st-tier fiends in the streets and alleys all trembled and prostrated themselves on the ground. Driven by instinct, they could not move a single inch. Go! From somewhere came a hoarse male voice. The intelligent 4th-tier fiends leading the pack offered no resistance and scattered in all directions throughout the abandoned district. The strongest among them, the Ghost Spirit Sword Fetus and the Earth Zombie, charged directly in the general direction of Suye and Mentor Huang. Their speed was incredible, 100 meters in a blink. Everyone, a level 2 spatial tremor has manifested. Location unknown. Location unknown. You must be wary of attacks from high-tier fiends. In a narrow alley, 2 figures, one in black and one in dark gold, were sprinting madly. Hearing Officer Yan's full-channel announcement, Suye finally couldn't help but voice his doubts. Teacher, don't you feel like all of this is happening way too suspiciously? Mentor Huang suppressed his own unease. If even you realize this, how could we not? What caught us most off guard was that gaseous fiend being able to break the barrier. Once we return, we humans must immediately find a way to defend against this. Before he could finish, a sense of crisis struck them both, and the hair on Mentor Huang and Suye's neck stood on end. Hum? Suddenly, 2 curved, eerie purple beams of light, hundreds of meters long and charged with malevolent energy, pierced through the void from 1,000 meters to their right. In less than 2 seconds, they were at an unreactable distance, and Suye could even smell the scent of death.
In the nick of time, a flash of golden light suddenly flickered in Instructor Huang's pupils. "Golden Spirit Bell," he muttered softly, and a phantom of a golden bell manifested out of thin air. Then it began to grow rapidly, 10 meters high, 50 meters high, 100 meters high. Imposing, magnificent, and radiant with golden light. This giant phantom bell tightly shielded him and Su Ye. It was Instructor Huang's A-rank defensive artifact soul ability, the Golden Spirit Bell. The next moment, two curved beams of sinister purple light slammed directly into the surface of the Golden Spirit Bell. Clang! Clong! Clang! Two deafening sounds of metal colliding instantly echoed for hundreds of meters around, and the terrifying shockwaves generated by the impact swept out in all directions following a thunderous roar. Bang! 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 Surrounding buildings were instantly shattered into dust, swirling and flying through the air, creating a scene of apocalypse. Terrifying? Inside the Golden Spirit Bell, Su Ye was stunned as he watched the old city outside, which resembled the site of a miniature catastrophe. Is this the level of destruction caused by a Diamond Tier powerhouse? No wonder the forums on Awakened Tiers often say there is an insurmountable chasm between the Gold Tier and the Diamond Tier. Because at the Diamond Tier, one must compress the psionic energy in their reservoir. It is practically two different levels of power amidst the rolling dust. Although this attack had fended off the sneak attempt, Instructor Huang's expression was now extremely grim. Ghost Sword Embryo and an Earth Zombie? Two special horrors among the Tier 4 cursed spirits. Didn't the spatial quake just manifest? How could they have tracked us here so quickly and accurately? And this level 2 spatial quake doesn't seem like an ordinary one. To possess these two types of special horrors, my luck is just abysmal. This is dangerous. Cold sweat beaded on Instructor Huang's forehead. Even in a one-on-one, he wouldn't be confident in matching the Ghost Sword Embryo, and now he was facing an additional Earth Zombie. Despair. If he were alone, it would be fine. He could just run if he couldn't win, at the cost of some heavy sacrifices. But he wasn't alone. Beside him was Su Ye. This human with the talent of a god, one of the future supreme beings destined to guard humanity. Therefore, he absolutely cannot retreat. He must buy a chance for this kid to escape. But in doing so, for himself, it would be a situation with zero chance of survival. Zero chance of survival? Then so be it. Muttering to himself, Instructor Huang turned to Su Ye. Wait for me to hold these two horrors off, then you take the chance to run toward the warplane. Do you understand? Don't look back. Your mission is to survive. With his keen perception, how could Su Ye not hear the fatalistic tone in Instructor Huang's voice? He hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. He wanted to help the instructor, but his own strength was indeed vastly inferior to the Tier 4 horrors. Being able to escape their clutches alone would be considered a heaven-defying feat. Yet to truly sacrifice such a great senior who only thought of protecting them, it would be a lie to say he wouldn't feel guilty. Taking a deep breath, Su Ye replied earnestly, Instructor, I can help you hold one horror down for nearly 5 seconds, and I can boost your strength for a short time. Find the right moment to deal a heavy blow to one of them first. After doing what I can, I will run, and your chances of survival will be... Before he could finish, Instructor Huang cursed, reckless. If anything happens to you, how am I supposed to answer to the principal? Even in death, I wouldn't be able to rest in peace. You are the hope of humanity. Shaking his head, Su Ye activated his wave imprints and said stubbornly, Instructor, I am serious. I am very stubborn by nature. Nothing you say will change my mind. You brat. Watching Su Ye actually draw his blade, ready to fight, Instructor Huang was furious. But as Su Ye said, through his student records, he knew the boy was indeed unreasonably stubborn. Even while blind, he trained desperately for over 10 years. Nothing that girl Ning Shuang said worked either. And the actions he showed in the trial tower, stubborn as a mule indeed. The Earth Zombie attacks by eroding with corpse energy, and its hair can extend and retract at will, piercing an awaken's body like steel needles. Its flesh is also as hard as iron and very difficult to break. Its weakness is the neck hidden under the hair. As for the Ghost Sword Embryo, its lethality is the fiercest. It can levitate, its speed is fast as lightning, and it can release a highly penetrative purple light from that pupil. It also wields sword energy from its body, but relatively speaking, its defense is not as strong as the Earth Zombies, though the intense regenerative power of its flesh and blood sword body makes up for it. Its only weakness is that eerie pupil. If the pupil is injured, its strength will be greatly diminished. In the end, Instructor Huang introduced the characteristics of the two horrors to Su Ye. If this kid was truly determined to assist him, then he had to take it seriously. If it really came to it, he would sacrifice himself to hold out until other Diamond Tier powerhouses arrived to take over the guard mission. Su Ye thought for a moment and replied, Then let's target the Ghost Sword Embryo. We only have one chance, destroy its eye. Once the most lethal ghost sword embryo is crippled, Instructor Huang's golden spirit bell should be able to hold for a while longer. Maybe, after paying a heavy price, they could even hold out for support from Officer Yan and the others and survive after all. The ghost sword embryo, isn't its speed too fast? Can you control it? Facing Instructor Huang's worry, Su Ye smiled. We'll try. Instructor Huang nearly choked, looking at him in disbelief. Try. Damn it. I thought you were actually confident. And at this moment, clang, 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 under the continuous assault of the ghost sword embryo's purple light and the earth zombie's strikes, Instructor Huang's golden spirit bell was already covered in cracks. Once it shattered, it would take him at least tens of seconds to condense the next one. Kid, the golden spirit bell is about to break. Are you ready? Things had reached this point. He had no choice but to fight. Hearing this, Su Yin nodded gravely and simultaneously buffed himself. Ancient memories. Leap. Kazan of the Blade Soul. As the crimson magic circle descended and the blazing ghost god stood in the center, Instructor Huang's expression turned to one of astonishment. The power of my psionic energy. It's been boosted by at least a sixth. Su Yi's wave authority. And he has this ability too? Super perception, auxiliary functions to increase strength, ultimate lethality. Isn't this special god-tier ability just too monstrous? Instructor, this buff only lasts 2 minutes, and I can't use it again for 6 seconds, so be careful. Su Ye said, as the 5-wave imprints above his head were now fully formed and spinning rapidly. Right at this moment. Under the blessing of ancient memories, Kazan of the Blade Soul, and the 5 imprints, whether it was the wave energy within him, his normal attacks, or his various Asura abilities, all had been boosted to a terrifying degree. One could say this was his strongest state. In this state, even though he was still silver tier, he felt he could defeat or even kill any gold tier opponent. However, he was facing tier 4 horrors now, beings that even peak diamond tier powerhouses had to handle with caution. Understood. Feeling the surging power within his body, Instructor Huang suppressed the shock Su Ye had caused him, a suit of silver battle armor instantly covering his body, along with a sharp, heavy silver spear held in his hand. At that very moment, crack, 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 bang! The golden spirit bell protecting the two completely shattered.
Here it comes. Roll. The moment the golden spirit bell shattered, Mentor Huang knew he couldn't condense a complete one for the time being, but he could still manage to bestow some of its properties upon Su Ye. A layer of golden radiance emerged on the surface of Su Ye's dark gold battlesuit, as if he had been plated in gold, wrapping his entire body. However, the massive gap in strength could not be bridged in such a short time. In terms of speed alone, Su Ye was unable to react in time. In the blink of an eye, the earth zombie flashed right in front of him, and a bone-chilling coldness instantly bore down on him. Block. Su Ye could only rely on his keen, killing intent perception and split-second intuition to defend. A withered, pale claw carrying immense force slammed hard into the blade of his dark gold sword. Clang! A dull sound of metal clashing rang out. Beneath his helmet, Su Ye felt as if his face had gone dry, and he was sent flying backward instantly. Whoosh! Bang, 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 bang! In less than a second, he flew nearly 100 meters, smashing through ruin after ruin, and finally crashed into a building, shaking the very ground. Su Ye! Mentor Huang's anxious voice came through the wristband. Teacher, I'm fine. Stick to the plan. Lure the ghost sword spirit into my range for just 1 second, and I can lock it down. Under the rubble, even with the properties of the dark gold suit and the golden spirit bell, plus the block that mitigated most of the impact, Su Ye still felt as if his arm were about to dislocate, and he nearly lost his grip on the blade. Had he not blocked, his palms would surely have burst into blood. All right. Mentor Huang knew there was no time to waste. His heart had nearly stopped the moment Su Ye was sent flying. That blow would have heavily injured or even killed any other golden tier awakened, even an S-class defense specialist. Even an SS tier awakened would have been critically wounded or killed on the spot. And yet Su Ye had withstood it and seemed to have the strength to fight on. Such a monster. He must not fall here. 120 seconds. After 120 seconds, regardless of whether the plan succeeds, he must get Su Ye out of here. With that in mind, Mentor Huang took advantage of the Sword Soul Kazan state to enter his own ultimate form. The spiritual energy in his body hummed and surged wildly. The power of the golden spirit bell infused his silver spear and armor, making him look like a god of war. Although he excelled in defense, his offense was not far behind, and with a cold weapon, he could achieve a perfect blend of attack and defense. Die! Like a streak of golden light, Mentor Huang thrust his spear like a dragon, breaking the sound barrier in a heartbeat, crossing the 100 meters in an instant toward the Ghost Spirit Sword. Incredible speed! But the Ghost Spirit Sword simply rotated, and its eerie pupil shot out a strange purple light, winding and curling to entangle Mentor Huang's momentum, using softness to overcome hardness. Whoosh! The next moment, a second beam of purple light with terrifying, penetrating power pierced the void and shot back at him. Switching from offense to defense in a heartbeat, this Ghost Spirit Sword's combat experience was no less than that of a human awakened. In the distance, watching his teacher desperately resist the purple light beams with his spinning spear, Suye's expression turned grim. Looks like I have to engage in close combat, otherwise with the intelligence of a fourth-order evil spirit, finding an opportunity won't be easy. Good heavens. Block. Just as he regained his balance, the Earth Zombie's terrifying form closed in again, delivering a leg strike aimed directly at his face. Clang! Once again, he was sent flying, but this time, Suye instinctively adjusted his position. The trajectory of his flight was directly toward the battlefield between the Ghost Spirit Sword and Mentor Huang. Triple slash! Enduring the pain of his body, feeling like it was about to fall apart, Suye ignored his torn muscles and forcefully twisted in midair to unleash a strike. Using his momentum and the telepathic-like burst of the strike, he dodged the aftermath of the purple light while closing the distance to the Ghost Spirit Sword. Even as the Earth Zombie hunted him from behind, Suye acted as if he didn't care. Until the final strike, just as he was about to enter the Ghost Spirit Sword's attack range, suddenly, he abruptly changed the direction of his attack. His target, the Earth Zombie behind him. Teacher, kill! Mentor Huang's eyes blazed with golden light, and in an instant, he also struck at the Earth Zombie, which was now less than 10 meters behind him. Hum! A miniature golden spirit bell, less than 10 meters in size, condensed rapidly, enveloping the stunned Earth Zombie. Weren't these two humans trying to kill the ghost spirit thing? The Earth Zombie paused in its charge, confused. Just moments ago, they had exposed their backs to attack the sword, and if it had wanted, its hair and corpse aura would have killed them both. But this sudden change caught it off guard, and it completely lost the chance to ambush them. Instead, after its brief moment of hesitation, the attack from the two humans, it couldn't dodge. The resplendent golden spirit bell trapped the Earth Zombie inside. Roar! Despite its hair flailing like a waterfall, its corpse aura surging, and the earth shaking, the golden spirit bell merely developed cracks. It might shatter in the next moment, but these 2 seconds were enough for Suye to strike. This head start from his teacher, this one chance, must not be missed. Ghost Seal Orb. The 5 seals above Suye's head suddenly vanished. As he swung his blade, a 100-meter-wide blue orb, condensed from the power of the wave seal, emerged, vibrating violently as it rushed toward the Earth Zombie. The surrounding space trembled extensively under the spinning power of the Ghost Seal Orb. One could only imagine the sheer power held within. Bang! The Earth Zombie, having just broken the golden spirit bell, hadn't even had a chance to move before being engulfed by the orb. Boom, 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 boom. The terrifying vibrations continuously tore at its iron-hard body, leaving it unable to move and forcing out piercing, painful howls. Roar, 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 roar. Teacher. With a shout, Suye leaped into midair. This kid actually managed to control a 4th-order evil spirit. Mentor Huang was overcome with excitement, but now was not the time to relax. The spear in his hand erupted with surging golden light, constantly condensing and exerting pressure. Without hesitation, he hurled the golden spear, now swollen to several dozen meters, directly at the Earth Zombie's neck. Whoosh! This spear lit up the entire night sky, piercing everything in its path with golden brilliance, focusing nearly 80% of Mentor Huang's spiritual energy. Silver light blade drop. Almost simultaneously, Suye, wielding his dark gold greatsword, descended like a streak of light. The 2 ultimate strikes converged on the Earth Zombie's weak point, its neck. Whoosh, whoosh. At that very moment, the Ghost Spirit Sword reacted, sending 2 sinister purple beams through the void toward them. Almost at the same time, squelch! The dark gold greatsword and the golden spear slammed into the Earth Zombie's neck. The 2 purple beams struck Suye, who had lost his grip on the greatsword, and Mentor Huang, who was attempting to use his own body to shield Suye from the attack. The tactical shift to bait the Earth Zombie showcases a mastery of psychological manipulation over raw power. Yet Mentor Huang's self-sacrificial defense introduces a classic Pyrrhic victory dilemma where the cost of success might outweigh the gain. Suye's strategic pivot proves that tactical deception is the ultimate equalizer in asymmetric warfare. By exploiting the monster's cognitive bias through a psychological feint, he successfully transitioned from a defensive survival state to a high-stakes tactical ambush.
Boom! Boom! The ghost orb seemed to have reached its critical point, erupting with its final energy and shattering completely. Blue waves of energy spread outward like a mushroom cloud. A deafening roar resounded through the night sky, while the shock waves caused the winds to reverse, evaporated the air, and tore deep craters into the earth one after another. Su-Ye! Struggling against the onslaught of eerie purple light and blue waves, Instructor Huang could no longer concern himself with his own safety. He stared at the youth engulfed by the dual forces, his eyes bloodshot and filled with red. Even at the peak of the Diamond Realm, being hit directly by an attack like this would at best leave him heavily injured, relying on his armor and physical constitution to survive. But Su-Ye, merely at the peak of the Silver Realm, what could he possibly use to withstand such a collision of energy? Damn it! Damn it all! I should never have listened to that kid's crazy idea. Changing direction to ambush the Earth zombie was Su-Ye's plan, conceived while he was being knocked back. He had urged him to shift targets, taking advantage of the zombie's negligence to deliver a lethal, thunderous strike. The plan was successful. The Earth zombie was killed, but at the cost of enduring the attack from the Ghost Spirit Sword Fetus. Winning by 1,000 while losing 800? This was not the outcome he wanted at all. To kill a measly Tier 4 evil spirit, he had allowed humanity's hope to be extinguished. He would have preferred it to be him who died. Damn it! Instructor Huang was filled with deep regret, frantically trying to sense Su-Ye's presence. But the chaotic clash of energies rendered him unable to perceive anything. But just then, "Teacher, I am not dead, but I am temporarily unable to move. I am sorry. The rest, cough, will have to rely on you." The weak voice of Su-Ye coming through the communicator made Instructor Huang freeze in place. The next moment, he exclaimed excitedly, "Don't move! Whatever you do, don't move! Just stay right there! You did well! I will handle the rest! Ha 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 ha!" Laughing through his tears of relief, Instructor Huang dispersed the purple light and immediately drew a spare long spear to charge at the Ghost Spirit Sword Fetus again. Su-Ye must be lying under some ruin nearby. I cannot let this Ghost Spirit Sword Fetus notice him. I must move the battlefield elsewhere. Thinking this, Instructor Huang fought with a suicidal ferocity, relentlessly driving the Ghost Spirit Sword Fetus back. Fortunately, killing the Earth zombie hadn't cost too much. He still had some strength left, and all of this was the result of that kid Su-Ye's desperate efforts. Meanwhile, in a trench carved by blades, Su-Ye lay quietly. His aura was withered. His imposing dark gold armor was in tatters, stained dark red by blood and riddled with cracks that exposed his skin beneath, from which blood still continued to trickle. Ugh! Coughing up another mouthful of blood, Su-Ye's body convulsed, nearly losing his breath. Damn it, that was nearly game over. Just now, if he hadn't instinctively used his guard and utilized the force of the Ghost Orb's explosion to cancel out that eerie purple light while in midair, he would have been done for. Looking at the tragic state of his dark gold armor, one could tell just how destructive that attack was. It could withstand multiple hits from a Diamond Realm Master, yet it was crippled in a single blow. Talk about a lucky escape. Ding! Host has killed the Tier 4 Evil Spirit Earth Zombie. Gained 4681 energy points. Ding! Host has completed the achievement for killing an enemy beyond your realm. Reward, 100,000 energy points. 100,000 to 200,000 energy point random scroll. 2 primary unlock progress scrolls, and 5 random consumable scrolls. Is this what they call good fortune following a near-death disaster? Lying on the ground, Su-Ye managed to pull off a smile. This was worth it. 2 primary unlock progress scrolls. Solid. The energy point reward has also increased, and there is a new item too. Random consumable scroll. Can randomly extract any consumable from the Arad continent. Will it be a powerful potion with special abilities, or plain tap water so weak it's negligible? Come on, youth, give it a spin. Ignoring the baiting tone, Su-Ye's expression stirred. Consumables, does that mean there could be health potions? In his current state, if he wanted to walk, he would need to lie down for a while longer. Although the trench he was lying in was well hidden and there were no evil spirits nearby, it was safe for now. But if his luck was bad and a Tier 1 ogre happened to pass by in a few minutes, in his current state, he would probably be swallowed alive, game over on the spot. This random consumable scroll is like a spring in the middle of a desert. It's so damn timely. Use it! Without a second thought, Su-Ye mentally tapped the scroll. Ding! Congratulations, host. Obtained 1 destiny coin. Destiny coin. When used, there is a 50% chance of either divine punishment or recovery. Ugh! Another mouthful of blood sprayed out. Su-Ye's already pale face turned green and purple in anger. What the hell? In his current state, is this damn thing trying to hasten his death? If he's lucky, fine. He recovers on the spot. Good as new. But he has the kind of shitty luck where he couldn't even win a free drink after buying 1,000 bottles. Are you sure this won't drop a bolt of lightning and send him straight to reincarnation? Continue. I'd rather die than use this, damn it! Ding. Congratulations. Host obtained one special tier power potion. Special tier power potion increases the user's total strength by 50% for 30 minutes, limited to the host use with no side effects. Damn it! Why is this luck being used on such weird stuff? This potion is powerful, but what's the point if it doesn't quench my current thirst? Suye nearly couldn't stop himself from vomiting blood again. This potion is incredible, but in his current state, he can't afford to use it. 2 scrolls gone, Suye's mind hesitated, just like his indecisive hands when gambling for items in his previous life. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and clicked the scroll again. Ding! Congratulations, host. Obtained 1 Shiny Remy's Assistance. This sounds familiar. Shiny Remy's Assistance restores 30% of HP and MP and can unconditionally remove all abnormal statuses. It really is this thing. Suye finally smiled. Reborn into a new world, his luck was indeed quite a bit better. Without hesitation, he triggered his intent and consumed the Remy's Assistance. The next moment, a ball of green light enveloped his body, warm and filled with rich life force. 1 second, 2 seconds. 3 seconds later, the various wounds on Suye that were still bleeding miraculously stopped. Even the flesh wriggled for a moment and immediately restored itself. If not for the bloodstains on top, one could never tell he had been wounded. 5 seconds later, his broken ribs were also fully healed. 30%! It seems he could now move freely and even regained quite a bit of combat power. With a roll, Suye jumped out of the trench. Instructor Huang and the Ghost Spirit Sword Fetus were already fighting 1,000 meters away. He could only hear the sounds of roaring echoes coming from there. Teacher, good luck. In my current state, I really can't help you anymore. Feeling the condition inside his body, Suye shook his head with guilt and ran toward the fighter jet. Now is not the time to show off. Fighting the Earth zombie was out of necessity, but helping the teacher against the Ghost Spirit Sword Fetus in this condition would only hold him back. Besides, if another Tier 4 evil spirit showed up, he would truly have no options left. However, after running for over 1,000 meters, he didn't encounter another Tier 4 evil spirit, but he did encounter someone who made his heart sink. Munkeksen from the elite class! She seemed to be a student in the same squad as Ziyun, but at this moment, she was running alone toward the fighter jet in a disheveled and frantic state, and she was injured too. But the question is, where is Ziyun? What about their squad? Why aren't they with her? As if realizing something, Suye's expression turned deathly pale again, and he quickly stopped Munkeksen.
Ha! The sudden appearance of a blurry black shadow made Munkeksen jump back sharply, like a startled rabbit. Holding her thin sword with trembling hands against her chest, she said in despair, "I will fight you to the death." She had to hurry back to get reinforcements. She absolutely could not die here. Ziyun and the upperclassmen had fought so hard to create this opening for her. She had to kill this evil spirit in front of her and then find someone to support them. Like a cat that had been frightened and was now bristling with fierce intent, a faint image of a sword appeared above the girl's head, emitting a sharp aura. Sensing her state, Suye quickly spoke up. "Don't get excited, Keksen." As he spoke, he slowly approached, a golden ripple emerging to illuminate a blood-stained, handsome face beneath a shattered helmet. "Suye!" Seeing who it was, Meng Keksen immediately slumped, as if she had found a lifeline. Her eyes red. "Ziyun, she and the upperclassmen are still holding the rear to protect us." A third-rank evil spirit suddenly appeared, and the upperclassman she was. Seeing the girl's incoherent state, Suye frowned and interrupted. "Don't rush, tell me slowly." A while later, after understanding the specific situation, Suye's face turned grim, his brow furrowed tightly. "Ziyun, something really did happen. Suye, let's hurry to the fighter plane. If we don't go and seek reinforcements now, Ziyun and the others..." Shaking his head, Suye said solemnly, "Which direction? Huh? Which direction are Ziyun and the others in?" Feeling the icy, piercing tone in Suye's voice, Meng Keksen was clearly startled and instinctively pointed toward the direction she had come from. Whoosh! Just as she was about to say something, Suye's figure vanished instantly. In the pitch-black night, only a voice suppressing killing intent remained. "You go back first and be careful." Meanwhile, outside a vast, abandoned factory, within a radius of several dozen meters, a raging inferno was burning. The surrounding buildings and combustibles had been ignited, looking particularly striking in the dark night. In the center of the flames, 5 or 6 figures stood back to back, staring in despair at the shadows outside the reach of the firelight. Over there. Greedy, excited, and eerie cries kept coming. "Senior Sister Chen, we are surrounded." Damn it. Why did the trial grounds suddenly become like this? So many high-rank evil spirits appearing all at once. Are we going to die?
Don't say such discouraging things. Hold on. The teachers will come to save us. Senior Sister Chen, Sob, Ziyun and the others have lost so much blood. My ability isn't fast enough to heal them. What should we do? In front of them, Senior Sister Chen, wearing a tight combat suit and pale-faced, heard the support class junior's words and cast a glance at the three figures protected by the others. First, do your best to stop the bleeding for Ziyun. For the others, if they aren't in immediate mortal danger, handle it as you see fit. Everyone else, if you don't want to die, keep your spirits up. Among the three, Zhou Ziyun was the most severely injured. As an S-rank talent, she had exhausted all her spiritual energy to share the burden. She had even taken a blow from a second-rank evil spirit for a fellow female student, suffering a massive gash on her abdomen, coming close to losing her life. Now, due to excessive blood loss, she had fallen unconscious, her face as pale as a sheet of paper. Two other freshmen who were lying down had also suffered heavy wounds during the retreat and had completely lost their ability to fight. On the scene, besides the 5 or 6 freshmen who could barely stand, only the squad leader, Senior Sister Chen, a top student in her sophomore year, could hold her own against the prowling evil spirits. But even with her cultivation at the early stage of the Golden Realm, she was already exhausted from protecting this group of freshmen. Moreover, she had to constantly be on guard against the 2 third-rank shadow demons hiding in the shadows outside the firelight, surrounding them, along with nearly 100 first and second-rank evil spirits. It was a situation with a slim chance of survival. There was simply no way to break the deadlock. At most 5 minutes. If no reinforcements arrived after that, her A-rank fire ability would eventually burn out. By then, the area would be plunged into darkness again. Once the deterrent was gone, that horde of evil spirits would stop playing with them and swarm them in an instant. The distress signal had been blocked by the dark smoke in the sky, and she had no energy left to break out of the encirclement. Thinking of this, despair could not help but show in Senior Sister Chen's eyes. What should I do? If she were alone, she might have had a chance to escape, but this group of freshmen, should she run? Suddenly, in a moment of distraction, a shadow barely visible to the naked eye struck along the ground, avoiding the firelight. Oh no! Senior Sister Chen's face turned pale. She had been careless. She hadn't expected to lose focus in such a situation. She waved her hand hurriedly, and a burst of orange flame with terrifying heat surged toward the black shadow that had closed in. Although the shadow demon's raw power was not impressive among third-rank spirits, their stealth and assassination skills were absolutely top tier. They could merge into shadows and wait for a prey's weakness. Without intense concentration, it was impossible to react to their terrifying speed and surprise attacks. Senior Sister Chen was already exhausted and had been distracted by the pressure of despair. How could she react in time? After blindly blasting a sea of fire, she was easily dodged by the shadow demon, which revealed its true form, wrapped in black energy, and closed in on her. A scythe formed of black energy slashed directly at her delicate neck. Seeing the scythe growing larger in her eyes, Senior Sister Chen moved instinctively in panic. But even so, splat! Her left arm was severed. Blood sprayed everywhere as her limb was flung away. Ah! Senior Sister Chen screamed, a truly miserable sound. The next moment, enduring the sharp pain, she ran toward the weakest point of the evil spirits without looking back, abandoning the stunned freshman. Senior Sister, she ran away. Senior Sister, don't leave us behind. Sob, are we really going to die? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Ah! Faced with the desperate pleas of the freshman, Senior Sister Chen remained completely indifferent. Under the pressure of death, she couldn't be the hero she wanted to live. Even if she would face severe accountability later, that was a problem for later. For now, she only cherished her own life. As for the freshmen, she couldn't care about them anymore. A terrifying thought even popped into her head. She hoped the evil spirits would hurry and devour the freshmen to give her a chance to escape. However, in her panic, she seemed to have forgotten that there wasn't just one third-rank shadow demon. A second scythe of black energy once again filled her panic gaze. Splat! Huh? That's my body. How can it? A beautiful head filled with shock was sent flying directly into the air. As Senior Sister Chen died, the surrounding flames began to fade, and darkness crept in bit by bit. Oh! Roar! All around, accompanied by excited screeches and wails, the horde of evil spirits, having waited long enough, swarmed the 6 dumbfounded freshmen like hungry wolves. But at that very moment, a cold voice suddenly came from afar. Earthwave soared.
The moment the sound faded, whoosh, A golden wave of blade energy surged in from the distance. With unstoppable momentum, it reached the students just in time, splitting into two waves before it could accidentally strike them, tearing through the earth on either side. The terrifying wave of energy plowed two bottomless trenches, dozens of meters long, completely cutting off the charge of the monsters. Under the bewildered gaze of the students, the monsters that had already closed in were instantly swept up by the blade wave. Splat, 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 and in an instant they were shredded to pieces. A desperate situation with zero chance of survival was resolved by this sudden sharp golden wave. We are still alive? Someone saved us! It is the teachers! The teachers have arrived! Woohoo! That was so scary! To be able to wipe out so many monsters with one strike, it must definitely be the teachers. Phew! We are saved! 5 or 6 students collapsed, trembling on the ground, wearing the expressions of those who had just narrowly escaped death. At that moment, they subconsciously concluded that the person who arrived must be their instructor, because only the instructors could possess such strength to annihilate a large horde of monsters, right? But everyone was stunned when a figure covered in blood, holding a cracked blade and wearing a dark gold combat suit, appeared before them. Su Yi. It is not Instructor Shi. That means the golden sharp wave just now, which rivaled Senior Sister Chen's sea of orange flames, was released by Suye. Isn't he at the Silver Realm? How is this destructive power even more terrifying than a Gold Realm expert's? Beyond the shock, a wave of anxiety flooded their hearts again. Suye's current state, with his combat suit shattered like that, he must have been severely wounded before. For someone in the Silver Realm to unleash a blow comparable to the Gold Realm, even with a divine talent, it must be extremely draining on spirit energy. He must be completely exhausted by now. And outside, there are still 2 third-order shadow demons and the remaining first and second-order monsters. He shouldn't have come. Su Ye shouldn't have come. To save us, he ended up putting himself at risk. They desperately wanted to live, and they desperately wanted to be saved. But if he came rushing in so recklessly, wouldn't it just mean one more sacrifice? Suya's value to all of humanity is hundreds of times greater than all of them combined. If he ends up dying with them, it is simply not worth it. For these students who have not yet seen much of the world and have been through higher education, their thoughts at this moment were indeed very pure. Ignoring the worried gazes of the students, Suye hurried to Zhou Ziyun's side. Looking at the girl who was usually cheerful and cute, now frowning and unconscious in a tragic state, his expression darkened further. I must treat her quickly. He swung his dark gold blade fiercely at 2 spots behind him. Hum! Hum! Clang! Clang! 2 waves of blade energy, carrying peerless power, crossed dozens of meters and knocked back the incoming black scythes. The 2 shadow demons shrieked and quickly merged back into the shadows. The threat is everywhere. Indeed, one cannot be careless, or they might be killed in an instant. Turning to face the monsters, Suye glanced at the female student capable of healing. Take Ziyun and the others out of here and treat them well. If you are not sure about reaching the extraction point, find a hidden place to hide first. The female student asked immediately, "What about you, Suye?" Flicking his dark gold blade, Suye replied coldly, "I will stay behind to cover you." Hearing this, the few students slumped on the ground, stood up abruptly. "No, you are in too dangerous a state, Brother Ye. We have recovered a bit of strength. We can help you." Right, those shadow demons are too terrifying. With more people, we can stay alert and watch each other's backs. Being alone is too dangerous. Senior Sister Chen was only caught because she panicked. Whatever, it is already like this anyway. The worst that can happen is death. Maybe if we stay together, we can hold out until the teachers arrive. We should probably go. You saw it too, Brother Yi could react even when facing 2 shadow demons. If the shadow demons target us, wouldn't we just be a burden if we stay here? But go! With a cold shout, Suye swung his blade toward the alleyway that served as a shortcut to the extraction point. Earth-shattering wave sword. Boom! A golden wave of blade energy, a full 100 meters long, pulverized the obstructing monsters and leveled the winding alley, plowing a flat, straight trench directly toward the extraction point. We really cannot stay and be a burden. How is Brother Yi's spirit energy as if it costs nothing? Are you still in shock? Move. Do you want to waste the opportunity Brother Ye created? Right? Let's go. We cannot waste Suye's opportunity. Brother Yi, you must hold on. We will definitely find the teachers to support you. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the 5 or 6 elite students finally showed some self-awareness and rushed toward the trench with the severely injured Ziyun and the others. Support. Feeling the spirit energy and his wounds recovering, Suye whispered, "I shouldn't need it." Ding! Based on the host's current situation, the 1-star random mission has been upgraded to 2-star, Monster Clearing 1.0. Monster Clearing 1.0. Kill 500 first-order monsters, 50 second-order monsters, and at least 1 third-order monster. The mission status has been changed to non-timed. The final evaluation will be based on the total kill count, granting appropriate rewards. Current progress: first-order monsters 384 500, second-order monsters 050, third-order monsters 01. Damn system! Why didn't you upgrade it earlier? When I was killing those 4th-order monsters before, it should have been at least a 3-star 2.0 or even 3.0, right? Suye couldn't help but complain while pleasantly surprised. And those 2 wave sword swings just now, wouldn't at least 10 second-order monsters have been wasted? Random missions triggered by the host situation only account for a small part. Mission status is random. In most cases, it still operates on randomness. Host. This is a very simple question. Why do I feel like I am being insulted? But it also makes so much sense. For a moment, I couldn't even refute it. In the less than 1 second he spent talking to the system, one of the shadow demons actually tried to chase down Ziyun and the others. Court death. Gripping the handle with both hands, Suye drew a cross pattern with his blade. Slash! The void in front was suddenly torn by an invisible blade mark, birthing a crimson, bloody strike. Then, with the ferocity to tear through everything, it struck the shadow of the shadow demon in the blink of an eye. Cross slash! The terrifying slash generated by blood energy fluctuations, unlike standard cutting attacks, possesses the ability to bypass flesh and cause blood energy agitation, making it impossible to defend against. Incredibly eerie. The shadow demon lurking in the dark did not expect Suye's attack speed to be so fast. Even though it was the one closing in on the human ants, that bizarre cross attack actually struck it first. It hastily condensed its black scythe to block. With a clang, the sound of metal hitting metal echoed, but the next moment, under the demon's stunned gaze, the cross slash shattered, turning into a cluster of dozens of meters of invisible blood energy that enveloped it. The black blood inside its body burned and agitated, causing the shadow demon to shriek in agony. High above in the sky, 1,000 meters up, a mysterious figure in a black robe watched Suye critically injure the shadow demon with yet another different attack method and couldn't help but gasp in a raspy, amazed voice. Beyond that heaven-defying destructive power, he also possesses abilities for buffs, control, healing, and even this strange blood energy. It is absolutely the most comprehensive god-level talent. Ha 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 ha! It was worth using my temple's trump card, the devouring demon, which I have hidden until now.
Outside the abandoned factory. Bang, 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 gang. The shadow demon, its energy and blood stirred up by the cross slash, was now rolling on the ground in agony. It howled in misery, frantically shattering the concrete floor piece by piece. In no time, the entire ground was riddled with pits. Of course, Suye had paid a price. This bloody cross slash had cost him some of his vitality. Only by using his own vitality as the foundation and the power of fluctuations as a supplement could he achieve such an effect. Fortunately, thanks to his overall improvements and years of training, his physical strength was extremely robust, and he had vitality to spare. It was well worth it to use a cross slash to catch the shadow demon off guard, inflicting heavy damage and stripping it of most of its combat power. After all, losing this bit of vitality didn't affect Suye's combat capability at all. It could even be called trivial. It would recover in a while, so he wasn't worried in the slightest. Scree! At that moment, the other shadow demon, seeing its companion's miserable state, suddenly let out a shrill cry as if startled. The Tier 1 and Tier 2 evil entities that had been pursuing Ziyun and the others turned around and swarmed towards Suye instead. With their low intelligence, they wouldn't experience fear unless they were truly terrified to the core. Their instincts only drove them to obey the higher-ranking evil entities. And this was exactly the effect Suye wanted. Only when Ziyun and the others retreated to safety could he fully unleash his power and slaughter them. The wave imprints above his head had also reached 5. Ancient memories. Kazan, Spirit of Blade. With his buffs active, Suye didn't hesitate and struck first at the shadow demon, which was too weak to even hide in the shadows. Strike while the iron is hot. If he killed that shadow demon first, he wouldn't have to worry about being flanked. Facing the Tier 1 and 2 evil entities blocking his path, Suye held his dark gold blade in his right hand, and suddenly a dark gold longsword appeared in his left. Its design sharp yet restrained, coiled with dark gold dragon scales. It was a weapon from the Supreme Dark Gold series. Die? Like a bolt of lightning, holding his blade in one hand and his sword in the other, he dove straight into the throng of evil entities. His blade work was domineering and wild, slashing, chopping, crushing, sweeping,
performing basic sword arts with fluid precision. The sword chi was sharp and dense, with every thrust precisely piercing the skulls of the evil entities. Supported by his blade mastery and sword mastery, Su Ye handled both with ease, completely unhindered by the different styles. Squish, 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 squish. Like a reaper on the move, blade light and sword shadows danced everywhere, blood raining down as he carved a bloody path forward toward the shadow demon without slowing his pace. Ding! You have killed a Tier 1 ogre, gained 151 energy points. Ding! You have killed a Tier 2 specter, gained 756 energy points. Ding! You have killed a Tier 1 little demon, gained 276 energy points. Ding! You have killed a Tier 2 vampire bug, gained 697 energy points. Ding! You have killed a Tier 1. Lost in a killing frenzy, Su Ye ignored the notifications in his mind, his senses locked firmly onto that shadow demon. Unless a Tier 4 or a massive swarm of Tier 3 evil entities appeared, nothing would stop his resolve to kill. Scree. Perhaps intimidated by Su Ye's overwhelming murderous intent, the shadow demon endured the burning of its blood, its black-scaled body trembling before suddenly leaping up and fleeing desperately toward a narrow alley. You think you can run after hurting people? Ha! With a cold sneer, Su Ye's figure turned into a flash of blade light and vanished. Triple slash! A crescent moon slash materialized, covering tens of meters in a blink to appear behind the shadow demon. Swish! A second slash followed immediately, aiming for its black-scaled neck. Splat! With a graceful arc, the shadow demon's head was cleanly severed and sent flying black blood spraying all over the ground. Ding! You have killed a Tier 3 shadow demon, gained 1890 energy points. After slaying the Tier 3 shadow demon, Su Ye hurriedly shifted his senses to the other one. God, how cunning. The other shadow demon, seeing its companion beheaded, had already slipped into the shadows and was making a run for it in the opposite direction. Although Tier 3 evil entities were only in the early stages of developing intelligence, with the wisdom of a 3-year-old, instinct told it one thing. Su Ye was someone they couldn't handle, and if it didn't run now, it would die too. It was terrified to its core. In these few moments, since it ran in the opposite direction, it had already covered nearly 100 meters and was about to slip out of Su Ye's sensing range. Once it was out of reach, finding it again in this dark, ruined city would be no easy task. But it was clearly too late to chase it down now. Do you think you can escape? Taking a deep breath, Su Ye rested his dark gold blade on his shoulder, assuming a strange slashing stance. Energy surged through his body, the wave imprints atop his head spun rapidly, and the next instant, evil wave slash! With a roar, he swung his dark gold blade, slashing into thin air toward the fleeing shadow demon. Hum! Accompanied by a violent roar, 2 5-colored crescent waves, 100 meters high and dozens of meters wide, materialized out of nowhere, crossing each other in a flash as the blade swept through. Red, blue, gold, white, and light blue light illuminated the night sky as if 2 moons had descended, filled with an aura both sacred and sinister. Bang, 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 bang! In less than a blink, the earth was plowed into a terrifying chasm as the waves passed. Anything in their path, be it evil entities or buildings, was instantly vaporized, leaving not a trace behind. The shadow demon, thinking it had escaped, never imagined why it would still die after fleeing 100 meters away. Swept up by the evil light, it couldn't even let out a scream before being ground into nothingness, like an ant crushed underfoot. Even after slaying the shadow demon, the blow continued forward, its radiance undiminished, sweeping away everything in its path. Rumble, skyscrapers, alleys, abandoned cars, unlucky evil entities, all were destroyed. Only after carving out a chasm that stretched for hundreds of meters did its power finally dissipate. This blow had exhausted almost all of Su Ye's already depleted spirit energy. He panted lightly, unable to even maintain his wave imprints. Damn, was that using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Looking at a deep chasm stretching out with a destructive power several times greater than the earth-shattering wave sword, Su Ye was slightly stunned. But there was no choice. If he hadn't used that move, the shadow demon would have definitely escaped. After catching his breath, Su Ye didn't intend to use more energy, opting instead to use his raw physical strength to mop up the remaining low-tier entities. A while later, Ding, mission Eliminate Evil 1.0 complete. Kills, Tier 1 entities 581 500. Tier 2 entities 54 tech. Tier 3 entities 21 tougher. Mission completion rating, excellent. Ding. Would you like to claim your mission rewards now? Even though a few had escaped, he had still exceeded the mission requirements, earning an excellent rating, much better than a standard grade. And since he was now tired enough to drop,
Suye had no desire to hunt down the scattered ants. The Tier 2 spacequake hadn't ended yet. Wouldn't it be better to just hurry back to the fighter jet point, hide, and claim his rewards? Just as he was thinking happily. Clap, 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 clap. A rhythmic sound of clapping suddenly came slowly from high above. Tack, tack, tack. That five-colored slash might have already rivaled a casual strike from a diamond tier expert. And you're only at the silver tier. Amazing, truly amazing. With such talent, this envoy is willing to call you the strongest. You really have left me stunned, Suye. The moment he heard that hoarse voice, even though he was exhausted, Suye activated his wave imprints once more, entering combat mode instantly. But as the voice faded, he realized he couldn't move.
An unknown force held Suye tightly bound, leaving him unable to move even the slightest bit. It's that voice! Forcing himself to calm down, Suye attempted to release his wave perception. Fortunately, his wave perception was still active. Within his range of perception, he saw a repressive aura slowly approaching from the sky. It was a figure draped in a black robe. Walking on air? This mysterious figure who had suddenly appeared was a star radiance level existence. The ranks go from bronze, silver, gold, diamond, star radiance, solar, transcendent, king, to god of war. Only when an awakened reaches the star radiance realm can they break free from the world's gravitational shackles and gain the ability to fly. As his wave perception cautiously probed further, Suye's heart grew increasingly heavy and suspicious. The aura of this mysterious figure was not that of a specter, it was human, and he was likely far beyond the star radiance realm. The pressure he exerted on Suye was even greater than that of Tang Yun. Tang Yun was a powerhouse at the peak of the solar realm, with 1 foot already inside the transcendent realm, yet this pressure was even heavier than hers. Transcendent? For a moment, a sense of powerlessness washed over Suye. Facing such a powerhouse, he was no different from an ant that could be crushed at will. Even at his peak state, if he were to take that special grade strength potion he had just acquired, he would still just be a slightly larger ant. But why would such a mysterious expert, who was clearly human, target him, another human? Judging by what was just said, he was clearly gunning for him, Suye. Suddenly, Suye thought about all the accidents that had happened during this trial. Could all of this be related to this mysterious person? What a remarkable perception ability, to the point where even I almost failed to notice it. The black-robed figure had now descended through the air to a spot 2 meters in front of Suye, looking down on him with overwhelming pressure. He gazed down at Suye, observing him for a moment before seeming to recall something. He chuckled dismissively. My apologies, my apologies. Faced with a future god-level powerhouse, who might even become one of the pillared deities of our temple, I really shouldn't be inviting you in such a rude manner. As he spoke, he landed gracefully on the ground in front of Suye, looking him in the eye. Looking at Suye, who could still remain calm and whose aura was clearly not in disarray, the mysterious figure praised him again. Not only is your talent the strongest, but your mental fortitude is far beyond your peers, unlike those juniors in my temple, who are always timid and servile whenever they see me. So, Suye, do you have nothing you wish to ask? For instance, why am I standing before you? Who am I? Why haven't your team of ant-like instructors and the military's awakened arrived yet, and what you are about to face next? Each question seemed to carry a magical influence, constantly invading Suye's mind. Pinned to the spot, Suye tried his best to stay calm. Looking at the situation, this accident was indeed related to this man. He listened intently to every word. The temple... He doesn't seem to be from the Night Watchers organization or the military. Could it be another organization of awakened fighting against specters? But he clearly holds hostility toward both, so he shouldn't be a civilian organization. They wouldn't have the guts. Moreover, he didn't show any immediate intention to wipe him out. There was even a hint of politeness. Suddenly, Suye remembered what the old principal, Chen Yude, had said. People who are more like specters than the specters themselves. Could it be? Suye was rendered speechless. It had only been a few days since that warning, and he'd already run into these people? But Chen Yude hadn't gone into details, only showing extreme hatred and hostility toward them, so he couldn't be sure. Run? He couldn't get away. Wait for rescue? But looking at this mysterious man's attitude of total control, rescue clearly wasn't coming. Even if Instructor Huang and the others arrived and started a fight without a word, given the man's clearly transcendent level cultivation, they would likely be obliterated on the spot. What to do? Suye hated this feeling of his life being in someone else's hands. Though his heart was restless and anxious, he asked calmly, "Was this trial ground related to you?" The mysterious figure smiled. "To be precise, we came for you, a peerless monster of talent. To evade the detection of the Night Watchers at the outer borders, our temple had to sacrifice a major trump card." As he spoke, he waved his hand. and a small cluster of the black smoke ribbons in the sky condensed into a gaseous shadow. It floated to his side and stayed there obediently, looking very well behaved. It was that very third-tier, bizarre, eerie specter. Seeing this, Suye's heart lurched, and a chill ran through his entire body. A specter, actually taking orders from a human? And this mysterious powerhouse was standing peacefully right next to a specter. Watching Suye's reaction, the mysterious figure grinned. Looking at your reaction, those people must not have told you about our temple yet, right? I suppose that makes sense. After all, in their eyes, our evil god temple is nothing but a parasite to humanity. Without waiting for Suye to respond, he continued, Suye, why do you think this world was able to evolve from the humble old era into this new world, now ruled by transcendent power? Suye replied coldly, specters disrupted the order of this world, so we humans naturally had to awaken our potential to resist. Ignorant? The mysterious figure scoffed, his tone turning increasingly manic. It was the specters, it was the appearance of the specters that allowed humans to gain transcendent power. If it weren't for the specters, humans would never have had the ability to explore the unknown. So we should be grateful to the specters. Instead of engaging in meaningless struggle, coexistence with specters is the only correct path. Hearing this, Suye also scoffed. Ridiculous! Is what you call coexistence the same as the hundreds of thousands of compatriots who have been devoured by those monsters over the last century? His parents, the father of Ziyun, who sacrificed his life to protect the citizens, the loved ones of Sister Ning Shuang, and all those who had lost those dearest to them. Coexistence! Coexistence, my foot! The mysterious figure shook his head. Survival of the fittest. Those ants who failed to gain transcendent power are losers and are naturally meant to be eliminated by this new era. Whether it's specters or humans, the strong should rule life and death. There is no need to protect them. Such burdens becoming the source of energy for the evolution of specters, it is their honor. In our evil god temple, there are no burdens. We are all transcendent beings recognized by the specters, and by now, we have even achieved a state of coexistence with them. Come, Suye, join our evil god temple. You are a chosen one gifted with powerful strength by the evil god. In the future, you will surely stand on equal footing with the evil god, or perhaps even surpass the gods and rule over everything. The manic tone, like a demonic incantation, kept battering Suye's mind. Hey, sure enough, you people are more like specters than the specters themselves. Looking at the seemingly possessed mysterious figure, Suye mocked. If your ancestors' aunts and uncles' grandchildren's grandfathers knew you turned out to be such pathetic wretches, they definitely regret not wiping you off on the wall. As the words fell, the mysterious figure fell silent. And with his silence, the ground around them began to shake violently, as if in the next moment, this ruined city district would collapse entirely. Forget it. If you had joined our evil god temple without a word, it would have been suspicious. Once you reach our temple, you will understand. Suppressing his anger, the mysterious figure finished speaking, and the black smoke ribbons in the sky surged wildly, enveloping both him and Suye completely. In the next instant, both figures vanished along with the black smoke, plunged into darkness. Suye's consciousness grew hazy. He stopped thinking and drifted into a deep sleep. Yet, just before he lost consciousness, inside the special wristband he wore as the top student part of the items awarded by the Academy, one of the two unremarkable crystals, a sword-shaped one, flashed once, and a terrifying sword intent began to permeate the air. Yet, just before he drifted off, his special wristband for top students, among the rewards from the Academy, one of the two inconspicuous, strange crystals, the one shaped like a sword, suddenly flared, and a terrifying sword intent began to permeate the air. This envoy represents the ultimate moral hazard of a power-driven society, where radicalization is disguised as evolutionary progress. While Suye is physically captured, that glowing sword crystal reveals a hidden failsafe designed to counter this exact type of existential threat. This villain's ideology represents a toxic form of social Darwinism that mistakes parasitic survival for evolution. However, the glowing sword crystal acts as a hidden failsafe. True victory often relies on these unpredictable variables rather than simple level suppression.
Is that the one with the god-tier talent? He's quite handsome, isn't he? As expected, every time the envoy acts, success is guaranteed. No kidding. They even used the devouring demon as a trump card for him. If they still failed, how would the envoy explain it to those above? Do you think he'll willingly join the temple? If he were willing, the envoy wouldn't have knocked him out and dragged him to the Shrine Ruins branch by force. A god-tier talent. If he grows up, he'll probably be another invincible powerhouse, right? Dazed and confused, Suye heard these voices, and his consciousness gradually began to awaken. He subconsciously activated his wave perception. In his perception, the surrounding environment had completely changed. He knew he had definitely been taken out of the abandoned urban area. It was different from what he had imagined. This so-called temple of the evil god run by these cultists wasn't the gloomy and terrifying layout he had envisioned. Instead, it looked grand and majestic. The holy hall was wide and bright, and around it, statues of evil entities were worshipped as if they were gods. There were angels described in mythology, towering and grotesque headless ghosts, and delicate yet eerie female figures with 3 heads and 7 arms. Statues that were both eerie and radiating a sacred aura filled the entire hall. Below the statues, black-robed figures sat on simple, primitive chairs suspended in mid-air. Some seats were even occupied by humanoid evil spirits, some looking hideous, others no different from humans. Massive evil spirits were perched on larger stone platforms. They sat side by side with the black-robed figures who possessed human auras, creating an atmosphere of inexplicable peace. The only thing Su-Ye couldn't understand was why the light illuminating the hall was green. Could it be that these parasites have some special hobby? As for Su-Ye himself, he was sitting on one of the 7 bone thrones that were clearly higher than all the other seats. Although he was sitting securely, he was tightly restrained and unable to move. The mysterious figure was sitting next to him, and on the other side sat a tall, seductive humanoid evil spirit, a pale face, long blood-red hair, crimson eyes, a bewitchingly beautiful countenance, and an aura that was chilling to the core. Even the dry, worn-out robes couldn't hide her proud figure, which was covered in human face patterns. Su-Ye seemed to have glimpsed this in a database of high-level evil spirits. He had some impression of her. A 7th-tier evil spirit, demon breed, the Blood G. A terrifying evil spirit that specialized in consuming human blood and flesh. In human history, there was once an 8th-tier Blood G who caught a city that didn't manage to evacuate in time. She drained hundreds of thousands of civilians until they were nothing but shriveled human skins, utterly vicious. At this moment, the Blood G noticed Su-Ye had awakened, and her pale, bloodless, eerie fingers pinched Su-Ye's chin directly. She toyed with him, looking at his handsome, blood-stained face, and purred seductively with purple lips. "The little one is awake. Do you know, your surging blood and energy have been making me so uncomfortable since just now? Can I have a bite, little one? Just one bite, okay?" 7th-tier evil spirits not only possess frightening intelligence, but can also speak human language. Especially evil spirits like the Blood G, which have humanoid characteristics, can speak human languages very early on. However, Su-Ye just sneered. "Bite your head, you vile creature. You piece of trash trying to play the seductive older sister card on me, huh?" If he weren't in a position of complete vulnerability and lacking the strength, he would have drawn his blade and slashed her right then and there. Of course, the main reason was that his value seemed important to these parasites. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to be so brazen. After he spoke, the Blood G's crimson eyes showed malice, and she opened her terrifying fangs, ready to bite down hard on Su-Ye's neck. "Blood Z, if you don't want to be devoured by Lord Six-Winged Blood Angel, go ahead and bite." Hearing the mysterious figure's words, the Blood G froze. She released Su-Ye's chin and then gestured into the air below. A black-robed figure was pulled directly into her hand. "No, please don't, Lord Blood G." Amidst his screams, this gold-level member of the Evil God Temple was drained into a husk, and his black robes fell to the ground. The group of black-robed figures present was suddenly struck silent, not daring to even breathe loudly. Seeming still unsatisfied, the Blood G reached out toward a 3rd-tier evil spirit. That demon-type evil spirit, at least tens of meters tall, was also drained into a skeleton amidst its pleas. "Tastes terrible." After burping with disdain, the Blood G gave Su-Ye one last lingering look before turning to the mysterious figure. "Envoy Luo, you saw it yourself. With the brat's foul temper, how could he possibly willingly join our evil god temple? It would be better to let me have a nice bite than have Lord Solai directly take control of him." On the bone throne, Envoy Luo spoke with a grave tone. "That Lord, one of the pillar gods, said we must try our best to persuade this kid. No matter how long it takes, we have to try. Only as a last resort should we call upon Lord Solai for forced control. He said that one cannot tread the path of gods without possessing one's own will." The Blood G pouted upon hearing this. If all the monstrous geniuses of you humans followed their own will to join the evil god temple like that lord, it wouldn't be so troublesome. But judging by this kid's character, it's clearly impossible. And his talent is so heaven-defying, it would be a shame to forcibly control him. I really just want to take a bite and not think about anything else. In the middle of the thrones, Su-Ye was visibly nervous upon hearing these words.
Control him? So they mean some kind of method to forcibly manipulate his consciousness? Damn it! If they can't have his heart, they want to forcibly occupy his body. How ruthless. An entity that even 7th-tier evil spirits call Lord must be an even more powerful evil spirit or a human powerhouse of the evil god temple. As a tiny silver rank, how is he supposed to resist? Are they expecting him to go against his will and pull off some kind of being in the enemy camp, keeping his heart with his own scheme? Sigh. It's all because my talent is too heaven-defying. Although he was caught off guard by the cultist's trump card, the lax protection of the high-level officials in the Dragon Kingdom played a part too. They underestimated the evil god temple's longing for Su Ye and their fear of him as a future enemy. System, is there any way to sneak out? Right now, he really didn't have any trump cards to escape the surveillance of these cultists and evil spirits unless he played the role of a mole. But judging by the conversation between Envoy Luo and the Blood G, the evil god temple has secret arts to distinguish the sincerity of one's intentions. It seems that if he's forced to bear their seal, that won't work either. Yes. Hearing the system's response, Su Ye's heart stirred. What way? Can you teleport me directly back to human territory? No. Does it require me to sleep for a while and use terrifying power to wipe out all living things present? Also no. Then what is it? The aura of fortune. Su Ye was stunned. What does that mean? Look above. Hearing this, Su Ye extended his perception outside the hall. Oh my god, such a brilliant light! As Su Ye was startled, everyone in the hall, including Envoy Luo and the Blood G, human powerhouses, and evil spirits, changed their expressions. There, above this mysterious shrine ruin in the Forbidden Zone outside the domain, a sword light, like a galaxy hanging upside down, tore through the sky with the sound of a sword chime, completely illuminating the night. In the center of the sword light, a towering sword shadow stood, pointing straight at the shrine ruin's branch hidden in the black mist and haze.
Envoy Luo, you bastard! You actually let someone track us all the way to the god ruin branch. Feeling the sword light above her head, which felt like the majesty of heaven, every pore on Bloodgy's body began to tremble uncontrollably. With terrified blood-red eyes, she shrieked on the spot. This sword light, it's that person from the Dragon Kingdom. We're finished. We're completely finished. I finally evolved to the 7th rank. I don't want to die. Envoy Luo's face also turned pale. Impossible. I clearly severed all connections this kid had with the outside world, and with the ability of the devouring demon, how could he have possibly found the God Ruin branch? Wait, back in the Waste District, he had already tested whether this kid had any powerhouses protecting him. But even when he was nearly killed by the Ghost Spirit Sword fetus, no one else showed up besides that group of useless instructors struggling to resist. By all logic, he had already blocked all means for the human side to contact Su Ye. Could it be? As if realizing something, his expression changed rapidly, and he suddenly struck Su Ye with a fierce palm. Bang! The terrifying force caused a blast, instantly engulfing the latter. The force generated by an extraordinary realm body was enough to annihilate Su Ye at this moment. Clang! A crisp sword hum rang out, and a streak of sword light imbued with divine majesty surged forth from within Su Ye's body. It dispelled the incoming force and thrust fiercely toward Envoy Luo. Envoy Luo's face turned to despair in an instant. I was outplayed after all. He had thought he was cautious enough, testing the waters several times, before finally daring to show himself to take down Su Ye. Who would have thought? Those guys from the Dragon Kingdom were even more cunning than him. They left him protected by the power of that sword saint all along without triggering it. Weren't they afraid that such a highly valued genius might meet with an accident? I was careless. They used my own plan against me. I should have tested him more. Watching in despair, he found that although the sword light looked unremarkable, it left him powerless to dodge. The space here was imprisoned. He and everyone else were frozen the moment that existence in the sky appeared. He could only watch helplessly as the sword light, pregnant with infinite sword intent, filled his field of vision. Pierced through the center of his forehead, Envoy Luo of the extraordinary realm met a more transcendent existence and died on the spot. It wasn't just Envoy Luo who was frozen. Every evil spirit and black-robed member in the Grand Hall was equally unable to move. They could only stare as Envoy Luo's body fell, filled with utter despair. That composed and powerful Lord Luo actually just died like that? Unbelievable! And Bloodgy, a 7th rank great evil spirit who co-managed this evil god temple's god ruin branch. Even her peer, whose strength was equal to her own, die miserably on the spot, was also scared, witless. She looked at Su Ye, who had regained his freedom, with blood-red eyes full of plea. As if saying, "Save me! Big sister will do anything!" By now, Su Ye, through the reactions of Bloodgy and Envoy Luo, had roughly understood the current situation. That anomaly above his head was clearly a human powerhouse coming to the rescue, and the sword light within his body was terrifying enough to instantly kill an extraordinary realm envoy Luo. Tracing the aura of the sword light, he discovered something. This aura was coming from the shimmering, sword-shaped crystal inside his special wristband. At first, he hadn't paid much attention to it, thinking it was just some decorative trinket given by the Academy. He didn't expect it to be such a massive trump card. It seemed to only activate when his life was in mortal danger. And is this sword-shaped crystal connected to the heaven-shaking sword light above? Their auras are identical, and it looks like there are two such crystal trump cards. Only right now, the other circular crystal, deep and dark like obsidian, beside the sword-shaped one, wasn't reacting. But one would assume it possesses equal power. In other words, if he hadn't been sure of blocking that ghost spirit sword fetus in the Waste District, either of these two trump cards would have triggered. Misunderstanding cleared. The Dragon Kingdom still protects its own. Good grief! Is the crisis over just like that? Feels like I just went on a trip. Beside him, Bludgy's red eyes grew even more pitiful, and she made a sound of despair. Woo-woo! With a cold sneer, Suye walked up to her, reached out his right hand to pinch her pale, beautiful chin, and then slowly moved down. He suddenly clamped his hand around that delicate neck. Under Bludgy's stunned gaze, the boy actually tried to snap her neck. Damn! Can't snap it. How awkward! 7th rank evil spirits really are tough, even with most of their abilities suppressed. Just her physical body alone was enough to keep Suye, who was at the Silver Realm, from moving her at all. Even using all his strength, he couldn't budge it one bit. He really wanted to see what killing a 7th rank evil spirit felt like. Ended up failing to act cool, and this was under the watch of a bunch of evil spirits, humans, and even victims. It was definitely more than a little embarrassing. Arrived just in time. At this moment, a worldly-wise kind chuckle rang out, and after a sword light descended into the hall, a middle-aged man in glasses, with an aura no different from an ordinary person but a gentle and scholarly demeanor, walked towards Suye with a faint smile. The middle-aged man had handsome features, cropped hair, and was wearing a completely ordinary, cheap, collared t-shirt. For his lower half, a pair of gray trousers and a pair of well-fitting casual sports shoes gave him the air of a regular guy next door. But this uncle wasn't oily at all. Instead, he gave a refreshing feeling like a spring breeze, and he was quite handsome and sunny. Suye knew that this person must be the powerhouse from the Dragon Kingdom who came to rescue him, so he politely greeted him. Senior. Which senior from the Jiangnan Bay City is this neighborly uncle? Anyone who could storm into an extraterritorial forbidden zone and easily suppress two extraordinary bosses must at least be on the same level as the old principal. He should have heard of him. The neighborly uncle arrived, didn't introduce himself, just looked at Suye with satisfaction, and kept smiling. As expected, the peak of the Silver Realm, and this foundation is even more solid and powerful than mine was at that age. Not bad. Having just failed to act cool, and then being praised, Suye felt a bit shy, and quickly changed the subject. Senior, how did you find this place? As he spoke, the uncle chuckled. A streak of sword light appeared on his outstretched finger, and Suye's wristband immediately responded with an identical sword light. Sure enough, the sword-shaped crystal was related to the senior. It was possible that this trump card even belonged to him. Filled with gratitude, Suye was about to ask about the situation in the Waste District. Suddenly, hum. The eerie statues of deities in the Grand Hall all emitted rays of blood-red light. Dantai Wuxuan, you have some nerve, daring to storm into the Forbidden Zone. Do you think this deity wouldn't sense it? As the bloodlight bloomed, a resonant, slightly magnetic voice fell into the hall. Instantly, the evil spirits and black-robed members, including Bludgy, were able to move. Who would have thought? The uncle beside Suye grinned. So what if I entered? With his gentle yet domineering voice, Bludgy and the others were immediately suppressed once more. No matter how the statues flickered with bloodlight, they could not be freed this time. Fine. 3 fines were dropped. One could tell just how furious the owner of that magnetic voice, who called himself a deity, was. Standing on the bone-throne platform, the neighborly uncle, after saying this, suddenly grabbed Suye's shoulder. Then, to Suye's dazed surprise, they were already above the god-ruined branch, high in the sky. Perhaps because the sword shadow that had always stood between heaven and earth kept radiating glorious sword light. But the terrifying haze that covered tens of thousands of meters of extraterritorial forbidden ground, and even the boundless dark, was evaporated, revealing large swaths of mountains and forests from the old era, though now they were long since withered and full of death. Standing in the sky, the uncle patted Suye's shoulder again, grinned proudly. Little Sue, do you want a super cool master? a master who is many times more impressive than that old pervert Principal Chen, and one who really protects his own. Suye was still dazed, and hearing this, he couldn't help but be stunned, subconsciously swallowing hard. More impressive than the principal? Doesn't that mean he's on par with a King Realm Titan? Looking at Suye's awe-filled expression, the neighborly uncle was quite satisfied. After all, if this kid didn't worship the strong, how to take him as a disciple was a problem even for a sword saint like him, more headache-inducing than killing a god. Watching the horizon, which was gradually being dyed blood red, get closer, he kept grinning. Well, more impressive than a king realm, impressive enough to slay gods. And in the next moment, slay gods. Ha 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 ha. Dantai Wuchuan, oh Dantai Wuchuan. Do you think I am that stupid thing Minghe? Just born, can't even control his own divine power, and in such a rush to seek death, he didn't deserve to be called a god. For so many years, your kind have used this to tarnish the dignity of us gods. If he doesn't die, who will? But I must say, you, Dantai Wuchuan, are indeed qualified to be called a human deity. See, the uncle's words fell, that magnetic voice from earlier in the grand hall came again, and this time, the owner of the voice had arrived in person. Hearing this voice, Suye couldn't help but look at the middle-aged man beside him in shock. Slaying Minghe! The first human god slayer? Is this neighborly uncle the Dragon Kingdom Sword Saint? My god! How come it's not like what I imagined? In Suye's mind, shouldn't a sword saint be someone with flowing long hair, dressed in white, with sword intent piercing the sky, quite cold and aloof, standing at the summit? But the person in front of him, cropped hair, cheap t-shirt, gray trousers, casual sports shoes, wearing glasses, aura like an ordinary person. A sword saint's demeanor. However, strangely enough, Suye found the sword saint's current appearance much more likable. There was no aura of a powerhouse refusing people from thousands of miles away. He was very down to earth and kind. Hidden in the mundane world, blending into human fireworks, he really is a unique sword saint. And on top of that, I, Suye, have way too much prestige. Sword, saint, trump, card, sword, saint, rescue. Who else? And besides that sword-shaped crystal, it seems there's also an obsidian crystal. I've heard the Dragon Kingdom has two supreme human gods, one sword saint and one Yama. This is definitely divine treatment. Coming back to his senses, Suye perceived that the sky ahead had completely turned into a world of blood. Whether it was the withered trees, the decayed earth, or the dark clouds in the sky, everything was stained with blood, extremely eerie. The bloody world kept encroaching, as if two completely different worlds were clashing and holding each other at bay with the glorious sword light. And at this moment, accompanied by the arrival of a blood moon and the spreading blood light, a figure full of divine and majestic aura slowly descended from the blood clouds. Bloody long hair dancing wildly, a face handsome to the point of being bewitching, eyes emitting holy golden light, and a blood moon printed on his forehead. Over a tall, athletic build, he wore a suit of blood gold divine armor that shone with blood both mighty and eerie. And even eerier, behind him were 3 pairs of blood-red wings that blotted out the sun. Each feather was permeated with surging bloodlight, full of an eerie ultimate beauty. Seeing the scene, Suye frowned. An angel. That's way too evil. It's clearly different from the holy white-winged angels. But in this world, angels are also evil spirits. They don't tolerate humans either. Anyway, whether it's an angel with a decent appearance or an evil one, they are nothing good, that's for sure. This 6-winged blood angel in front of him, who calls himself a god, should be a 9th-rank evil god. That terrifying, oppressive aura made Suye feel like he could barely breathe. Is this a god? It's indeed terrifying and oppressive, but in the end, it's just an evil god, just an enemy of humanity. Forcing himself against this pressure, Suye gritted his teeth and slowly caught his breath. Such strong resilience and mental fortitude. Seeing this, Dantai Wuchuan felt even more gratified. Facing the unconscious aura of an evil god, he hadn't been crushed without external help. This mental fortitude is something even normal Diamond Realm experts can't match. Is this boy the 11th divine talent of you humans? Indeed remarkable. If he joins the evil god temple, he would certainly gain the protection of many extraterritorial gods and be allowed to ascend to godhood. It's just a pity he is human, and even more, has no desire to become an evil god's believer. Back then, letting you, Dantai Wuchuan, grow to the point of standing alongside us was indeed an oversight. From now on, you humans will never again give birth to an 11th supreme human god. Hearing the 6-winged blood angel's words, Dantai Wuchuan laughed. Is that so? Then I will use the sword in my hand to cut out a path to godhood for him. As he spoke, clang hum! The heaven-propping sword shadow in the sky erupted with massive sword light, transforming into a pillar of swords connecting heaven and earth, filled with divine majesty. A white sword chi of boundless scope immediately surged out from the pillar, slicing across the sky from one end of the world to the other, then cutting into the blood-red world. Rippa! Void space was etched with a pitch-black deep line in an instant, creating a shocking sight of a scar in the sky. The space in the sky was actually cut open. The surrounding haze was crazily sucked into this spatial rift. And the bloody world influenced by the six-winged blood angel was also slashed by this scar-in-the-sky sword chi. The bloodlight rippled, and it looked like it was about to collapse. The blood angel, however, remained calm, his expression arrogant. "Very well, today, I will restore some dignity for that fool Minge." Saying this, the six blood wings behind him fluttered rhythmically, and in the next instant, endless bloodlight erupted from every feather of the blood angel. Before long, a massive, scarlet, towering yet eerie blood moon had condensed within the bloody world. The blood-red world, which was on the verge of collapse, stabilized and even started to push back against Dantai Wuchuan's heavenly sword light. Supreme human god faces the master of evil. A battle of gods, after many years, is Shangyan again.
Is this the clash between the very pinnacle of power? Sheltered behind Tantai Wuchuan, Su Ye wore a look of utter shock. At this moment, he felt like a tiny boat adrift between two colliding worlds. With the heavens and earth turned upside down, he could no longer tell north from south. He could barely glimpse the pillar of light piercing the sky and the faint outline of the blood moon above. Everything else was either a web of intersecting sword light or a sea of overflowing crimson. The local fluctuations were in such disarray that his senses were completely unable to perceive this battle of gods. Had the Sword Saint not been protecting him while fending off the Blood Angel, he likely would have been wiped out by the mere light of the blood moon the instant it appeared. Terrifying! It is true, indeed, that when immortals clash, mortals suffer. Just as the blood moon finished coalescing, the Sword Saint lifted his finger. With a calm expression and a trace of curious amusement, he pointed toward the eerie moon. The intersecting sword light instantly condensed into countless intangible sword soul projections, surrounded by a sharp starlit flow of radiance. It filled the entire horizon. The sword intent permeated the air as if he were the master of blades, and with that single gesture, thousands of sword shadows aimed directly at the blood moon within the clouds. Piercing heavenly sword, with a soft murmur, the thousands of sword soul projections surged forth like wild horses, accompanied by a piercing, shrill sound of clashing blades. Feeling the intent of the heavenly sword within those projections, the blood angel frowned, his arrogance beginning to fade, though he looked down upon these human awakeners. This Tantai Wuxuan was truly a formidable enemy, obstructing their progress from beyond, not to be underestimated. The miniature blood moon at his brow flickered. The red moon supporting his world trembled, erupting with rivers of thick blood that blotted out the sky. They roared, crashing down upon the thousands of sword soul projections with overwhelming pressure. Squelch, 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 squelch. Yet these seemingly unstoppable rivers of blood were pierced through the moment they collided with the sword soul projections, annihilated by that terrifying sword intent. Interesting. The blood angel's strange, beautiful face grew solemn. That sword intent seemed to possess an absolute nature, capable of cutting through everything. In reality, his divine blood rivers were regenerating countless times the moment they were shattered, yet they were annihilated again within less than a breath. The speed of recovery could not keep pace with the destructive intent of those blades. A lethality that was terrifying to the extreme. It was only when the bloodlight of the entire world converged to entwine the sword souls that they barely managed to withstand the assault, though many starlit blade rays still pierced into the red moon, causing the entire bloody world to tremble once more. After two exchanges, the six-winged blood angel had been forced into a defensive position, clearly at a disadvantage. As the master of this secret realm, he lost face, and terrifying divine power began to brew within him. The Sword Saint is gaining the upper hand. Behind that figure, which appeared frail but radiated an unbeatable sense of security, Su Ye glowed with excitement. Although his senses couldn't perceive the specifics, he felt the two tremors of the blood-red world. Su Ye could even sense that the ninth-tier evil god was suppressing his rage, ready to erupt just like the environment he controlled. As Su Ye speculated, two golden rays briefly pierced through the sword light, locking onto him. It was the blood angel's golden eyes. He watched Tantai Wuchuan, who stood there looking relaxed and smiling, and his divine mind nearly wavered. Does this mortal deity not even hold him in any regard? He, the six-winged blood angel, is no fool like the river Styx. He might not be the strongest among the extraterrestrial gods, but he is certainly no weakling. He was actually being slighted. Yet he knew deep down that it would be difficult for him to defeat Tantai Wuxuan. He has certainly grown much stronger over all these years.
Taking a deep breath, the Blood Angel forced his mind to calm. Tantai Wuxuan, you have indeed taken that step. Since that is the case, there is no need for small skirmishes. Unleash your domain.
Suye held his breath upon hearing this. A domain. The ultimate killing move of a 9th-tier evil god or a war god level awakener. It involves resonating one's core power with the world, merging into it to derive an absolute space favorable to oneself. Within that space, one is a god omnipotent. Therefore, this absolute space is also known as the domain of the gods. Suye had only heard brief introductions like this on the Awakener forums. After all, how could a mortal dare to get involved in a battle between gods? Thus, the domain had become an unknown power that all Awakeners yearned for. Could he actually witness the power of a domain today? But damn it, he wasn't strong enough! He couldn't perceive the battle between these two at all. Suye felt immense regret. Meanwhile, Tantai Wuxuan in front of him simply pushed up his glasses with a calm smile. To cut you down, what need is there for a domain? As if a powder keg had been detonated, the six-winged Blood Angel's mind finally lost control, his strange, beautiful face turning cold. The next moment, the endless sword light that had been suppressing the blood world suddenly faded. Everything between heaven and earth was swallowed by the scarlet blood river. The void, the hazy black mist, the decaying earth, and the endless barren mountains and forests were all engulfed into the river of blood. Whoosh! The entire world was left with nothing but scarlet, with the crimson blood moon hanging high as the center, and the monstrous sea of blood churning endlessly. Accompanied by a divine sound, sacred golden light, just like the Blood Angel's eyes, filled the sea of blood. It was incredibly eerie. Welcome to the abyss of the Blood Sea. Throughout the space of the Blood Sea, the Blood Angel's arrogant voice echoed. Inside the space, the blood in Suye's body began to churn wildly. He was in agony, and even though he was protected by the remaining 10-meter-tall sword pillar, his face turned flush red. He didn't understand why Master Tantai wouldn't release his own domain to resist. Trapped in the enemy's domain, even if one were stronger, one would be suppressed to an unequal footing. Wouldn't that be far too passive? At that moment, from 10 directions within the abyss of the Blood Sea, massive waves of blood crushed in. There were 10,000-meter-long blood dragons, giant angels wielding divine weapons, all blocking out the sky. Blood clouds swirled, filled with killing intent, all locked onto the two figures inside the shrinking sword pillar. Yet Tantai Wuxuan remained calm, with the gentle demeanor of a neighbor. Suddenly, a simple sheathed ancient sword appeared in his hand. Caressing the vibrating blade, the sword saint spoke as if to an old friend. Old pal, are you excited too? Clang. A hum. A low hum of a blade responded to Tantai Wuxuan. Then, let us cut through this first-tier domain and slay this minor god today. Tantai Wuxuan smiled, his right hand gripping the hilt, and the next moment, the blade was drawn, and heaven and earth fell silent. A pale white gleam of sword light flashed with the ancient blade. The entire Blood Sea world froze, and the Blood Angel's voice ceased. A moment later, under Suye's stunned gaze, the abyss that had been churning with murderous intent was suddenly covered in dense, crisscrossing sword marks, and then, crack! It shattered. Crack, 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 when the abyss of the Blood Sea completely broke apart, revealing the pitch-black night sky. The tall, glowing figure of the six-winged Blood Angel was nowhere to be seen. All that remained were three giant blood wings, blotting out the sky, as they slowly plummeted into the decaying earth along with a mass of golden divine blood.
Old friend, you're losing your edge. You only took half the life of that minor god and let him get away. High up in the night sky, Tantai Wuxuan gently stroked his ancient sword, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. Hum. To his surprise, the ancient sword began to vibrate wildly, as if it were very dissatisfied. It even kept tugging at Tantai Wuxuan's hand, its tip pointing persistently in one direction, the sword intent straining to be unleashed. No. Let's not go there. We could cut him down, but it's unnecessary. After all, this is someone else's territory. Be good, don't be so impulsive. Tantai Wuxuan quickly pacified the sword like one would a child suppressing its temper. Next time, I'll definitely let you finish him off next time. Once he said this, the ancient sword finally calmed down and obediently slipped back into its sheath. Standing nearby, Suye was stunned. Is it already over? A moment ago, he was still worried about the sword saint, wondering why he hadn't opened his domain. And the next moment, it was over? The gap in strength is truly this immense. The sword saint really didn't need to open his domain to slay that six-winged blood angel. Turns out the clown was Suye himself all along. Is this the sheer, terrifying killing power of one of the top 10 strongest humans? Amazing. Noticing Suye's look of admiration, Tantai Wushuan sheathed his sword and gave a light cough. Well, is your master awesome or what? Suye gave him a thumbs up. Master is absolutely legendary. Damn it, a guy who says he'll kill a god and just does it. If he's not awesome, who is? He understood now that Master Tantai had been asking him repeatedly like that because he wanted to take him on as a disciple. To charge directly into an extraterritorial restricted zone just to kill a god and save someone. A master so protective and so badass. Only a fool would refuse. Ha ha ha. Let's go, disciple. Let's head back. Having received an answer, Tantai Wushuan found Suye more and more pleasing to the eye, far more so than his own granddaughter. That girl is impossibly headstrong and refuses to listen to anything. She's practically a little wild monkey. At this moment, the god ruins branch below had been completely razed to the ground, wiped out by the six-winged blood angel during the battle between the two gods. The motive was unclear, but one could guess it was to prevent the Dragon Kingdom from seizing any intelligence, right? After all, the evil god temple is like a thorn in the side for humanity these days. Not only do we have to fend off evil spirits, but we also have to guard against these parasites causing trouble. It's truly a headache. That's why the 7 great powers are eager to uproot every single base of the evil god temple. Soon, Tantai Wuchuan took Suye and transformed into a streak of sword light, returning to human territory. Remaining in the extraterritorial region is always fraught with danger, and if a few evil god lords descended to intercept them, then even Tantai Wushuan, the sword saint, would be hard-pressed to fight off so many enemies at once. Taking the chance before the rest of the evil spirits could react, the best strategy was to leave. In any case, they had destroyed an evil god temple branch and taken out a key member. It wasn't a wasted trip. On the way, things finally quieted down, and Suye couldn't wait to divert his focus to open the system. Because of the series of accidents, he hadn't had the time to count his gains, so he didn't know what he had harvested. Before long, a character panel slowly appeared in his mind. Host, Suye, Cultivation, Silver Realm Peak. Ability, Fluctuation Authority, SSS Items, Random Energy Scroll, 10k touch 100k, X1. Random Energy Scroll, 100k, 200k, X1. Primary Unlocking Progress Scroll, X3. Random Consumable Scroll, X3. Premium Strength Elixir, X1. Fate Coin, X1. Energy Points, 2886817. Character Template, Asura Unlocking Progress, 20.5. Template Capacity, Level 2, can hold 2 character templates. Oh, 110,000! Not counting the other rewards, just in energy points alone, he had gained 280,000. Suye did a rough calculation. The achievements for first kill and cross-tier kill rewarded 50,000 and 100,000 respectively, and adding the value of all the evil spirits killed, the number made sense. It's just a shame that the accident happened so suddenly. Otherwise, he could have earned even more. But overall, it was pretty good. Nearly 290,000 energy points. That's enough to unlock 1% of the Asura progress. It's worth mentioning that through the frequent use of abilities, the progress had actually risen from 20.2% to 20.5%. A full 0.3% satisfying. If he were to open those 2 random energy scrolls and the 3 primary unlocking progress scrolls, going back this time he could definitely unlock nearly 5% of the progress. Advancing to the gold realm isn't impossible. Suye thought it and did it, focusing his mind on the first scroll with a value between 10,000 and 100,000. Even if his luck wasn't great today, he had some success, so he couldn't possibly be that unlucky, right? Ding! The host opened the 10,000 to 100,000 energy random scroll and received 26,481 energy points. Damn it! Cursing under his breath, Suye clicked on the second scroll. Ding! The host opened the 100,000 to 200,000 energy random scroll and received 186,143 energy points. Instantly, Suye grinned from ear to ear, his inner balance restored. That's decent enough, not a complete disaster. Energy points, 499,441. With this, the total energy points were nearly crossing the 500,000 mark, enough to unlock 2% of the current progress. Exhilarating! A while ago, he thought the progress costs were ridiculously expensive. Now it seems that as long as he can participate in more operations to kill evil spirits, there is still hope. Before the freshman trial, Suye had actually researched many events similar to it that involved interacting with evil spirits. But most of them had restrictions. Only after becoming a sophomore could one gain eligibility through specific conditions. Freshmen, under the protective umbrella of the academy, rarely have such opportunities for life or death training and can basically only interact with spirits through the trial tower. But for Suye, the trial tower is completely useless. Damn, Kill as many as you want. Even if you kill until the trial tower's energy is exhausted, you don't get a single point of energy. It's totally meaningless. After I go back and promote to the Gold Realm, I must compete for a spot in the Prodigy Tournament. The Prodigy Tournament! It is the preliminary qualification for entering the International Prodigy Training Camp. The 10 federal saint universities of the Dragon Kingdom each have 5 spots. Then they compete against each other in the Prodigy Tournament, survival of the fittest, and only the most monstrous talents can eventually enter the training camp. And the winners of these 5 spots are basically the best students in every university. The 5 strongest students who fought their way to the top through their own strength, the so-called leading figures. Eventually, they compete against the 5 leading figures from the other 9 universities to enter that monster-filled Prodigy training camp. Every country is the same, so anyone who comes out of the Prodigy training camp rarely has low achievements. Moaning Shuang is like that, and so is Ye Huang. What Su Ye has his eyes on is naturally one of the perks of the Prodigy training camp. You can participate in all combat operations of the Night Watchers and the military, and even special missions. Doesn't this mean he can interact with evil spirits? He must secure a spot in the Prodigy training camp, even if he has to compete with those leading sophomores in his academy. No. Even if he has to compete with the sophomores from the other 9 universities in the Dragon Kingdom, he must get into that camp. Although he's been in school for less than a month, his strength is evident, and Su Ye fears no one. And I heard that Sister Ning Shuang secured a spot just as she was finishing her freshman year, and after performing well in the tournament, she entered the Prodigy training camp. When I go back, I'll ask the principal about this. Just as he was thinking, a system notification sounded. Ding! Does the host wish to claim the reward for the Evil Eradication 1.0 quest now? Oh, right. Almost forgot about this reward. Su Ye replied in anticipation. Claim it.
Ding. Host has completed the 2-star mission Evil Extermination 1.0. Overall evaluation, excellent. Distributing rewards now. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000 energy points, 1 primary unlock progress scroll, 1 random energy scroll ranging from 150,000 to 200,000, 1 random 4-star weapon scroll, 10 Shining Remy's assistants, 1 resurrection coin, and 1 random Arad Continent title scroll. 2-star random missions really do have a high probability of granting primary unlock progress scrolls. For Su Ye, this thing is absolutely the biggest temptation. And with the additional reward of 100,000 energy points and a 150,000 to 200,000 range scroll, his energy reserves have reached another peak. In high spirits, he continued to look at the remaining rewards. It seems that apart from the 10 servings of Shining Remy's assistance, the other 3 items are all new. 4-star random weapon scroll. Can randomly draw a weapon of 4-star quality from the heavens and worlds. Tip. You can pay energy points to limit the weapon to a certain category. Since my dark gold blade is ruined, if I can pull out a decent weapon after returning, I won't have to go through the trouble of searching for one. This scroll is just the icing on the cake, but of course, if I happen to pull some special weapon, then the value of this scroll will absolutely double. It all comes down to luck, after all. Looking at the other 2 items, Su Ye's consciousness suddenly froze, feeling both surprised and conflicted. Resurrection coin. Use upon death to resurrect yourself. Su Ye just hopes that he will never have to use this thing in his life. It's even more frustrating than a fate coin. Damn it, you can only use it after dying. That's a sensation he has no desire to experience. But regardless, this thing is God tier. It is essentially an extra life. To put it bluntly, all the other rewards combined aren't even worth carrying this resurrection coin's shoes. Truly a love-hate relationship. As for the last item, it's another scroll, a Arad Continent random title scroll. Can randomly draw any title from the Arad Continent. Will it be a title with special abilities or just a useless accessory? Come on, kid, spin it and win it. Damn it. Spin it then. Su Ye directly clicked on the scroll with his mind. Being rich and powerful now, he wasn't afraid. On the surface of the scroll, titles he vaguely recognized flashed by. Divine Guardian, Kanina's Hope, King's Guardian, Monster Hunter. Good grief. Can even this antique piece of junk from the Tauren Summoner days be drawn? Ding! Host opened the Arad Continent random title scroll and obtained the title Legendary Supernova. Legendary Supernova, an advanced myth-grade title of Supernova. Once equipped, it can increase overall strength including spirit power, physical strength, and soul intensity to a certain extent. Additionally, it provides a 10% damage boost against enemies. Duration is 1 hour. After an hour, it will automatically unequip back to the inventory. Cooldown, 12 hours. This is good. Su Ye loves anything that can boost his combat power. Not only does it increase his overall strength, it actually gives an extra 10% bonus effect against enemies. That is equivalent to 10% of his total combat power. A trump card, another trump card. Although it's not as good as that special grade strength secret potion, the two of them combined would be absolutely insane. And meanwhile, during this brief moment while Su Ye was communicating with the system, Tentai Wuxuan had already carried him through the void, reaching the outskirts of the Jiangnan base city in less than an hour. What met his eyes was a jet-black city wall that reached into the clouds and stretched endlessly out of sight. This primitive wall, filled with a murderous aura, was naturally the barrier outside the territory of Jiangnan Base City that blocked the invasion of extraterritorial evil creatures. The solidified dark black bloodstains on the wall were enough to show. This heaven-defying barrier had blocked countless disasters for Jiangnan Base City. At this moment, on the thousands of meters high wall, Chen Yud, Tang Yun, and even Mo Ningxuan and Ye Huang, who were on important missions, had all put down their tasks upon learning of the accident in the freshman trial, disregarding any potential punishment to rush here. Seeing Mo Ningxuan's uneasy expression, her lips bitten red, Tang Yun stepped forward to comfort her. Ningxuan, don't worry. The kid has the trump card left by Senior Sword Saint. He won't be in danger. This girl! If she hadn't firmly stopped her just now, she would probably have already mindlessly charged into the outer regions with that kid Ye Huang to look for Su Ye, who knew she would have been better off staying silent. But the moment she spoke, Mo Ningxuan's crescent eyes turned red on the spot. After little Yi was severely wounded by the ghost spirit sword fetus, he still went to help Ziyun and the others cover the retreat, dragging his heavily injured body to face the siege of evil creatures. How could he possibly be okay? If I had known this would happen, I never should have let him awaken. I would rather he live healthily like an ordinary person, protecting him for my whole life. Junior sister little Yi is very strong. Your protectiveness is too. Ye Huang, standing nearby, tried to say something, but after a glance from those crescent eyes, he fell silent immediately. He was naturally very worried about his little brother's situation, and his worry was deeper than anyone else's. But things had come to this, and with the protection of two of the Dragon Country's most powerful human figures, he shouldn't be in danger so easily. Since the kid has decided to step onto the path of an awakened, experiencing life and death is certainly inevitable. And Su Ye's performance this time was enough to prove that this kid isn't the type to cultivate and become stronger by following the rules. He's destined to be the kind of crazy person who fights his way out in a sea of blood, powerfully stepping into the ranks of the strongest, to dare to fight a fourth-order evil spirit while in the Silver Realm, and even join forces with an instructor to behead one. Good kid, ruthless, and heaven-defying enough. Much more ruthless than your brother Huang was when I was young. Thinking this, Yi Huang couldn't help but reveal a look of satisfaction. But when he remembered how heavy the atmosphere was, he quickly restrained himself. Suddenly, above everyone's heads, a brilliant sword light descended, revealing the figures of Tentai Wuxuan and Su Ye. Before Su Ye could even open his mouth to greet them, a tall, soft figure was already holding him tightly. Who else could it be but Mo Ningxuan? Smelling the fragrance coming from her, Su Ye suddenly remembered what Mo Ningxuan had told him before the trial. Don't try to be a hero during the trial, or you'll have hell to pay when you get back. Swallowing hard, Su Ye really wanted to say, I didn't try to be a hero. But considering his outfit capable of withstanding attacks from diamond rank experts was shredded and he was covered in blood, he obviously couldn't say that. However, Mo Ningxuan didn't lecture him. Instead, she took out a damp towel and gently wiped his bloody face, just like she used to do when he finished exercising and was soaked in sweat. She wiped gently, saying, Are you thinking of another 10,000 excuses to explain? Seeing that stubborn temper of yours just makes me angry. Su Ye grinned. Sister Ningxuan knows me well. Still feeling smug, are you? You're asking for a beating. The next day, inside the Jiangnan Federal Saint University, in Villa number 666, Su Ye sat cross-legged in a secret room. After a night of consolation, seeing that he was truly all right, Mo Ningxuan and Ye Huang had gone off again to execute their important mission. If it hadn't been an urgent mission, they absolutely would have stayed behind to accompany Su Ye for a few days. And this freshman trial. Thinking of this, Su Ye's expression subconsciously showed a trace of guilt. Ziyun was still in a coma. A portion of the students had suffered heavy casualties, and of the 7 instructors who were sitting in, a full 3 had fallen. Instructor Huang, who protected him, although not dead, had also lost his left arm to the ghost spirit sword fetus because of him. All of this was caused by the evil god Palace's attempt to capture him. Su Ye said helplessly, In the end, I'm just not strong enough yet. Become stronger. Guilt is useless.
Only by constantly becoming stronger can he have the ability to face unknown crises. He quickly opened the system. Energy points, 709,453. Character template, Asura unlock progress, 20.5%. Just now, he had opened the 100,000 to 200,000 range scroll, along with the 100,000 reward. Energy points had surged to 700,000. To unlock the current progress to 21.5% would require 210,000. 22.5% would require 220,000 and then 230,000. Enough to unlock 3% progress, and added to the 2.3% gained from opening 2 primary unlock progress scrolls. 5.3%. Enough to ascend to the Golden Realm. Once he ascends to the Golden Realm, he will immediately find the principal to request a pre-selection qualification for the Prodigy Tournament, continuing to find opportunities to kill evil spirits and strive to become stronger. Ascending to the Golden Realm requires condensing spiritual energy springs in the abdomen. The stronger the talent, the more spiritual energy springs are condensed, the firmer they are, and the quality of the spiritual energy far exceeds those of the same rank, like the difference between a vast sea and a small stream. In human history, the 10 strongest figures relied on their divine talents to perform the heaven-defying feat of condensing 6 spiritual energy springs, and my master almost condensed 7. The vortex formed by heaven and earth spiritual mist was extremely grand in momentum. Recalling the lesson Tang Yun gave him about the promotion to Golden Realm, Su Ye whispered in anticipation, "I wonder, with the potential of the Wave Authority and the counter-gift of power from Asura, how many can I condense?" Su Ye's rapid advancement reflects a desperate psychological defense against survivor guilt. By obsessing over condensing spiritual springs, he is attempting to outrun the trauma of the lives lost during the ambush, turning grief into raw, volatile power. Su Ye's reaction to the resurrection coin highlights a brutal truth. Survival requires a functional contingency for failure. By aiming to break the 6-well limit, he is attempting a high-risk gambit that defies the traditional safety margins of human evolution.
System, unlock it now. After giving the order to the system, Su Ye immediately assumed the guiding posture of the psionic induction technique. Ding. Unlocking Asura Template. Current character progress, 21.5%. Following the system's cold notification, boom! An invisible, massive roar seemed to explode within his body. Several familiar strands of power surged violently into Su Ye's body once again, madly nourishing his flesh and blood. His soul was also being washed by that mysterious power, evolving toward an unknown level. Even though he had experienced it once before, the blissful sensation still left Su Ye intoxicated. Su Ye used the induction technique to slowly guide that extremely pure psionic energy toward his abdomen. At the peak of the Silver Realm, his body was already full of psionic energy. To evolve to the next stage, he had to break through the invisible barrier in his abdomen and condense a psionic fountain within that mysterious space. The pure psionic energy was directly guided by Su Ye from all parts of his body to the barrier in his abdomen. Bang! 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 Each violent impact caused Su Ye to let out a muffled groan. It couldn't be helped. His physical body was powerful, so the barrier was naturally sturdy, and the mysterious space in his abdomen was vast beyond measure. Compared to his peers, his foundation was like heaven and earth. Barriers that others could easily break required him to spend more psionic energy, but what he gained was an invincible foundation. Fortunately, his terrifying physique also allowed Su Ye to endure this unbearable pain. Bang, 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 bang. After constant impacts, and without knowing how much time had passed, suddenly, crack! With an invisible crisp sound, the pure psionic energy guided by Su Ye no longer had any obstacles and flooded into the mysterious space in his abdomen all at once. Condense! He hurriedly used the induction technique to control this energy and began to condense the first psionic fountain according to the method taught by Tang Yun. But unbeknownst to Su Ye, as he began to condense the first psionic fountain, the world outside began to change slightly under his influence. And this change was continuously growing. Within the villa area for the top students of the Federal Sacred University, the previously calm and barely perceptible world psionic mist began to grow dense, to the point that one could notice the movement even without using the psionic induction technique. The air also began to flow as the world psionic mist surged rapidly toward Villa 666. Soon, it wasn't just the villa area. Every corner of the Federal Sacred University was affected, with energy flowing toward Villa 666. Many students in classes or engaging in outdoor activities across different areas noticed that something was wrong. especially the sophomores, whose grasp of both the psionic induction technique and the perception of the world's psionic mist was far superior to that of the freshmen. Therefore, they had noticed the situation early on. Hey, have you guys noticed it? Yeah, the state of the world's psionic mist is weird. Why is it so restless? And the direction it's flowing is so uniform. Damn. I just tried to draw in some of this mist, and it completely ignored me, just kept surging in that direction. It's true. What on earth is going on? Let's go. Follow the psionic mist and see. Out of curiosity, a group of students who were idle or outdoors went directly to check it out. Those in class were wishing they could skip out to watch the spectacle. The teachers conducting classes also stopped what they were doing. They were experienced elders who had seen the world. Anyone with Gold Realm cultivation understood what was happening immediately. Someone is condensing a psionic fountain. And to cause such a commotion, their talent must be S-rank or higher. It's impossible for anyone at or below S-rank to cause such a wide-range disturbance. You have to realize, the range they've created just now already exceeds several thousand meters. But then, the teachers were stunned. They remembered that there weren't supposed to be any SS-rank monsters among the current sophomores. Those few S-rank prodigies had all already ascended to the Gold Realm. Even if they hadn't, they couldn't possibly cause such a commotion. If you're talking about teachers, that's even less likely. Ascending to the Gold Realm at their age, they'd be lucky just to condense a fountain to create an anomaly on top of that. If it's not a sophomore and not a teacher, then who is doing it? There are two monster-level talents above S-rank who haven't reached the Gold Realm yet. That Bear Kingdom princess, Elena Shirless, with an SS-rank special demon spirit awakening. But she returned injured from yesterday's freshman trials. Her wounds haven't healed, and even if she were to ascend, it would be to the Silver Realm. Doesn't match. That leaves one more. Suye, that god-level talent. This monster of a boy does fit the criteria. He is in the Silver Realm. No way. It hasn't even been a month. Is this for real? Thinking about this, the expressions of the teachers gradually became blank. Their brains had crashed. At this moment, Instructor Huang, who was nursing his broken arm, felt the world's psionic mist flowing toward the villa area and growing denser. He couldn't help but sigh with a laugh. This kid, he never stops for a second, scaring people to death without any mercy. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Chen Yude, who was sipping some liquor, looked at Tantai Wuchuan sitting across from him. Such a commotion just from condensing the first one. It seems he's even more exaggerated than you. Tantai Wuchuan adjusted his glasses with a smug look. Isn't it only natural for the student to surpass the teacher? Damn you, you poaching scoundrel. You don't deserve the title of Sword Saint. You have no moral integrity. Afrohead, it's just that you aren't strong enough. Don't blame the world for being too realistic. Bah! Just wait until I reach the War God realm. I'll definitely challenge you. Sorry then. I cut gods with one strike. With a face as dark as a pot, Chen Yude took a grumpy gulp of wine and said, I bet that kid condenses 8. Tantai Wuchuan also took a sip. 8.5. Pfft. Are you trying to pick a fight? 8.5? Why not say 9? Principal Chen knew full well the difficulty of condensing psionic fountains. The further along you get, the harder it is. His bet of 8 was already based on the extraordinary, heaven-defying performance Suye had shown recently. It was already an overly optimistic estimate. His goal was simply not to be shocked by that kid anymore, unless that kid did something even more heaven-defying, really condensing 8 fountains and slapping his face again. Just as the two giants were bickering, the world's psionic mist across the entire Federal Sacred University, no, even outside the campus, extending thousands of meters out, was growing denser, and this trend continued to expand, forming a psionic mist tide. The ordinary people outside were all suspicious, wondering why it was foggy so early in the morning. Only the awakened stared toward the Federal Sacred University in horror, their curiosity almost impossible to suppress as they felt the urge to go and see. As for the culprit Suye, he was still immersed in the beautiful process of condensing his first fountain. Above the villa's sky, as his first fountain neared completion, a massive psionic vortex even formed in the void. It was as if the heavens themselves had formed a fountain, rotating and condensing in sync with Suye's. Ding! Current character progress, 22.5.
Ding! Current character progress, 22.5%. The system notification rang out once again. Asura's progress had been unlocked once more. The multiple forces that hadn't been fully digested a moment ago were immediately followed by an even more violent surge of power, intense and overwhelming. At this moment, inside the vast space within Suye's abdomen, right at the very center, the incredibly pure spiritual energy surged into the first spiritual spring like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, swirling in a constant spiral.
Although it appeared as a hazy white, a closer look revealed it to be crystal clear, a state that only appears when the purity reaches an extreme level. At the same time, the spiritual mist of heaven and earth outside was being drawn into his body through his guidance technique, condensed and refined by the spring above in the sky like an invisible channel, providing an endless supply of spiritual energy to fuel his spring formation. It was truly a two-pronged approach. 10 minutes or so passed. The first spiritual spring is complete. Suye calmly felt the magnificent, star-like spiritual spring standing tall within his internal space. His expression relaxed. That is right. It was completely effortless. With the powerful feedback from Asura's strength and the support of the spiritual mist of heaven and earth, there was not the slightest obstacle. Soon he began to condense the second spiritual spring, positioned far opposite the first, both shimmering with a hazy white light. Outside the villa area for top students, many others had followed the source and arrived at the scene. Although they were not top students and could not enter the villa area even from the outside, they were stunned by the almost visible spiritual mist of heaven and earth. In particular, that magnificent spiritual spring, resembling a white sun, had them all baffled as they stared in a daze. When have they ever seen such a spectacle? Damn, my brain can't even process this anymore. However, some reacted instantly. Could this be the phenomenon created by condensing spiritual springs? Hearing this, the students were all stunned. This phenomenon, it's caused by condensing spiritual springs. But why didn't the top students in the previous class cause such a stir? It was just a local disturbance of the spiritual mist. So you lot completely turned a deaf ear to the teacher's lectures? Only those with S-rank potential or higher can display such power when promoting to the gold realm. I remember now. The teacher did say that only S-rank monsters or higher would create natural phenomena when advancing to the gold realm. But it was just mentioned in passing. Who the hell would pay attention to that? And the vortex in the sky seems to represent the number of springs currently being condensed. My God, another one? Just as the group of students was shocked and watching the spectacle, in the sky, another prototype of a spiritual spring had appeared. It was spinning rapidly, absorbing the surrounding spiritual mist that kept converging toward it. Is this the start of condensing the second spring? It definitely is. A freshman in the elite villa area, and with such talent, I can only think of two people. I've heard Goddess Alina is only at the peak of the bronze realm. That's basically impossible. So that leaves only Suye? No way. Isn't he only at the early silver realm? How is he already promoting to gold? Word on the street is that Junior Suye bridged the heaven and earth in 20 seconds, several times faster than the 10 strongest humans. With that kind of potential, his true cultivation level is worth pondering. What do you guys think? This is insane. Is this what it's like to have godlike talent? We seniors are still stuck at the peak of the silver realm, and he's already promoting to gold less than a month after enrollment. Suddenly, I feel like trash. Trash +1. Our generation is destined to be crushed by Brother Ye, just like senior sister Mo, who kept all the upperclassmen from the previous years unable to lift their heads. In the distance, on a banyan tree, a young man with short hair, wearing battle gear carved with dragon patterns and carrying a ferocious dragon blade, listened to the students' discussion. His domineering brows furrowed noticeably. Crushed under someone else? A bunch of cowards. Admitting they are worse than others before even fighting for it is ridiculous. Divine talent indeed gives a much higher starting point than peers, but I, Zhao Jue, absolutely do not believe that talent can determine everything. Muttering to himself, the young man continued to look solemnly at the phenomenon in the sky, though his instinctively clenched fist was enough to show that he was currently, actually quite intimidated by Suye's display. Just like him, in various parts of the academy, the few arrogant geniuses rarely seen in public were also staring fixedly at the phenomenon. Feeling of being approached by a newcomer was something they found hard to swallow. Inside the Federal Sacred Academy, everyone had completely stopped what they were doing. They watched in horror as the second spiritual spring frantically devoured the spiritual mist. And this second spring was actually completed in less than 10 minutes. It left everyone dumbfounded. Condensing spiritual springs really is a matter of talent. A genius with an A-rank ability can condense a spring that is stronger and holds more than their peers, which is already considered heaven-defying. Most awakened ones find it extremely exhausting to condense just one. Only S-rank. Only they can steadily condense 2, and those who are stronger might manage 3, considered the top figures among S-rank geniuses. SSS-Rank. There have been fewer than 100 in human history, but they are generally capable of condensing 4 springs. Mo Ningxuang, however, condensed 5, which is why she is called the legendary girl. Anything beyond that belongs to the realm reachable only by the 10 strongest beings.
6 natural vortex phenomena across the sky, 6 spiritual springs, enough to rival the gods.
Watching the third spiritual spring starting to form, the crowd was shocked while secretly speculating. How many springs can Suye actually condense? 6? Or will he achieve the peerless feat of 7, a step even the Dragon Nation's Sword Saint could not take? Tense. Everyone started to feel tense, as if it were them condensing the springs. Inside the villa's secret room. Whew, that's the third one, and I still don't feel any pressure. Suye was satisfied as he introspected his 3 springs, vast as suns, and directly ordered the system, no need to take it slow, I can handle it, let's do it all at once.
Host, the remaining 3% of the feedback power is immense. Are you sure you want to unlock it directly?
Bring it on. After confirming the order, the system prompt immediately rang out. Current character progress, 25.5%. Boom! An invisible explosion, far louder than any before, resounded. Suye was nearly stunned by the indescribably vast power, but in the next moment, he didn't hesitate at all. He channeled his guidance technique with all his might, the pure spiritual energy rushing into his abdominal space like a flood breaking a dam. Condense for me. With a low shout, Suye split his focus, starting to condense 2 springs simultaneously. Go big or go home. He wanted to use the power of the feedback to drive the external spiritual mist of heaven and earth. He wanted to see just how far he could go under extreme power, and in the sky outside, following his insane actions, 2 more prototypes of spiritual springs had emerged. Along with the 3 towering springs already formed, they were all thirstily devouring the surrounding spiritual mist. The already turbulent spiritual mist was instantly whipped into one terrifying spiritual storm after another. In the principal's office, Dantane Wuxuan and Chen Yude spat out the wine they had just sipped and stood up abruptly, staring at the 2 newly born spring prototypes.
Condensing 2 energy springs at the same time? Chen Yude swore on the spot. This brat, he's completely out of his mind. Even someone as invincible and steady-hearted as Tantai Wuchuan couldn't help but feel nervous now. Should we stop him? Chen Yude's expression grew grim. You know exactly what this means, so why bother asking me? It is no wonder the 2 of them were so nervous. The act of multitasking to condense spiritual energy springs had appeared in history before. These were prodigies after all. Driven by ambition and a desire to capitalize on their current strength, they would attempt to condense multiple energy springs at once. But the result was always the same. They lacked the capability but insisted on taking on a task beyond their reach. This led to an inability to precisely control the flow, rotation, power balance, and the subtle variations required for 2 springs. One spring would shatter, and under the resulting backlash of the 2 powers, they would die on the spot. There had been 2 such absurd tragedies, and both were S-rank prodigies. Of course, some powerful figures had intervened to suppress the energy and save their lives. But the consequence was that their path to advancement was severed, and their abdominal space became exceptionally fragile. They could never condense an energy spring again! It was almost a catch-22 unless they burnt their bridges and succeeded, in which case they would break through their limits and reach a new level. Yet such a success story had never truly happened. Who would dare? Those 2 S-rank warriors dared, and then what? They died young and became cautionary tales for future generations. While they went down in history, it was a pitiful way to go. Therefore, the 2 grandmasters found themselves in a real dilemma. Damn it! I should have warned him more. Cursing, Chen Yude started sweating. Let's do this. We'll observe for now. If things go south, we stop him immediately and figure out the rest later. He never expected things to escalate like this. He was just having tea when the kid suddenly pulled this stunt. He was absolutely stunned. Just like the 2 masters, everyone watching this, teachers, students, and even those outside the academy who got wind of it, were startled by the sudden turn of events and began to frown. Isn't Suye being a bit too greedy? If he had just condensed the springs step by step, given his god-tier talent, bridging heaven and earth in 20 seconds, reaching the peak of the Silver Realm in his first cultivation, with potential rivaling the top 10 strongest, he definitely could have condensed 6 springs. He's too wild. However, as everyone worried for him, Suye himself felt not a shred of pressure. He even looked calm. Isn't this way faster? With a light chuckle, he continued to condense the 2 spiritual energy springs in his body at a steady pace. Everything from the rotation, flow, and power balance was clearly under his control, thanks to his extraordinary perception. And with his powerful soul, multitasking was a breeze. He wasn't panicking at all. 15 minutes later, Amidst the spiritual mist storm, 5 identical energy springs appeared, standing tall in the sky. Chen Yuda's eyes widened under his afro. This actually worked? The kid really succeeded in multitasking, breaking all precedents. Tantai Wuchuan adjusted his glasses and managed a faint smile. Only my disciple could do something like this. He appeared much calmer than Chen Yud, but his act of lifting an empty cup to drink gave it away. This Dragon Nation Sword Saint was not calm at all. He was even more stressed than when he was besieged by 10 evil gods. But the next moment, 2 more spring prototypes appeared, and both of them froze. He's still going, outside the villa. My heart can't take this. This constant shock is shaving 10 years off my life. 10 years? I almost had a stroke and was ready for the grave. I just calmed down, and my heart skipped a beat again. Brother Ye, don't be reckless. The 6th and 7th history-breaking springs are being condensed at the same time. I give up. I truly surrender. Time flowed slowly. Compared to the first 2, these 2 springs did put a bit more pressure on Su Ye, but only a little. 1 hour later. In his abdominal world, 7 star-like energy springs formed a circle, rotating slowly. Coupled with his vast, cosmos-like abdominal space, it almost felt like a self-contained galaxy. Seeing such a spectacular sight, Su Ye felt even more satisfied, and without hesitation, he began condensing 2 more at the same time, the 8th and the 9th. At this stage, he was essentially going all in. It was no longer as easy as the first 2 times. If he succeeded, he would have an peerless foundation. The spiritual mist outside, as these 2 prototypes emerged, became so thick that it completely blocked all vision within the Federal Saint Academy. It was on the verge of turning into liquid. Sensing this, Chen Yude breathed rapidly. What a kid, the 9th one. Tantai Wuxuan's breath also quickened, losing his Sword Saint composure. Succeed, you must succeed. Under the tense observation of everyone for several hours, the 2 springs really did gradually take shape. And then, the 10th spring prototype emerged. The 10th spring! My heavens! Everyone present was at a loss for words. Condense! In the secret room, veins bulged on Suye's forehead as he frantically pulled in the last bits of the Asura power returning to him. Truth be told, after condensing the 9th spring, he had essentially reached his limit. But he felt a deep sense that he had to push with all his might to condense the 10th, as it would trigger an unknown change. So Suye went all out. For the 10th spring, every strand of energy he channeled required him to break his own limits just to integrate it. It nearly exhausted all of Suye's mental energy. Time ticked by second. Finally, after 5 full hours, under the watchful eyes of all, the 10th heavenly energy spring was successfully condensed.
As the 10th psionic fountain solidified, Suye could not help but heave a heavy sigh of relief. By now, he was drenched in sweat. He never expected that the 10th fountain would be so incredibly difficult to condense. It was so close, he had nearly failed. Moreover, it seemed that even if he wanted to continue condensing fountains to unlock even another 1% of the Asura power, he would be unable to do so. Had he reached his true limit? Yet, at that very moment, the fountain that had just finished condensing, vast as a star, suddenly began to move slowly. My instinct was right. There really is a change. Su Ye focused his attention intently, his face filled with anticipation. He saw that those massive, brilliant fountains, which were originally scattered throughout the vast space, suddenly appeared to come to life, moving slowly toward the very center of the realm, and then they arranged themselves in a circle, maintaining a distance of several thousand meters, each settling neatly into its own position. In a moment, they formed a ring, emitting a faint white glow and rotating in a rhythmic pattern. Suye watched, secretly marveling at the sight. And it seemed that this was not the end yet. Each psionic fountain suddenly sprouted an invisible track, beginning to extend toward its neighboring fountains. Though the speed was very slow, with only a sliver appearing, judging by the momentum, these fountains seemed to want to connect with one another. There is such a thing as this. Suye was immensely curious. He had heard that awakened individuals with multiple psionic fountains could tap into their power simultaneously, once filled with psionic energy, but the fountains themselves were always independent and disconnected. So what in the world was happening with his situation? This is quite unusual. However, Suye knew that this was definitely not a bad phenomenon. In fact, once they were connected, there would surely be some special effect. A one-of-a-kind phenomenon. Outside in the real world, when the 10th heavenly fountain finally finished condensing and appeared, the psionic mist storms began to subside, and even the heavenly mist outside the academy stopped gathering. 10 sun-like heavenly fountains stood tall in the sky, majestic and conspicuous. 10 10 psionic fountains. Am I hallucinating?
Ow, why did you slap me? Sorry, I just wanted to see if I was dreaming. Damn, you hit me just to check if you were dreaming? Forget it. I am telling you, 10. There are really 10 psionic fountains. How did he manage to condense these? Has Junior Suye's potential really reached such a terrifying level? A miracle. It can only be described as a miracle. The students chattered back and forth, gradually recovering their senses, yet they still could not believe the facts unfolding before their eyes. 10 psionic fountains. You would not even dare to dream of this. At this moment, Chen Yude and Tantai Wuchuan had arrived at the scene, standing in the void and looking at the 10 heavenly fountains with great excitement. Chen Yude turned to his old friend with a flushed face. You were right. That kid might really have the ability to take that step. 10 fountains. I cannot imagine what level he will reach in the future. Tantai Wuchuan nodded excitedly, unable to suppress the thrill in his heart. But suddenly he looked stunned. Those 10 heavenly fountains, they are moving? As he spoke, the 10 heavenly fountains in the sky indeed began to move slowly. The sight of circular light masses covering thousands of meters shifting was unimaginably shocking. Everyone was once again struck dumb. Following the changes within Suye, the 10 heavenly fountains began to arrange themselves in a surrounding formation, almost enclosing the entire federal university, causing the common people outside the Jiangnan province to cry out in surprise. Then, mysterious, hazy channels began to emerge between the heavenly fountains, connecting them together. The speed was almost exactly the same as the situation inside Suye, and it was happening automatically. Suye did not need to worry about it anymore. As for how long it would take to finish connecting, at the current speed, he really could not say. I will just wait and see. I wonder what kind of effect it will have once they are fully connected. Thinking with anticipation, Suye did not idle away and immediately communicated with the system. Host, Suye. Cultivation, early golden stage. Items. Primary unlock progress, scroll X2, random consumable scroll X2, special strength elixir X1, fate coin X1, 4-star weapon random scroll X1, shining Remy's assistance X10, resurrection coin X1, legendary supernova. Energy points, 49,453. Character template, Asura, unlock progress 25.5. Template capacity, level 2, can hold 2 character templates. Nearly 700,000 energy points after exchanging for 3% progress plummeted directly to less than 50,000. The scrolls were also mostly used up. To be honest, Suye was anxious. He was even more eager to join the International Genius Training Camp. But no matter what, as long as his strength improved, it was all worth it. Less than 2 weeks. Golden stage. Not bad. With a slight, humble smile, Suye immediately directed his thoughts to the weapon scroll in his inventory. He had no use for the other items for now. Since he was idle anyway and had just established an invincible foundation, he should open something to celebrate his good fortune. Suye was not in a hurry to use the primary progress scrolls. It would be fine to open them when he truly could not get any more energy points. After all, they could only unlock progress under 30%. If he used energy points to unlock to 27% or 28% later, wouldn't it be better to use the scrolls then? System, you said that I could pay energy points to limit the range of the 4-star weapon random scroll, right? Suye tapped the scroll with his mind and asked curiously, what is the ratio? 49,453 energy points will give you a 40% probability of limiting the outcome to the type you desire. Is this trying to drain me dry? 40,000. I cannot exchange for any progress now. Should I do it or not? Let's go with 10,000. A 10% increase in probability is enough. If it fails, obtaining any 4-star weapon is still a good choice. There is no need to waste the energy points. If you do not have the heart of a gambler and aren't willing to risk a little for a lot, how do you expect to get good items? Ding! The host has opened the 4-star weapon random scroll. Congratulations, you have triggered a special draw. You have obtained the half-sealed divine weapon, Demon Blade Thousand Edges. The moment the system's voice faded, Suye grabbed a mirror from the side, looked at the handsome, eyes-closed face in the reflection, and smiled. It really is quite fair. When luck arrives, you simply cannot stop it. Demon Blade Thousand Edges, half-sealed state, one of the treasures of the Kingdom of Divine Forging, guarded by a 1,000-year-old evil spirit. It was the blade of the former chief assassin. The blade is composed of thousands of shards, featuring a black hilt and a half-blade body carved with blue patterns that reveal the image of an evil spirit. Only when the patterns emit a blue-purple light can it unleash its powerful strength. Characteristic: the 1,000 shards of the blade can change shape to attack enemies in different ways. The offensive power reaches its absolute limit. It attacks without defense,
truly peerless in the world. Hint, because this was a special draw. The current state is half sealed. It can only unleash 1% of its power and transform 1/10 of its shards. Originally a top-tier 9-star divine weapon, it is currently a top-tier 4-star weapon. If you wish to lift all seals, you must pay a large amount of energy points. Looking at the description, Su Ye's smile grew even wider. It really is this divine weapon. Awesome.